jinx it, but they're quite good on don't jinx it. Just go for the last. Yeah.
Guys, just under 3 minutes, eh? 3 minutes.
When it's a picture, you get it up. I'll take a picture.
I was with one escape. Spreek een laat zoals al je gaat. Picture of Dwayne, but Dwayne isn't looking this way.
Yeah, sure. Siya Kulisi. Please raise your hand for questions.
See how's the nose? I'm fine. I'm good, thank you. It's fractured. Nothing I can do. Nothing I can talk about. Yeah, I'm good. Trained the whole week, which gave me. That's all I needed to, because the doctor said it's all about how much pain you can take, and it can get worse, but it's gonna get fixed anyway. So it's good. It's as best as it can be.
Is there any protections?
No. No. They already know what's wrong, so there's no point of protecting it. Yeah.
As you said, you might end up looking like for her.
No comment.
Just going back to 2 years ago, after the last week president ahead of practice, you had spoken about how you guys would not get carried away about what had happened. Is that the feeling at the moment? You're more worried of the All Blacks now, second time around?
Yeah, for sure. But we spoke about that experience, and you can never be too comfortable when you play against the All Blacks, and we know they're going to be a desperate team. You've seen after they've lost against us at Bombela Stadium, they've managed to bounce back. That's the quality of a New Zealand team. If you're not at your best on a day, they'll put you away. And also a lesson that we can also learn from Argentina earlier in the championship. Argentina won the first game, and then the second game it was 40 points. So once again, they've got world-class players, and they're well coached side. So on a day, if you're not at your best, they will punish you. And also, more especially if you look at the changes they've got now in their team, and you look at that back three, you don't really want to give those guys some space and enough time to make decisions, because they will punish you. They're world-class players. So yes, we did learn from the past, and once again, you can never underestimate an All Blacks team. So, but once again, we've done everything in our power to make sure we're well prepared also for the game.
Sia, can you verbalize how much this means to you? Because obviously, as the doctor said, it's about how much pain you can take. Pain barrier is there. So, obviously, this is huge for you. Can you verbalize it?
No, it's huge for the team. It's not huge for me just alone. It's huge for the whole team. We are in a place that we've never been before. As this group in the Rugby Championship, we've never been in this position before, where we've always gone to Australia or won here against Argentina, and then go to Australia, lose against Argentina, and maybe get a win in New Zealand. So, and like the Freedom Cup is something that we only see it in pictures or when we walk past it. We've never been able to touch it, and it's big. And also coming back to Cape Town as well, playing here after so many years, and there's so much to play for. We can put ourselves in a very good position for the Rugby Championship. We can win the Freedom Cup, again. All the other stuff is, and it's not about me. If I wasn't okay, I wouldn't have played, wouldn't have changed anything for the group. I just really want to play the game. I wanted the opportunity, and the dog gave me the opportunity. But the whole look has been about the team, how much, it's what we've done to get here. And as Coach said last week, it's not being wary of the All Blacks. It's us also putting our front foot forward, because we didn't last week. We had to fight back to win the game. We can't do that this weekend. We have to make sure that we start the way the game they play. The players that they've picked for this weekend, they're clearly showing what they want to do. They want to run the ball, and what are we going to do? And that's what we're trying to focus on. What are we going to do as a team to make sure that we start far better than it was last week, and then we see how it looks after 60 minutes.
Sia, how reassuring is it to you had the youngsters, Apelele and Sasha running the track the show last week, but now you can fall back on guys like Billy and Andre. Just how reassuring is that to the team going into this current match?
I think it's exactly. I think you all remember Coach Rassi was quite open when he first started with the first meeting we had. He said he wanted to win transformation and squad depth, and he said he can only do all the other two. You have to win first, and that's where we've been pushing this year. And he's open and honest with the team, and he speaks and he wants to give players opportunities to play, but it's the best way to do it now while you're winning. And the way that you can see Sasha and Fassi in them. They probably have like 4 or 5 games, but 3 of those games, one a game against the All Black, one game in Australia, and that's where you test it the most, and that's what we're trying to do. And it's so awesome that Sasha has been able to do that and run the team and control, and he's been the general. Fassi, he was in the group, he went away, and the coach was honest with him. He did everything that the coach asked him to do in the club level. Then he came here, he got his opportunity, and you saw what he did last week. And everybody knows Fassi is not Rob, but the coach is trying to make sure that everybody gets a fair opportunity. But we as a group are so proud, guys that have been here for long and guys that are coming in, to see that whoever is put in, that's what you want as a group. If somebody falls, that nobody panics. That it doesn't matter who's coming in, and that's why I always say our biggest competition, our biggest pressure is within amongst each other, not the opposition. Because I know if I don't pitch up for 1 second, Marco van Staden will take his opportunity. But you won't see that when you see me and Marco. We're amazing people because we're good friends, because we know the team is the most important. But when I get my chance, I must take it with both. And when he gets his chance and he's playing, then I become Adi Savia against him every single training, because I want him to be special. So that's what we're trying to build as a group. And we are fortunate that the players that have been selected, we just respond the way that we do, because we know me and what I want is not more important. The group is, because what I want, when I'm finished, I'll be gone. But at least I know I've given my best, and the next guy that's coming in is always going to be good and take it to the next level.
Rob?
See, last time you guys played here in Cape Town, it was Eben's Hudgriff against Wales. It was an incredible atmosphere. Tomorrow, I'm sure there are going to be a lot more All Black supporters than there were Welsh at that time. But are you expecting a very similar type of crowd, amazing atmosphere and just a great occasion?
Yes, I am. I am expecting a great occasion, and we want obviously as many South African supporters as but we respect everybody that's coming to watch. We've seen people that flew in from New Zealand, and I think Coach Rassie explained it in one interview. We have to respect everybody. There's reasons behind everything, and it's nice that those stuff is explained to us. Why it is like that, and we respect that, and we just want to go there and play as best as we can for everybody, because people pay to come and see us, and we not only play, and we want to people, hopefully 1 or 2 people can turn after the game and support us again. But we have no bad feelings, especially after things have been explained by people who lived during the time and things were. So we do understand that, and there's no hard feelings. As long as when we play someone else, they support us.
Coach, Sia speaks about the team not being in this position before. How important do you think it is to not get too carried away and to keep a cool, calm head and get the job done?
Sure. I think it's very important, and since the previous weeks you hear when we talk about we want to develop our game, we want to get better in how we do things. Remember, we've got a new personnel in our coaching staff, so there are certain things that as a team we always want to build in our game. And it's clear and open that you can see even on attack how we operating under Tony Brown. It's something that is totally different to what we normally used to in the past. And it's actually a nice challenge. And I know one thing for sure, coaching staff and the players, we're so excited with what the other coaches are bringing on the table in our system. So you can never relax, not when you play against the All Blacks. And I think the key thing from my side, like Sia touched on it, we've never been in a position like this in the past, where you've got a chance. You know how difficult it is to win that Freedom Cup away from the All Blacks, because remember, you need to win 2 games to get it away from them, do you understand? So yes, we've been doing well against them, winning 1 game and then they win the 1 game and then they retain that Freedom Cup. It's a very special trophy, and if you look at where we are as a country, for example, 30 years of democracy, I think that trophy speaks volumes into what we stand for as a Springbok team currently. So, yes, we spoke about it, and just once again, I know we haven't played a lot of games against the All Blacks here in Cape Town. The last one was in 2017, and now if you look at a team and what we stand for, I think the timing of bringing the game back into Cape Town, like I said, once again, we respect people's opinion, but I know I've got friends that I grew up with, that also used to tell me more about the All Blacks. But I know some of them now they're in our corner. Do you understand? So that's the best we can do. You know, we are given an opportunity to make a difference between the four lines as coaches and players, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. It's going to be a great vibe. It's going to be a great occasion. Once again, I think, Ross, you touched on the last game we played here against Wales. That was one of the special crowd vibe, you know, in Cape Town. So I know one thing for sure. We're playing at home. I know our people will be behind us, and we'll do everything in our powers to make sure that we at least give them a taste of that Freedom Cup.
Sia, your Blacks have made a change to their back row. Keeper Blackadder is injured and Wallace Satiti comes in. What do you know about Wallace and what do you expect from him this weekend?
He plays for the Chiefs, right? And obviously, Blackadder is proper. He's good. It reminds me of Peter Steph. He's everywhere in the field. He works really hard. I think with Satiti, I think it's also very young guy, and he's gonna get his opportunity. He's gonna throw himself in battle. He's gonna attack. But to have a guy like Sam Kane and Adi Savi, who else would you want to be playing? You know, your cap with, and I think they will be in his ear the whole week, encouraging him. So I have no doubt that, you know, we're going to have a challenge in our hands, especially in the breakdown. It's going to be it was a challenge last week, but I think this week will be even more.
Rob? Have you asked for it?
Just to see, from the outside looking in, it looks like something special is brewing with this group of Springboks. And, you know, you've almost been likened to that All Blacks team that dominated for over a decade, where they're winning games that they're not supposed to be winning. Will this game tomorrow be a stepping stone towards that promised land?
Well, I don't know I don't know, for us it's been the same. We've been trying to reach the same things, but this is different for us. It's a challenge that we have for ourselves. And we spoke about before doing back-to-back big games. We couldn't do it against Ireland. Now it's another opportunity, but obviously now there's so much on the line for both teams, and we really want to win the Freedom Cup. And there's so many things the first team to win for. All that matters, we just need to win. Nothing else matters. We're not thinking that's what we just want to win the Freedom Cup.
Just yesterday you were spotted, you and Coach was spotted yesterday on the Springbok women's side. You and Nadine Lewis were sort of together. Could you just tell us what you guys were doing exactly in the roles? And it was a Springbok double here, obviously.
Yeah.
Just touch on that, please, as well.
No, we just we went to go watch the ladies train. And I went early. I was in the meeting with them, had a chat with them, because they support us a lot. They support us all the time, you know. And a lot of them, we grew up in the same areas. One of them played in my club with me, and I know what it's like. Well, I don't know what it's like for them, but I've also struggled a little bit, and I know how the women's game is obviously developing. But it needs a little bit more of us as men to be there, supporting, talking about it, so that they can get to the level that we are in. But obviously, rugby is a tough sport to start playing. It needs a lot. You need a little bit of money. You need a little bit of boots, and we're playing in thorny fields and all that kind of stuff. You need grass. Where soccer, you can just play in the street, you know. So went and we watched them train, and then I really love the way Nadine plays, and I have so much respect for her. And I don't think she's seen, there's a lot obviously, but I don't think that she's praised enough, because I saw what she did in the sevens. I was small. We swapped jerseys yesterday. The jersey is so small. I told her it looks like a sample size. She says that I must give it to my daughter or my son. So we really wish we can do more with them, because they're getting better and better each time. And to think of where they started, and that's what I was telling them. You know, the other teams might be way more developed than you, but you're not playing for yourselves anymore. They might not reach, like as we say, the promised land for them, but the next generation of women might reap the rewards of what they're doing. So they're already doing well, qualified for the Olympics, you know, and now they're going to be playing in the W15, which I'm hopefully going to bring my whole family to go watch them. I think, it is important that we celebrate them a bit more, and then we talk about them about a bit more, so their game can also grow.
Justin?
See, sorry, just on that note, surely having them play on Saturday as a curtain raiser ahead of the Boks at the HL Stadium is a step in the right move.
100%.
Because you now have a sold-out stadium, well, that's debatable, but a capacity big stadium that will have people there hopefully early enough at 1:30 to watch them. So the fact that we can have them play on the same day with you guys surely must be a step in the right.
No, 100%. We're so excited to hear that and to hear how happy they were about it. And it's important. And I know people love rugby, and I know people of South Africa will take any reason to Bright Airy, and that's an opportunity for everybody to go and watch and just go see and get to know them, because I know the South African competition is growing, and I think, I would really encourage people to go watch them, because at the end of the day, when they go play in the World Cup in the W15, they're representing all of us just like we are doing, and they need the same kind of backing, and I encourage people to go and watch them, and I'm sure it will be a good game against the Barbarians.
Stephen?
Coach, you were on the front row seat, going back to that 2017 game. Remember, there was an extraordinary passage at the end of the first half, like 10 minutes end to end. And then also, just that one moment that you guys had where there was a little bit of ill discipline, I think, and they charged or something, and then it was 25-24, So, how important would discipline be? And then also boldness, in a way.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of good memories about that game because I wasn't involved in 2017, and probably I've watched that game with the double Branaven and Cokes. A couple of them coach. No. I was only involved in 2016. Then 2017 I went to the juniors. But like I said again, once if you're playing against the All Blacks, more especially the past couple of games we play against them, I think any team could have still win the games even at the last second. Last week, one step wrong against them, they would have probably put us away and score a winning try at the end because it was very close. And then all the games that we've been playing against them, I think a game that we've probably had clear dominance against them, it was the one at Twickenham. That was the game that we probably pulled away from them. But most of the games against them, it always goes to the last seconds of the game. And I know one thing for sure. With the team they've selected, chances are this game might also go down there, which is exactly what people deserve, And it's going to be probably packed, and I know the vibe in Cape Town people. That's one thing I enjoy about Cape Town crowd is that you can see people are here to have fun. Even if sometimes the games are tense, but people will keep on cheering at us. And that's something that picked us up also as a team, So, memories on 2017? I don't remember much.
Sorry, Coach.
No problem, sir.
I see also on that score, a Bok win on Saturday would give you 6 wins out of the last 8. Some people may say that's a bit of a stranglehold as a player and maybe as a squad member. Does it feel that way?
I don't know. We don't look or talk too much about those. Just want the Freedom Cup. That's all that we're thinking about. I'll think about what you said another time. Then I'll answer it next time. But we haven't really. Honestly, we haven't. That's why I can't answer it. We haven't spoken about it or thought about it. Our eyes on just this weekend. Then you can ask me all the questions.
Adnan and then Katu, and then if you close our guys.
Yeah, just to Coach Stick, Rassie spoke in the week about your work that you do for the off-the-ball stuff and the guys on the field as well as high ball and so on. If you look at the All Black back three, and how do you see that battle going tomorrow?
Do you want water?
Like this whole week.
Okay. Yeah, like I said again, I think it's clear how they're going to approach the game. If you look at who they've selected, and if you look at the Lustria also, you're looking at the ball players, guys that are short and quick and moving around the park. They'll try to keep the ball in play. And with their back three, for example, if you look at a guy like Clark last week, he was probably one of the best players when it comes to finishing, and probably hurts a couple of our guys the way he runs, But for them to make those big calls where they bring back a guy like Siburis and Talia at wing, after a performance like that from the other guys that played last week, then it shows exactly the mindset they're looking for. I've heard them, they're talking about covering our kicking game, and those guys, I know Siburis for sure. We coach against him many times. I've gone through his profiles, When it comes to speed, and turning and covering all the kicks behind their backs, is one of the best, and once again, probably they will be desperate to get 5 points, and we know one thing for sure, that's why they've selected those players, because they try and keep the ball in play. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one, but once again, I think these are the moments we live for, and once again, to stand in a chance to win that Freedom Cup, I think that is something that we've been talking about, So we'll do everything in our powers, and hopefully we can also contain those guys at the back.
Sia, you mentioned, Coach, about how Cape Town's a favourite to play, some of the things with the crowd, but Sia, just yesterday Rassie said Yuri was playing at Newlands and he got chirped about his Kaita playing at Newlands. So just in terms of a Cape Town crowd and a Cape Town vibe, what are some of your, favourite and most unique things about playing in Cape Town?
It's too much. It's too much to say. I played there for 11 years. This is where I started my professional rugby career, and everything I know I've learned here, obviously, and professional world, and some of my good friends I've made here, my family, all started here. It's really a special place. You can't. Like if you're a rugby player, wherever you go, people just excited to see you and they're excited to help. Like the other day I went to, I think, World Cup, and I was offered some musas, everything. It's that kind of community where if you go to a mall, or I said the other day, I don't know who I was talking to, if you are out when you're not supposed to be out, people will ask you, what do you need? And I like that, and people don't hold back. It's because people care, people care, and they pitch up. I remember people will fill up where you can't, at Newlands, where you can't sit down, where the standing ticket's packed, and that's how much they love rugby here. And they also don't hold back. If you got like what they said to Rassie, I remember they telling behind the bench, the guys that sit there with the Thomas mask, telling Skara what's wrong with his body. I'll let him tell you what they said, And they chirp us, they tell us if we lose, how, I can't say the words, K-A-K-A, we are.
Don't say.
And then, but they show up every weekend. And when we're doing well, you're the best, they said, and then the next 2 years, they say what they say. So it's really, really, really special. It's a different culture, it's a different atmosphere, and I really loved every single moment, and I wouldn't change the way my rugby, grew up here. It's really special, and I know the people of Cape Town know that, and I think Saturday is not going to be any different, and I think if they could be closer to the field, they would have loved us. So they let us know how they feel about how we're playing at the time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it either way.
Plastic, kuveki enje kubalula kahle ukuba libalekile ukuphumelela yimpumelelo lento kufanele lenze lebalo kodwa xa so ithile imbilini yakho udala ngalomdlalo ba sikumhlaba sawuqhelanga kuwe ke umkhokheli manje into ba sophuki ke mphuceli ayonto nje kodwa uthokoze ba uphuke embulo qomba ayonto kumba asuka sayibona phambili le.
Yeah, kakhulu ndichilo uthe ucoach uthi ndembimos lonke ixesha so uthe akho nizotshintsha ngomza mnika nje i-character lewe no benifuna udlala kakhulu siyena ngathetha nomqeqeshi and umqeqeshi akafuni unika abantu ixesha elide and undibuzile ufumene izizathu kugqirha ndamxelela ngathi ndifuna ukwenza yona isemendleni ukuze ndidlale wathi okay and then ndajima ngomvulo ndajima ngolwesibini and bendizivile ukuthi into right into ezababuhlungu into xa ndibetha direct empumlweni and ayenzeki ixesha xa usematchini awuvindo into ebuhlungu babuhlungu but not that way so ndiyavuya ndifumene ithuba but ndiyayazi xa ufumana ithuba akho mntu uzokhumbula if awuzinikelanga emidlalweni akho mntu uzokhumbula uba hayi be warrior no funeka still lidlala umdlalo ndisenomsebenzi funeke ndimenzile.
Nickname entsha kuthiwa wrong 10-2.
Okwemini yakho banamqeqeshi xa umdlalo umhlaba umtshamalelo ukuba indebe yehlabathi ibuzwa kuni kodwa bekhe watsho naye amalugca yakuba laa ndebe yempumelelo heyi nimane nibuka nje emaphethelweni ayide ifika abaphambi kwenu.
Siva ngamabali asiyazi noyazange sayibamba bathini. Kubalekile wena Khanyiso xa ujonga la trophy ithethe into apha eMzantsi Afrika yabona. Maybe yes New Zealand xa iphumelela yona bavuyela nje bahlambi bawini trophy kuthi ithetha into kakhulu la trophy ye-Freedom Cup and zange siyifumane opportunity nasike siyiphakamise and xa sojonga kule ndawo sikuyo as a country now and what we stand for as a team singamabhokobhoko. I think ibalekile ba noko abalandeli bethu sibaphe la taste la Freedom Cup, so yona nto isimotivate kakhulu abaphakathi evekini and nalando ukukhumbule ba sagqibela udlala beCape Town ne-All Blacks ngo-2017 and the reasons was uyayazi ba urase bezicacisile because of following ye-All Blacks apha eCape Town ebininzi kakhulu and bakhona abaguqukeleke tata babuyele ekhaya. Yeyona nto thina siphilela yona loo nto sithi make sure uba ezi reasons zabo babenazo ukuze bawele baye kwela cala sinoko ngoku I think bayawubona utshintsho olenzekayo apha etimini yethu and iyayibona uba itim ebhilonga kubantu bonke. Eyona nto ndiyithandayo nalapho kusiya le nto athetha ngayo uba bakhona abadlali abaninzi basuka beCape Town apha kule tim yethu yabona. So I know personally xa sowudlalela kokwenu it's very special enhliziyweni yakho. So for abafana abasuka beCape Town le nto siyaxela ngayo uba ii-opportunities ezintle bazifumana mhlawumbi kweli cala kwi-Western Province ndamkhumbula esafika eStellenbosch esemncinci. So kubalekile nathi sithi make sure uba siyabadlalela abalandeli bethu and we will do everything in our powers Khanyiso to make sure uba noko abalandeli bethu siyabavuyisa beCape Town.
Stellenbosch.
Siya uqale apha yonke yakuyenzele apha i-team ukufeyisa ucela apha kuwe nakuthi esibini ukuthi ingqondo iqhelile ukuqwaqwa uqhelile xa uyenze kakuhle okwenzeka ekamva lakho kulaa club yakho yangaphesheya ayikuphazamisi kule match nakulezi veki nidlala ubhetha
the color speed. No, Andy, right? Dilapha mna. Ziyenzeka izinto kwabantu abaninzi ingqondo yami lapha inkulu kakhulu kule nto endiyenzayo and yeyona nto ibalulekileyo kudlala amabhokobhoko and ii-decisions endizenzayo ebomini endizithathayo ufuna ukuthi make sure uba ndisendaweni erayithi endikwazi udlala kuyo udlala amabhokobhoko. So ingqondo yami lapha like zininzi into ezifuneka zisenzile lapha andikwazi ucinga ngaphandle and le match inkulu iwesi apha eKapa and siyayazi apha eKapa baninzi abantu abasapota eli qembu mhla sidlala against lona and siyayazi i-history yayo uba isuka phi and thina sisi-players siya-understand and into esithandayo icoach bethu bayayithetha nathi bathi nazi i-reasons why kutheni besapota eli qembu. So siyavuya kakhulu but siyayazi i-vibe yalapha ibantle kakhulu xa sidlalayo and even if nobasapota thina okanye basapota bona akho nto erongo emvakeni kesimini if thina sidlala ngale ndlela sifuna udlala ngayo ndiyayazi for sure if siwinile ngomgqibelo noma umnye noba babini bazasa keli cala lethi because ekupheleni kwemini namhlanje le nto abantu bebelwela yona ngalamini thina I think sile team yethu siyawubonakalisa le nto bebelwelwa yona yabo. And I think ezi World Cup zimbini siziwinileyo sinabantu abamnyama namo abayi-7 kule team yokuqala ke isibini benye babeba-8 so siyaphambili but siya-understand why abantu bekule ndawo sikuyo
kodwa mabagoduke babuyele ekhaya.
Can you show last one, quick one?
Suncama kaloku there's one more there. We must learn to ourselves.
Ntoni eniyenza kakuhle xa nihleli phaa kulaa bhokiseni lijongile ibala lizabe nabalandeli babo abethu but into ziguqukile ngoku baninzi abethu kunababo ingathi niqele zopolitiko nekhampenile ntoni enenze kakuhle.
Abona into uzukhumbule kaloku abaqeqeshi esinabo ngokuqala pha kuRasi Erasmus. Umfana osuke dispatch wayedlala iRugby. Uyayazi i-challenges esinazo as a country. And uRasi into endiyithalayo kahle uyayivula inhliziyo athethe ngendlela i-plans zakhe bazithini i-goals zakhe. And thina umsebenzi wethu njenge-assistant coaches ukuthi make sure support i-vision yakhe. And into endiyithandayo kuye like usiye betshilo uba eyona nto ibalulekileyo kuwina qala. So wonke umdlalo opha kula qala lethu bonke baselectwe on merit. Bayaperforma xa befumana opportunity zabo. Eyona nto isibalulekileyo leyo. Okwesibini besithethe nge-transformation. Transformation, I know people always black and white. Transformation is to make sure uba siyayikhulisa iqela lethu silisa phambili. Yabona, and uyajonga indlela ngoku esidlala ngayo. Even nabantu abakhona kula coaching staff yethu, we've got coaches all over around the world. Yabona, le transformation sithatha ngayo ke le, not only because of black and white. We've got now Tony Brown who's helping us with the attack. Ane, uyayibona ne-transformation uba siyaphi ngendlela esi-attack ngayo. Yabona, so thina singabaqeqeshi even ne-match last week umsebenzi wethu we've got plans xa kufuneka udlala ku-weekend plan. Siyayazi xa singa izinto zingenzeki kahle siyayazi apho isiphoso sikhona. Yabona kulapho ke thina ke umsebenzi wethu ezikhosi sithi make sure sifocus ke-rugby, sifocus kule nto kufuneka siyenzile, sikwazile noko ukuthetha izinto half time last week. Noko i-behavior yakwazi utshintsha also xa sobona pha kwi-60th minute indlela esitshintshe ngayo with the impact yethu esebhentshini. So umsebenzi wethu thina ukuthi make sure that sifocus erugbyini and osiya bayayazi i-players ebaleni bayo into le kufuneka yenzekile. And I feel like last week khona ixesha ba besingakhange sizenze kahle into besiziplanile, but kodwa ke la last 16 minutes egame I think zonke into zahamba kahle. And also credit must go to kule nto kwi-bench yethu bakwazi ufaka impact.
Puti enye into I will say it in English because also for us what they do, Coach Rasi, like people say transformation is putting bad players in the team, but for us they put guys in the team who are good enough to be there, but then they upskill us. Like when I became captain, Coach Rasi has known me since I was 18 years old. He knows that I will probably struggle at the beginning because I was shy. This is a big thing, and I was very scared. And then he made the pressure points. He made everybody a leader in the team so that I had one job, and my only job was to talk to the ref and manage the team's discipline. So each guy had a role. So I'm growing, everybody else is also growing. Now we have so many leaders in the team. Then outside that, in the past they would say black guys are not good at high balls. Coach Rasi picked black guys and colored guys at wing. Coach Stick teach them every single time. Are those guys? He calls them the flyers. They're just flying after every training session. So each skill, like when I used to play, everybody known me for my running game. Then my game changed. I had to tackle, do breakdown, run back. They coached me that. Then I became that. That's what I love doing. You don't just put people there and say go, and then you have one bad game, and then some guys you never see. That's what happened in the past. But now we are well equipped and we are confident and we can go out there and play. And the guy next to you trusts you. He knows you're not here just because of your skin color. You're here because you've worked hard and you've showed him in the weekend. You've earned his respect. And that's what this management team has done differently to everybody else. And the most important thing, they've been open and honest about the team, to the team, and said, we're going to win. We have to have a certain amount of black players in the group, where in the past it was hidden. It wasn't really to be spoken about, where you as a player, you don't know where you stand. He says, no, this team is losing, but I have to have this kind of, and we knew that, and we made it work as a team. Like, the honesty is the most important for any player. And Coach Rasi sits there and he says, I think this guy is going to play this weekend because I think he's better, in front of everyone. The back-to-back stuff is not there, and then I don't wonder as a player. I know exactly what's happening. So that has made us buy into it as players. Sometimes you don't like what the coach says, but you buy into it.
Have you guys jumped a lot, so would you like another question?
No, it's good.
Happiness.
Thank you.
Very much.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Monday afternoon lunchtime show, and we are back after what was a mental weekend of rugby, both in the Bok game, the New Zealand, reaction, for example, has been very interesting. The South African reaction has been very interesting, but the Australia versus Argentina game, despite having to watch it from midnight till about 2 in the morning, was really entertaining and a good watch. So it was a great weekend of rugby championship, really. And it's tell you what, from a South African perspective, very chuffed with how things are looking with regards to the rugby championship and how it's all kind of playing out, because it's looking very promising. Because we've got quite a nice lead. If we were to win this weekend, we probably be kind of one hand on the trophy type of situation, which is lekker if you're a South African. Now, we talked about a lot of things because there's obviously been quite a big fallout over the weekend about certain things. And coming up in the show, we're going to be talking about the officiating crisis in rugby, the Bongi Manambi knock-on, the Sia Khaleesi tackle from Sam Cane and the fractured face potentially. We're going to be talking about the double backing try, for example, that was scored by New Zealand. I mean, just to be talking a little bit about the officiating in general. We'll also be talking a little bit about, obviously, the weekend, and in terms of some of the reaction, we'll talk SA Rugby apologising for the whole incident which came during the haka, which is interrupted and stuff like that. They have come out and given a reason and an explanation as to why and how it happened, and that it won't happen again, which of course it won't happen again. It was not deliberate. It was never going to be deliberate. It's nothing that, we had pre-planned, sit there saying, oh, we can go and interrupt the haka, get them some mind games going, and this is going to give us an edge. It was a simple human error. The explanation does make semi-sense. The explanation makes sense. It's just kind of, there were steps that could have been taken to have prevented the fact that that human error would have been possible. But I don't think there was any sort of malicious intent. And I think that is probably the most important thing. So let's get into it, shall we? And before we do that, please do smash like on the video. Already got a good 100 people in the viewers, so make sure you smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're new. We are past 75,000 subscribers, which is a very exciting landmark for us. So now the next big sort of step is 80,000 on the road to 100,000 subscribers. Imagine. Incredible if we were to ever get to that sort of that little YouTube play button. But that's down in the future anyway. But the main thing is just smash like on the video and subscribe. So let's start, and I think a couple of people are asking, for example, about the plane incident, and again, that's kind of just gone out, that video, but basically what happened is, with the flyover being pre-planned, there were obviously so basically there were pyrotechnics and a music selection system, a Tina, for example, that was planned for the flyover. You know, like, imagine the whole thing was, as the plane flies over, fireworks, Sister Bettina comes on, and everyone is just absolutely losing it, frothing, ready to go, kick off, and the atmosphere just takes it a whole another level. Which makes sense. Here comes the issue. You've got a plane, I'm going to use a pen for the example, that is, I need a stadium. DS5, working backwards, there would have been a schedule that kind of would have looked something like, 16:45 teams right now, 16:47 dignitaries shake hands for 2 minutes, 16:50 anthems begin, 16:55 haka begins, 16:58 flyover, 1700 kickoff. That probably wouldn't, and generally, I've seen some of these schedules, and they are literally sometimes to the last second. Basically what happened is the prayer to the King that New Zealand had kind of delayed things slightly, and as a result, that was why the plane ended up flying over the stadium during the haka. The crowd obviously reacted to the plane flying over, and apparently the sound engineer, who was then tasked with the songs and obviously the pyrotechnics was to match the flyover, it all kind of became a bit of a rolling effect where the pyrotechnics went off as the plane came over, and the song was then started to play, and it all kind of just interrupted the end of the haka, which was not the plan. It kind of just happened like that. So I think it's a pretty reasonable expectation. I mean, explanation, for example. I do think it's not. Again, there's no malicious intent. We weren't sitting there, as mentioned, deliberately trying to stuff up the haka and to try and create mind games. It was just a pure timing issue. And they have issued an apology. Even Oberholz come out and said, we're very sorry. They've written apparently to the New Zealand Rugby Football Union as well to apologise for the incident, and have assured them it won't happen again. And sure, you can move on, basically, I think. And obviously in Cape Town, there won't be a flyover, as far as I understand. Doesn't it should be. It's kind of a bit of an iconic thing to Edis Park, obviously, from the 1995 one. So, yeah, it's not going to happen in Cape Town. I really hope it doesn't. I mean, we, as much as everybody likes to create, it's as much as we like to create hype and stuff like that, you've got to do it within reason. And you don't want to then take away from certain things. So Cape Town must find its own vibe, Ellis Park is the flyover, for example. Each sort of stadium has its own kind of intricacies and sort of rituals that add to the occasion. So if we start doing flyovers at every single blooming match, then it loses the meaning, really, doesn't it? And the excitement of it. So hopefully we won't see that being added. But again, I don't think even if it were to be added or stuff, they'll be very, very aware of the issues that happen, and it's not going to happen again. So we don't need to worry about it. But yeah, so let me just sort of clarify that to begin with. Let's get into the refereeing chat, because that has completely dominated the rhetoric. And I hate talking about referees. I really do. And it's just so frustrating that we saw some phenomenal moments. We saw some great tries. We saw some really good rugby. We saw some huge performances in the biggest rivalry in the world. And unfortunately, we're just talking about referees all the time, aren't we? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the main incidents. I might even show them, actually. I might even see if I can find the clips, and we'll kind of have a look at them. And what's always interesting is people see what they want to see. So some people will look at the Bongi and Manambi knock-on, for example, and they will say, nah, nothing in it, whatever. It should have been a try and whatever. Similarly with, for example, the the tackle on Tsiaklisi, the double backing from the All Blacks, for example. So there's lots to talk about. And we're going to talk about a little bit about the issues behind it, because I thought Andrew Brace, I don't think he had as bad a game as everybody's mentioning. To be honest, I think that he maybe needs to I think he needs to communicate a lot better. I think there was an issue with him. I don't think he communicated as well. And I always think that referees that communicate well are the best referees, because, you know, in terms of decisions, we've heard from Jakob Paper talking about the fact that they're expected to make, there are like 1,000 decisions to make in a game. You're never going to make all of them. And at the end of the day, that's going to be that's going to be the reality of the game, is that you will miss lots of decisions. And also, they very much admit that there are things that they see that they don't blow, So there'll always be certain things, and that's why it's important to understand each referee, because certain referees will ping certain things more often than others because they'll interpret it like that. There is always going to be an element of interpretation, by the way. That's something you can't get away from. I do think that the laws aren't helping, and the fact that they're changing so often, and I think it also doesn't help in terms of the fans not understanding that the laws have changed, and then they're kind of then piling on the referee out of sheer ignorance, which is not necessarily the fans' fault because it changes so often, but that's also something that does happen. And I think I was saying they're saying, I don't mind wrong decisions as long as the ref explains it. I think that's the main thing. It's about explaining yourself. It's about the communication. And I think my issue comes this weekend is not with Andrew Brace, but the TMO and the lack of TMO intervention. It was weird that the Bongi trial wasn't looked at. That Tsiaklisi asked about the double banking, as we refer to it in South Africa. And he also asked about the Sam Cane tackle. And, it's frustrating then that we talk about the fact that the TMO has been empowered. That's a whole big thing. They've said that the TMO has been empowered to make decisions, to make on-field decisions, and to go to the referee in the ear and say, listen, I've picked it up. This has happened. Or even if it's not necessarily making it the decision, saying, listen, Andrew, I picked up a potential knock-on, go and look at it. And I think the frustration that the fans are getting, and why we're getting very annoyed, is there's lack of consistency on when the TMO intervenes and when it doesn't. And I think these were 3 clear incidents where the TMO has to intervene and should be intervening and should be getting it right and didn't. And balance of things, I don't think it made a difference. You looked at Bongi Mbonambi trial and you look at the New Zealand trial. So we're looking at those 2 main ones. And then we're looking at a potential card, Sam Cane, who I think got very lucky. So let's start with I'm going to try. I want to start with double banking and make it seem as if I'm just a salty sapper, as I've been called before. I want to try and see if I can find the Bongi Mbonambi one first, which is, for me, clearly a knock-on. And I said at the time, that's lucky. I even said on Twitter at the time as well. So one thing you can't take me of is sitting there and saying that I didn't think it was a try, because I do think that it should have been disallowed. I'm just trying to find the replay of the Bongi Mbonambi. Because for me, there's clear separation. I think it should have been disallowed. So I think that's. I don't think it's really up for much debate. Let me see if I can just find. Do we have the other angle? Yeah, we do. Fantastic. Right. Let's see if this is going to work. Give me a second. We're going to go to here. Ha! No, wait, that's not quite what I want to do. Go away. We're going to go to this screen. This. Aha! Right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Right, let's have a look, shall we, at the Bongi Mbonambi try. And this is what we're talking about, okay? So we'll watch it over here. And cool, earning more. Very nice, very nice. Bongi Mbonambi goes, bang! You're not stopping me. He runs over a couple players. 8 dots down. Thank you very much. Happy Larry. And life is good. Life is very, very good, you know. Down to a yellow card. Still scoring. Lacquer. Bongi Mbonambi deserves it. What a lad. But then we're going to go look at the replay, shall we? And this is the part, because let's look at where Andrew Brace is over there. Okay, let's look at Andrew Brace. So he is, I don't know if you can see my cursor. Let me just make sure so you can, so I can actually show you what I mean. Here we go. Now you should be able to see my cursor. No, apparently not. That's annoying. Anyway, okay, cool. So look at Andrew Brace. So there we go. So there's Andrew Brace. Okay, so if you look at it at the angle, he just sees him grounding, no issues whatsoever. To be fair, New Zealand players don't really complain. However, that for me is clear separation. That is separation as far as I'm concerned, and I think that should be a knock-on. Then there's downward pressure. I think there's separation. Some people are sitting there saying there's no clear separation. Again, I think you kind of see what you want to see. But as far as I'm concerned, there was clear separation. Problem number 2 I have with this whole incident is over here. Look where these New Zealand players are. They are supposed to be behind the line. Now, the reason that they are going towards Sasha is because there is a big screen on this side, on the other side of the field, and they've not seen the replay. Now, you can see there, I think that's actually Andy Edwards, who's chatting to the referee at the time, which is why he hasn't seen the replay. So this is why all of a sudden you can see these players are now approaching the referee to sit there saying, no, but there's a knock-on, you know, we need to go and have a look. Now, first of all, there was a knock-on. So we do need to go have a look. And that's fine. But the annoying thing is that if it's not, and you're going to sit there and say it's not a knock-on, and if there is separation, by the way, in that incident, it is forward, by the way. But some people are saying it is forward. If he's there and you've lost the ball over here, it has to be backwards, people. Backwards. You can drop a ball straight down and catch it. It's considered a knock-on. You needs to be backwards. Even the whole straight down thing is virtually gone, backwards. So the ball has to travel backwards. So by default, if he's lost it, moving forward, and then there's the down, then it is forward. I still maintain that I think there's separation. Some people are saying there's not. I mean, I think there is. I think there is a separation. You're going to sit there until I do think. But my main point is over here, is they've now broken early. Now, Sashfam Mngomezulu gets timed out here, as I hopefully this does show. And you can see he's annoyed. Now look where they all are. They were well ahead. So there are actually several mistakes in this. First of all, whether the try should have been awarded or not. Second of all, there's going to be this is my issue here. As soon as they break here, that timer should reset. That is what's supposed to happen, is the timer is supposed to reset, which it didn't. So that's an annoying part of it, because the fact that now is that Sashfam Mngomezulu has now been timed out, and he shouldn't have been. If the try was good and being awarded, then the shot clock should have been reset here, and he should have had another opportunity. So that's 2 errors. Okay? Again, TMO should be getting involved in both. First of all, the TMO should have said, let's have a look at the try, and then once they had a look at the try, they then sort of said, oh, cool, we're happy, whatever, let's get the conversion. And then once again, they then have to be behind the line and need to do it properly. So that's incident number 1, where I think the TMO has let us down, because he should have intervened, didn't intervene, and now we've got a potential try that we talked about. Even in the comments now, we're still sort of debating it. The main thing, for example, is had they looked at it, and they could have made a decision. And then it wouldn't have mattered about what we say. Because even now in the comments, I've seen other people saying, some people are saying he's controlled the ball, some people are saying he's not. We're all going to look at it differently. We all might have our own thoughts on it. The main thing is, if the TMO at least flags it, then you can go and say, right, I've seen this. They can look at it. They can then make the decision. And they can say, as far as we're concerned, there's no separation. He doesn't lose it. He grounds it. We're happy. Or we think there's separation, or he does lose it. Therefore, it's forward. Therefore, tries not awarded. Scrum New Zealand. And then we move on. But because he didn't get involved in what is a clear incident that needed to be looked and needed to be checked, we now have this conversation and debate online because he didn't get involved. Should have gotten involved, didn't get involved. Okay? So now we look at, so there we go. So if a try gets awarded and it gets taken away, we lose 5 points. We lose the game. Boy. Big debate now, because now everybody's saying that we've won this try because we won this game because of a try that shouldn't have stood. However, we're back. And now we're looking at the double banking incident, which, if you go and watch Angus Gus Analytics, he's where he goes and actually, I'm just using his video because it was easy to find, it explains it. Now, basically, what double banking is that when the line-up person comes up and comes down and the maul starts, he has to be the contact point. So when when you're making that hit on a maul, it needs to be the person that wins the line out that gets hit first. Otherwise, it's obstruction, what people are calling double banking, because they're basically saying there's 2 players between the opposition and the ball, and therefore the idea of a sack, for example, that completely removes the idea of a sack or any chance of getting their arms around the ball and holding it up. That's why it's outlawed. That is why you can't do it, because it's tip. Now, the issue is this player over here. Now, if we go look at who takes the line out, Artie Sevilla goes up. Now, this is the issue. Tyro Lomax is in front of him. And that is where the issue lies. You can see very, very clearly he's in front of him. And that is what basically, it's actually almost a textbook example of what double banking is. Because, again, now they managed to shift that ball and then they've moved to the side. Now the shift off to the right hand side, that's all good. That's all fine, by the way. That's not the issue. That's all fine. The grounding's fine. Absolutely nothing to worry about there. But you can see, and Siya Kolisi asked about it. He says, Mr. Ref wasn't there. Now, this is the perfect example. You can see how already, I know this is pointy, not going to be able to see it. You can see how already Tyro Lomax is taking out these 2 players' chance of getting to Artie Sevilla. And you've got this player over here, who I think it's Tamati Williams. He's not really interfering. He's actually relatively fine, because if Tyro Lomax is where he's supposed to be, then Artie Sevilla is going to be hitting, I think it's Oxen Chair, Ben Jason Dixon, he'll be hitting him first. But as you can see, immediately there is that protection. And that is what double banking is. So that should have been called obstruction, and try should have been disallowed. And it's annoying because Siya Kolisi very clearly goes to the referee and says, there was obstruction. Once again, as soon as Siya Kolisi is doing that, and he's first of all, the TMO should be looking at it anyway. But as soon as you see Siya Kolisi doing that, as soon as the question is asked, the TMO should be going, oh, let me just make sure that's the let me just make sure that that's okay. It takes you 2 seconds, doesn't it? You know, and all you have to do is then the referee, because what the referee should be saying is, you know, is there one, for example? And the TMO can say yes or no. And again. If the TMO looks at it and he says, I'm happy with it. If the TMO gets the issue and you then check it and you clear it, we might not be happy about it. We might disagree with the call, but you've made the call. You know, you've now made a call. You've identified there was something to check. You've made the check. You're happy to continue. Now we move on. But once again, we're talking about a TMO that didn't get involved, that didn't use his prerogative that he's got and that he's supposed to have to look at the incident and say, yes, I've checked it. I'm happy. the referee ought to say, I'll show you. I mean, he was right there. The screen would have right there. It would have taken 20 seconds. And the annoying thing is, we see some things take so long to check. And we spend hours looking at certain things. And then you get something like this, which for me was an easy check. You very, very quickly sit there saying, yep, cool. One view of that, and I think you can make the call. So that for me is where it's worth the 20 seconds that we're talking about to check it and say, right, cool, obstruction, penalty, move on, off we go. So in the balance of things, and this is not me trying to justify Springboks winning, I don't have to. We won. Yippity-doo-dah-dah. But again, we've got 2 incidents over there which TMO should have gotten involved. Probably get both tries, probably get chalked off. The balance of things is you take away 5 points from South Africa, you take away 7 from New Zealand, the result remains the same. So again, and I don't think, to be fair, I don't think most people, even New Zealand fans, are debating the result. I think they're not debating that they should have won, for example. But again, those are instances that is frustrating from a point of view in terms of just, well, what's the point of having a team if he's not going to check this? The last one is the tackle on Siya Kolisi from Sam Cane. Now again, Siya Kolisi goes to the referee, and he's got he's got a blood nose. You can see a massive sort of shiner, and he's potentially I don't know if he's fractured his eye socket or just fractured a cheekbone, for example. We wait to find out exactly what the final decision is and what the injury update is, but they don't check. Now over here, this is the tackle. So first of all, there'll be mitigation, by the way. I think he's changes over there, but Sam Cane, there it is. That is the issue. That is shoulder and fed to contact over there. Anyway, I'm busy showing you. There we go. Let's have a look at it, shall we? Sorry. Ball over the top. Siya Kolisi gets it. He goes low. And Sam Cane collides with him like that. Now, would it be a red card? I don't know. There might be enough mitigation with regards to a tackle. There is a small chain dip in height. You're going from there to... I don't think there's much, to be fair. But there's definitely head-on-head contact. For me, I think that's pretty clear. I don't think anyone's going to argue the fact that there's head-on-head contact. And then, as per the laws, you start a red card, and then you bring it down. So you go and say, right, it's a red card, head-on-head contact, foul play has been committed. Cool, tick. You then go and say... what is the mitigation? Now, if there's mitigation in terms of there's a tackle, there's a drop in height or whatever, then that can mitigate down from a red to a yellow. But at the end of the day, there is very clear shoulder to head contact. Bang, it's there. Bang. They didn't look at it, and if they look at it, I think at the very least, I think Sam Cane goes to the bin for a yellow card. It's another penalty. Look, we already had a penalty afterwards, so that part doesn't maybe make a huge difference, but Sam Cane getting a yellow card would make a big difference to the to the grand scheme of things. Again, if you had looked at it and cleared it, we might not be happy with the decision, but a decision has been made. Siya went to the referee. I'm not sure, but I don't think it actually has it going to the referee. Fortunately, no, it doesn't. But he goes to the referee and he says, listen, I've just been smacked in the face with the tackle. Go and look at it, and they very clearly don't, because you wouldn't miss it. And that's again frustrating because you know, especially when we talk about head contact, most of the new laws are so driven by safety and it's safety about about player safety, player welfare. That's what I'm looking for. And when you see instances like that, you're then going, well, what's the point? Why come out and say that, we're out here trying to talk about player safety when evidently we're not? If you had looked at that and you cleared it, once again, all right, cool, I like the decision, but you've made a decision. And that, I think, and this is my entire point, is the fact that they're not looking. Why is the TMO not checking that? We saw the replay. This is a video of the replay. The replays were there. So the big question is, why is the TMO not looking? And we wait to find out what's going to happen. And again, you kind of wonder, is this going to be cited? I haven't heard anything about it being cited. But it's frustrating. And this is not me on a witch hunt saying, Sam Cane needs to be carded, and Sam Cane's a reckless player, Sam Cane's a malicious player, etc., etc. It's just the fact that we just don't feel that they really looked at it properly. You're now looking at a TMO who's been told to get more involved, but seems to not get involved at such key stages of the game. I think that's where the frustration comes. Unfortunately, it's not like this is an easy fix. It's because it's the prerogative's already there. It's not a case of the structures and the framework that exists doesn't allow for them to check these incidents and to rule them off. For example, it's there. It does. It very much does allow for them to do it. They just didn't, and I think that's the frustration. Is they're not getting involved as much when it counts, and there's very clear incidents which are not being officiated or noticed, and there's going to be a massive spotlight when it comes to the refereeing this weekend. And I'm actually going to check who the referee is, because I had it somewhere. Because good luck, you are going to be in so much. There's going to be so much scrutiny about for this weekend. Now here we go. South Africa versus New Zealand. It is Matthew Carley in the middle. Andrew Brace goes to the side. Ian Tempest is the TMO, who, by the way, was the TMO this weekend. So he is going to be. Oh no, sorry. Brian McNeese was the TMO this weekend. So Ian Tempest now steps into the TMO box, and all eyes on him, and also all eyes on Matthew Carley, who's again going to be in for a tough day because there's going to be so much attention. And once again, we've got a week where we're talking about referees more than we're talking about the game, which is really frustrating. Because we shouldn't, and I hate talking about referees, because I just think, first of all, there's always going to be mistakes, and I think it becomes very unhealthy if we if we spend all our time talking about the referee rather than actual rugby, and also that's not why I watch rugby. I don't watch rugby to shit on officials and just look at how bad they are and to decide if they're bad or not. That's not why I watch the sport. I watch the sport because I love watching players play it. I love watching the tactical part of it. We all love the sport, and refereeing has to happen. We have to have referees in the sport. So there's no point attacking them and sitting there and saying, right, this is just hopeless, this is pointless, and we just bin the referees, because then we lose our sport. So it's so important that the referees become a vital part of the sport. But how do we get it right? How do we give them the tools so that they can make as few errors as possible whilst enhancing the game? And that's what we need to get right. And I feel like that's what we're not getting right at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how things happen this weekend. It's not something I want to talk about but it has been talked about so much. I thought we just kind of had a look at it and talked about, is there a referee officiating crisis? Now, I don't think it's a crisis in terms of the standard of referees we've got. I think what's very, very important is, the referees and the framework that they have to operate. I think at the moment it's harder now to referee than it probably ever has been. I think that's a reality. There's far more laws. The laws change a lot more. The laws are far more technical. There is obviously also more scrutiny becoming a ref because we've got the benefit of HD TV replays, PVRs. We can record things. We can now highlight things. People can make YouTube videos with little dots and circles and stuff like that. And funny enough, because the laws change often, sometimes the fans don't know what's going on. I have to give myself refreshes all the time where I have to watch something and go, hang on, isn't that illegal? And then I'll maybe check it up and I'll go, oh, no, the law's actually changed and it maybe is legal. So there's nothing wrong with not necessarily being up to standard of all times with all the referees. I mean, that rugby law handbook is not a page turner. So nobody's expecting everyone to read all the different rules and know every single thing. But the problem is because it changes so quickly, that there's a lot more scrutiny because sometimes people just don't understand it. But even the referees, for example, they'll be new to refereeing this particular law or officiating this law, and their interpretation might be different. And then there's always that area of interpretation. And people sitting there saying, there shouldn't be interpretation. That's not feasible. It has to be interpretation because it's human error. It's human referees. Therefore, it's human error. So it's a strange situation to be in, where we need to allow the referees to be able to make mistakes, but how do we give them all the tools possible to make the fewest mistakes, and to make sure that they're getting consistently even if it's the wrong things, but they're getting consistently the wrong things wrong, and they're getting the right things right for both teams. We, at the end of the day, just want consistency. That's what we want. We want consistency from one game to the next, from one tournament to another tournament, and that's the main thing. At the end of the day, even if it's consistently bad, if it's consistent, then it doesn't affect the game. I mean, it will, but it's the consistency we want. We want things always being treated, and the framework needs to always be the same. The framework and the execution needs to be the same. The final interpretation, there will always be slightly different decisions and decisions you might not agree with. That is unavailable or unavoidable. But again, if there's consistency and there's communication, then we'll be happy rugby fans. I think. Some people won't be happy. Some people are never happy, to be fair. And that's it. What was quite interesting, though, was TJ Perenara being penalised for talking to the referee. That's obviously something that they're clamping down a lot on these days, which, it needs to be reined in. It's always been a trademark thing, especially when it comes to scrum halves, that they are quite on the edge. They are quite lippy. It's kind of a bit of it's something that people enjoy, to be fair. Everybody enjoys a scrum half that has a bit of chat and is annoying. That's kind of all that's been, always has been. But they are now clamping down on it, which they probably have to. Again, there's a difference between talking to the referee and abuse. And Perenara got pinged for it, which is fair enough. It'll be interesting to see how that kind of sets precedent, which is good to see. I do think we need to move away from all the players being able to speak to the referee. Again, there's a difference between speaking to the referee and shouting and abusing the referee, and that was very much what Andrew Brace felt, that he was not being spoken to in the correct fashion, but TJ Perenara did penalise him. So there was an interesting aspect of it. So yeah, so lots going on there. The last thing I want to talk about is that SA Rugby have submitted a complaint to World Rugby. And it's an interesting one, because they have submitted a complaint, basically, after the uncontested scrums against the Wallabies. Now, we've got another video coming out on this, which has got a bit more information. I think it's Hendrik Corneer has written an article about it. Going to be very interesting to see what comes of it. It's basically what's happened is that SA Rugby have submitted an inquiry and asked, how did it all come to be that there was uncontested scrums? Because Joe Schmidt basically admitted afterwards that Angus Bell could have come back on the field, but they elected not to bring him on. And as a result, it was uncontested scrums for about half an hour of that second half, which completely depowered any chance that, I suppose either side, but more the Boks, because they felt they had the momentum, had of using the scrum as a set-piece weapon. Basically, as soon as you got a scrum, it was just turning the ball, basically having a quick tap, but you have to get all 8 forwards involved in the scrum, so you get all that space. So it nullified one of the key parts of the Boks game. And now there's an inquiry about, well, how did this happen? Why did this happen? How do we prevent it happening again? I think that's the main thing. It's not so much that it happened. We won the game, we got a bonus point, cool. But does this now provide a template for teams to use? Where they might now go and say, well, listen, if we're in a situation, I'm not going to say that everyone's going to start faking HIAs, for example, and faking concussions. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not going to go down that route. But if the laws can be manipulated with regards to if you do get maybe an HIA and then an injury to your replacement prop, and it's very easy to sit there saying, all right, cool, we'll take uncontested scrums, that once again takes away from the scrum, which is already being targeted at the moment. We are seeing laws that are kind of depowering the scrum, and it just sets a dangerous precedent. So I think the investigation is more about, we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I think, to be fair, that incident probably highlighted why scrums are still so important and why we still really like them. And it's why we like rugby union versus league. Some people like both, and it's fair enough. But one of the hallmarks of union is the set piece. It is the different sizes and body types of players. It is a Frans Malherbe being in the same team as a Kirkley Arendse, who's in the same team as an Eben Etzebeth. Different body frames and types and stuff like that, all play the same sport on the same field at the same time with different roles. That's what we love so much about rugby union, is that there's just so many different aspects of the game, and people got different jobs, and everybody can play and stuff like that, and so inclusive, etc. And if we start taking away the scrum, we're going to stop seeing your Frans Malherbes and maybe your Oxen Chairs. We're gonna stop seeing your Ben Tamafuma, the captain of Tonga, who's an absolute legend, but he's like 150 kgs, for example. You're gonna stop seeing these players playing rugby, and that's gonna be a sad day. So it's an interesting one, and I think it'll be interesting to see what the response, if there's a response that comes from any sort of investigation, because technically, World Rugby can't send a two-liner saying, "No, this is what happens. This is why it happened. Off you go." They can't. They don't have to suddenly launch a massive investigation unless there is enough evidence or to sort of warrant it. So we wait and find out, but I thought I'd just sort of mention that as well. As we wrap up, so we're going to wrap up there. And we've spoken about a lot. We've spoken about the referee stuff like that. I'm seeing a lot of, I know we haven't got to the comments too much. I know a lot of people having a lot of debates in the comments, for example. And again, what's interesting is that, so many people are telling me I'm wrong, with my opinion, whilst other people are agreeing with the opinion. Other people have got even a third opinion. So it's all about the different opinions that everybody's got. It's about the conversation, isn't it? Again, the fact that some people think that certain laws are in effect and some certain laws apply shows you that interpretation is a major part of the game. And we can debate this in the cars from home. Wait until Nigel Owens does his video in and amongst a bunch of cows on his farm, talking about some of the main incidents, and when he does discuss it, and he has, and I actually don't think that it's actually added a lot of value, to be honest, a lot of those things, because I think a lot of that's created a lot of confusion, and again feeds into kind of that sort of the ref bashing and the ref abuse online. But anyway, we're going to move on from that. We will be live once again tomorrow. As mentioned, SUS will not be named as a side tomorrow. The Springboks side will be named on Thursday morning, as will the All Blacks side. I think this is going to be the first time that the Boks will announce their side after their opposition since before the British National Line series. So that's first time in about 3 years, at least, that I think we will name our side after the opposition, which is very, very interesting. The reasons being, who knows? Maybe we're going to bring a few surprises, and we don't want them to be able to pay for it. We wait and see. We will have a predicted team out tomorrow, as well as some more news videos throughout the week, and we'll obviously have press conferences coming to you during the week. So we'll have there's no Bok press conference tomorrow. So the first Bok press conference will be on Wednesday on the channel. We will, however, have some New Zealand content for you tomorrow, and we'll have content from Cape Town throughout the week, including all the post-match stuff as well. On your way out, please do like the video, because there was up to 500 people watching. We've got less than 100 likes, so please do like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're new. We are trying to get to that 80,000 subscriber mark, on the way to 100,000 very much down the line, and so it's baby steps, but you guys can become part of that journey by just clicking 2 buttons. Really, it costs you absolutely nothing, and it means a lot to us. But yeah, people very much hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Today we're going to be talking about off the field antics, and something I thought I had to get out. Because it needs to be a response. And it was an incident last week, which happened on Sens Radio, which I'm sure is pretty well documented and most of you will know about, because it's a show done by Scotty Stevenson and Israel Dag. And about a week ago, I think it was last week Wednesday, last week Tuesday, they responded to a Rassie Erasmus press conference last week and said some pretty shocking things. And this was sort of met with quite an uproar, for example. There was a demand for an apology. There was an apology promised. There was an apology that came, an apology. We'll talk about that apology, as well as a response. After the comments about Rassie Erasmus, has promised a response from Rassie Erasmus himself. So we're going to kind of go through it all and make sure we get everything very correct with regards to what was said, what wasn't said, and then just my general feelings about the entire situation. So before we do that, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so about a week ago, An episode came out from Sens Radio, and they took a pop at Rassie Erasmus back on their show with regards to his demeanor and appearance in the press conference. And I'm going to say that appears very, very deliberately. Now, first of all, we got to go really get into exactly what was said and what wasn't said. So basically, what was happening on the show, Scotty Stevenson, whose nickname, by the way, is Sumo, because of his weight issues when he was a child, and he's actually gone through quite a well-documented weight loss trend, and is no longer as large as he once was. But that is where his nickname came from. Important for later. And Israel Dak spoke about Rassie Erasmus during the press conference last week. Now, what's very, very important to note is that Rassie Erasmus has had lots of health issues over the last few years, lots of them. And he's had to talk about the fact he's got he had chronic illness, for example, which had issues with his sort of windpipe, for example. He put on a lot of weight, and he really struggled with his health a lot of the times. And he's still not, nothing confirmed, for example, what the situation is currently, but he's had a lot of health issues, which has been pretty well documented. He's been quite upfront with it. He's talked about the fact that he had to sell the players, for example, because he was, you could see physically he just wasn't looking healthy. And he sort of fluctuate. We've seen over the past few years where at times he's not looked great at press conferences, for example. Other times looked a lot better. So he is somebody that goes to health issues, and you can see he kind of ebbs and flows. There are good days, bad days, good weeks, bad weeks. Evidently whatever's happening behind the scenes is not bad enough for him to stop coaching, for example. You can see he's still loving it. And last week, especially in that press conference, whilst maybe not looking as healthy as maybe he has previously, he was in a good mood. He was in a great mood, in fact. He was laughing, he was joking, and you can see with a man who, from a mental point of view, was in a good space. You can see he was very comfortable in himself, he was very comfortable in the environment, he was really enjoying it. And frustrating then to get the criticism that he got, or the comments that he received from the two in that radio show. Now, first of all, the big reason they're having pop at him was the BITDEFENDER being named, or not being named, and then essentially being named on the bench. For two supposed broadcasters, if they'd actually bothered to listen, for example, because they were basically saying that BITDEFENDER was never injured and that's just mind games, despite the fact that Rassie Erasmus, in his first press conference after naming the team, spoke about the fact that BITDEFENDER could yet still feature, mentioned him multiple times. They also, by the way, then said that it was a straight-up lie that he was going to be on the bench and he'd definitely be starting, which he didn't do. So, in terms of lies, one versus the other. And then, this was the issue that they then said. They spoke about his demeanor. And they said as follows. It says, the games this guy's played, this is Scotty Stevenson, by the way, there's a part of me that says, well played, sir, but there's another part of you that just gets sick. And the one thing I noticed the press conference this week and the video coverage is it just me, or was Rusty looking every day more like Baron Harkonnen, leader of House Harkonnen in from Dune? Like, seriously, what's going on? How much Clippies and Coke has he been on? And now, supposedly, he was referencing the demeanor, and he also made a comparison to Jabba the Hutt, saying he looks like Jabba the Hutt. The way he sits up the top there in his own sort of palace and sort of looks out as sort of subjects. That was kind of the reference. Now, if you go and break down every word for word, doesn't say directly that he looks like Jabba the Hutt, for example, or even necessarily that he literally looks like, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen and the likes, who is not a small person at the slightest. Now, the fact that you're suddenly referencing two very well-known, very large individuals is pretty straightforward, that you are referencing the weight. Even the sort of the brandy and Coke reference would be, I think more insinuating actually the way his behavior rather than his weight. But then very literally says, he looks older, doesn't he? And that's very important because a week later, after being asked by an apology, and I think it was Jared Wright, Planet Rugby, who actually wrote to Sens Radio saying this is not on, should be an apology, gave the context, for example, the health issues, and yesterday they issued an apology, or this morning rather, in the early hours over in New Zealand. And as you would think, Scotty Stevenson, who thinks he's phenomenally funny, did a whole sort of apology where he apologized to Star Wars and Dune fans for the unfair comparison between Rassie Erasmus, Jabba the Hutt, and Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. And said that, and then basically implied that how dare anybody go after Rassie Erasmus, Lord Rassie Erasmus, for example, you can't touch him, and the likes. Here's the issue, guys, and again, Israel Dak, somebody who has, by the way, opened up about the mental health challenges he had to overcome after playing. You got Scotty Stevenson, for example, who was, critiqued for his weight for years and years and years, has the nickname Sumo for that reason, and had lost all the weight. And you are now sitting there having a pop at someone's appearance and demeanor who has got documented health issues. Whether or not you want to have a pop about the mind games, for example, and just naming the team early, and if you want to lie about the fact that Rassie didn't say that Eben was going to play, go for it. But there's a line that shouldn't be crossed, and they crossed it. And then the apology is not an apology at the end of the day. And they're sitting there thinking that they are tremendously funny. And you can just see the snickering in the studio, like that classic 17-year-old type of school kid that just never really grew up. And that's what we're seeing. And it's frustrating, especially, I'd say, from Israel Dak, an ex-player who's gone through, his own battles, somebody's got, and to go after someone who's, this is not somebody who is health-wise okay. Rassie Erasmus struggled. And he's put in a brave face, and that whole concept of how dare we go after him because everybody's going to protect him. Of course, you're going to fucking protect him. This is somebody who's delivered more for the country than either of those two could ever dream of doing for New Zealand. He has delivered 2 World Cups, a British and Irish Lions series. He's delivered rugby championships. He's created moments that have united this country. He might be one of the most liked South Africans of all time. And he's done it with humility. He's done it the right way. He's been a champion for transformation. I mean, he has done so much for sport. I struggle to think of people who've done more for South African sport than Rassie Erasmus. So first of all, yes, we're going to protect him. How dare you make comments like that without understanding the context, then get given the context and still double down on your takes. Low as low, low as low. And Sens Radio itself, should hang its head in shame with regards to how they've treated this whole matter. And then Rassie Erasmus himself has responded, saying as follows. There is the tweet. I'll make it a little bit bigger so you can read it. Saying, hi, Izzy and Scotty, and tags at Sens Breakfast. Hope you guys are doing well. Nice to see Izzy involved in a podcast, man. Really happy that the tough times are behind you. Making the reference to all the mental health issues that Israel Dak struggled with and he opened up about. Somebody who you might think would be very aware about what comments can do and how important mental health is. Apparently not. And then said, Scotty, I'm not sure if it is the sumo. I know if it is you, look great and healthy, man. Lekker, Rassie. Now, obviously there is a reference to sumo's weight there. A lot of people say there is a reference saying if it is the sumo, I know. But obviously he was a large person. And then if it is you, look great and healthy. Now, I mean, it's a classy response. Yes, I think there's a slight bit of a dig to him. But at the end of the day, you've got 2 people who've gone after him, and Rassie Erasmus come out and said, is he great to see that your mental health is good, and Scott looking healthy, and well done. Very clearly trying to be the big person whilst addressing the issues. Now, Rassie Erasmus, there's a lot of Rassie Erasmus that I don't agree with. But I mean, for example, just sort of shows you the type of person he is. And there's 2 things you can be into this. One, it does bother him. The comments bothered him. He wouldn't have done this post if it didn't bother him. Which means congratulations, Scotty and Israel Dak. You made, pops at a guy's appearance, which is health related, and it's affecting him. So congratulations, gold medal to you. You really got inside the head of a man who's got health issues and struggling. Congratulations to you. Massive, massive big ups to you, you pricks. Second of all, for example, though, that he is not going to stoop to the level to, he's learned from the past where sometimes he's maybe said things which are towing the line, and he's going to say, right, well, I'm going to address the issue and just say, guys, don't worry, basically. To the fans, don't worry. We're going to focus on one thing, and that's beating All Blacks for the 4th time in a row. That's what we're going to focus on. And it's so sad that in a week where, and if you go back and look at some of the videos we did last week, the interaction we've seen between the All Black fans and South African fans have been fantastic. The interaction between the coaches, Scott Robertson talking about, how Rassie Erasmus is such a good example of, the best coach in the world. Rassie Erasmus talking about how good Razor is. The respect that you see, at least, went in a whole rant about the relationship he's got with Artie Severe. This is such a respected rivalry And then you've got pricks like Israel Dag and Scotty Stevenson, who I will call them that because that's where I am with them currently. Who then go and sort of create that kind of rhetoric, which is really sad, especially because last week, got to know a lot of the New Zealand media, had long conversations, for example, with Jamie Wall, who's down here, and really, really enjoyed the interaction. And then you get issues like this. So I think the big thing is obviously from a saving perspective is that people are doing this to bait you. Ben Smith, for example, his tweets are to bait you. And I mean, he's in the mud at the moment, like horrendously. And he can continue to sit there saying that he's undefeated against SA Twitter because, that's his big thing. But at the end of the day, we've got to address these issues, call people out, and then stick together and move on. Thought to just break it down because a lot of people were asking me about the whole thing. I had people messaging me saying, what's going on? Why is this Rusty retweeting, for example? And obviously people haven't seen the whole sort of progression of events. So we've done the progression of events. Hopefully this is now a bit of a sort of a line in the sand moment from Rusty Erasmus, and we're going to move into a new test week because there's so much more to talk about. We're now talking about the Freedom Cup being on the line on Saturday. Potentially the Rugby Championship could be wrapped up this weekend. So much to talk about this week. We're going to be covering all of that, obviously, as well. So smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Very, very interesting news with SA Rugby having officially submitted a complaint to World Rugby regarding the situation that created uncontested scrums between South Africa and Australia in the second test in Australia between the two teams, where 3 Australian props were replaced due to injuries and HRAs, which meant that uncontested scrums were used for the rest of the game. And Australia effectively had an extra sort of loose forward type in that fact that they had 2 hookers on the field, as well as a full contingent of loose forwards, and basically sort of took away any chance that South Africa had of really using that scrum dominance. They've officially lodged a complaint with World Rugby, who will now have to investigate the claims made by SA Rugby. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, according to a report which came out yesterday, SA Rugby have apparently made a formal request to World Rugby to investigate the Australian injuries that led to uncontested scrums in the Rugby Championship. Basically, what happened is that during that clash in Perth a couple of weeks ago, or about almost a month ago actually, there were uncontested scrums after Angus Bell and James Slipper were lost to injury before Alan Alatua also went off injured. And basically, with Angus Bell and James Slipper having been injured, both them being loose forwards, for example, and then Alan Alatua, who's a tight head but probably could play at loose head as well, they were left with only 1 prop, and neither of their hookers were are trained or officially can play in either of the prop positions. As a result, there were no uncontested scrums. So basically what happened is that Angus Bell started the game, and he went off during the halftime break, and James Slipper then came on and suffered an HRA and had to be moved from the match as well. Now, in terms of what happens with the replacement, so for example, a player that has been taken off can return to the field unless they are an injury replacement. A player that has been taken off and declared an injury replacement can therefore not return to the field, especially when it comes to HRAs. Now, the frustration about this is that James Slipper literally left a minute after Oxenchair Malcolm Marx went off for Johan Krobler, came on for Johan Krobler and Jan Hendrik Wessels. So we kind of had unleashed, the first sort of start of the bomb squad. Then James Slipper went off, and as a result, we suddenly did not have any uncontested scrums. Now, Joe Schmidt afterwards spoke about the fact that basically saying that Angus Bell probably could have continued in terms of if this was a Rugby World Cup final, for example, and they were so desperate to win, then they might not have declared an injury replacement. Now, what's very important about this is that he was termed a injury replacement. If he was just termed a tactical replacement, for example, or whatever, he might be able to come. He would be allowed to come back on. As soon as you turn them an injury replacement, and especially when it comes to HIAs, for example, then that player may not return. So I think that's probably the important part. So it wasn't a case of, he was sitting on the bench and they suddenly went, we can send him back on, but we can't, but we don't want to. They couldn't send him back on because they had declared him an injury replacement. because there was an injury. And I think, probably sort of one of those long-term type things where you kind of look at the player and you think, well, he's a very important player. He's had lots of injuries before. It's not worth risking him. Again, World Cup final situation, they might not term him necessarily an injury replacement, given the fact that, he might have been able to have continued. And both Alan and Angsbar actually will be back and play against Argentina. Now, according to the article on Planet Rugby, it says that World Rugby has laws in place to penalise teams for creating a situation where uncontested scrums are necessary, but they do not come into play when HRAs are involved. And that is why, and therefore Australia were able to continue the match as a result of it. Apparently, the Springboks, however, are very sceptical about the validity of the Wallabies players' injuries and have made requests about the events. Apparently, the report states that the Springboks camp reviewed what occurred and decided to officially make the request through SA Rugby to World Rugby. It says it further states that Australia will now have to submit medical records to prove that all 3 players did have head injuries to prove their innocence in the matter, with SA Rugby effectively suggesting that it was a ploy to remove the scrums. It says, while World Rugby do have independent doctors at all international matches to review head injury cases, the report states that it is the home union that appoints that doctor. World Rugby, Rugby Australia and SANZAR did not respond to the request, apparently, for comment. Apparently, World Rugby has stated that they're aware of the incident with a source from within the governing body saying SA Rugby has been asked for a submission and the working group will consider together with any other submissions. So in terms of what's going to happen is that basically World Rugby will definitely investigate, I think, is what we are getting at. The fact that a submission has been made by SA Rugby, World Rugby will now investigate. Now, why is this important? Now, first of all, I'm not a massive fan in terms of questioning validity. I think that's a very murky road. It's almost questioning the integrity of team stuff like that, which I'm not a massive fan of. And you don't want to be in a situation where that is the case. It obviously was a massive part of the game because of how effective the Springbok scrum can be. We saw it against Ireland in that try and Loftus, for example. It's been one of the major sort of weapons of the Boks, and they kind of brought on two of their best scrummagers in Malcolm Mark. Knox and Chase is one of the best scrummagers in the world, and suddenly an uncontested scrum. So you understand the frustration. Now, I think the main thing about this is, as long as you get the clarity, for example, and it is confirmed, for example, that there were HRAs and that this was all by the book procedure and that uncontested scrums were the only way it could have ended, then in theory, happy days. I think the main thing is to make sure that this doesn't become a repeat in the future, is that we don't see other teams kind of learning from this and sort of saying, oh, so maybe we can kind of manipulate the laws to get to the point where you've got uncontested scrums, for example, to the benefit of that team who might not be able to match certain team scrums. So that's kind of that's why this is a thing, for example, and why there is an inquiry and why it is so important for them to sort of figure this out. So yeah, it's interesting to see if there is a formal address, for example, that comes from World Rugby, whether it is kind of acknowledged, investigated, and findings are released. Again, I'm not a massive fan of having the investigation, but again, if there is cause and there is reason for it to look like that, then ask the question. That is kind of the main thing. So wait and see. I want to know what you guys think. Is this a slippery slope with regard to being able to do investigations? Do you think this is is this a legitimate investigation? Do you think it's a good thing that they are asking for it? Again, the main thing is, how do we prevent this from the future? How do we get situations where we don't have uncontested scrums because the scrums are so important to World Rugby or to rugby union in general, and in a time when scrums are kind of being taken away from the game to a certain degree with regards to some of the new laws, we then want to make sure that we make sure we've got scrums everywhere else where we can. For example, the fact that we've removed scrums from a free kick is a bit of a crap rule. And deep punish scrums, now if we start seeing more and more situations where uncontested scrums are a thing, we're going to get fewer and fewer scrums. Scrums are going to start becoming less part of the game, and that's kind of what we're trying to prevent. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And a press release from SA Rugby has officially clarified the events that happened on Saturday, where the All Blacks haka was interrupted by music, fireworks and a flyover of an Emirates A380 which has caused quite a bit of stir. And was a bit of a blight on what was otherwise a tremendously cool day in terms of, the celebration of, 30 years of democracy, it being shown on SABC, for example. There was a tribute to late Maori King by the All Blacks, a really cool haka. Everything was really cool, and by all accounts, the atmosphere was absolutely electric. You look at the videos and the feedback you get, and apparently the entire occasion was absolutely tremendous. But the one blight was the issue that came with the interruption of the haka. And SA Rugby has released a statement, first of all, apologising for the incident and also clarifying why it happened. And as usual, there was a very measured and very normal reason, and for me, an acceptable reason, human error at the end of the day on why it happened, and very much not deliberate, I think, is the main thing. Now, before you go into the rest, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So, if you saw it, basically what happened is that there was a whole lot of pre-match ritual stuff that basically happened. There was shaking the hands with a whole bunch of foreign dignitaries, for example, for both teams, then the anthems, and then there was a prayer for the Maori King in New Zealand, which happened before the haka. Now, the problem with that is that there was a whole sort of pre-planned schedule, which included the iconic flyover that we see when we play against the All Blacks at Ellis Park. And previously, it has been FlySAF, for example, who done it. This time, it was Emirates, who flew over with an A380 over the stadium. Now, unfortunately, in terms of the timing, basically, the idea was that when the All Blacks sort of haka was going to be finished, music would play, and was Sister Bettina, which is kind of what we've gotten used to in having this in that sort of previous before kickoff. It's kind of a bit of a South African ritual now to play it before, and then there was a bunch of fireworks and a whole bunch of sort of different flamethrowers and pyrotechnics, which were all scheduled for when the flyover would happen. Now, because it's a flyover, it's kind of predetermined, it's pre-planned, down to the final minute. So you would have had a schedule, basically, of teams out, anthem starting at this time, haka this time, flyover this time, kickoff. And it would have been really, really sort of set to the minute, because you can't obviously just say, all right, cool, we're kind of ready for the flyover and have this plane flying around in circles, because, it's airspace and that kind of thing gets quite complicated. So it had to be planned very, very carefully and very... And it had to be then executed very accurately. Now, the problem was that some of the stuff ran a bit late, and as a result, the flyover ended up happening because of the into the haka, and because of that, the crowd erupted, and apparently that's why the sound person then started playing the music. So, basically, this is the apology that's been issued by SA Rugby. And Rian Olberholzer has said the following. He said, I apologized in person and have written to the New Zealand Rugby Football Union to formally express our regret and apologize for what happened. He said, it was never the intention to schedule any activities that would coincide with such an iconic moment of any test match against the All Blacks. That it occurred was a result of timekeeping challenges and simple human error. In the confusion, the crowd's excited cheering was mistaken to have marked the conclusion of the haka by an unsighted sound engineer who restarted the music program. It is highly regrettable, but in no way deliberate. He said that Israel was distressed about the breach of protocol and the apparent display of lack of respect it might have suggested. And he said as follows. He said, we hold dear the values and traditions of the game. The unfortunate events in no way represent any lack of respect that South Africa Rugby holds for the significance and history of the haka. We will ensure such errors cannot be repeated. And it won't be repeated on Saturday, because first of all, we've got no flyover to worry about. And obviously now you're going to be very, very cautious about the entire thing. So, there's been a lot of backlash, and a lot of South Africans fans were coming up saying they didn't really enjoy the fact, obviously you can't control the crowd. If there's crowd interaction or singing or booing, whatever, that's kind of uncontrollable, but, you can't be having music and pyrotechnics all sort of happening whilst the haka's coming to a close, which kind of ruined a bit of the aura of it. But again, it was a pretty reasonable explanation. The flyover was, pre-planned. The timing was wrong. The crowd saw the plane, went electric. Apparently, the sound engineer then took that to mean that the end of the haka was finished and pressed the music. I mean, for me, you'd think that he'd be waiting for if he's unsighted, for example, you'd think he'd be waiting for a cue, to sit there and say, right, it's done, go. So it's a comedy of errors, really. At the end of the day, it was not deliberate. These things do happen. I think everybody who thinks it was deliberate, I think is obviously just not paying really attention to what happened. But it's an unfortunate incident. So it hasn't put to bed, hopefully. And again, it won't happen this weekend. But I don't think we must let this take away from what has been such a cool occasion. And it's sad that, referee sort of mistakes and off-the-ball stuff's kind of clouding over what is a phenomenal day of rugby. So maybe not the best game, maybe a bit scrappy at times, but how close, the two best teams arguably in the world, for example, going toe-to-toe, an epic comeback, an incredible atmosphere. All you see in the media saying it's just incomparable in terms of what you see happening like in Ellis Park compared to what you see in New Zealand. So we need to really appreciate the fact and note that there were maybe errors, but I think overall big ups to Ellis Park who put on a really, really good event on Saturday. And now we can move on. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for a world ranking update. Good time to be a South African fan because the gap at the top is only getting bigger with the current sort of streak that we're currently going on. It was sort of cut down with that loss against Ireland, but having finally beaten a side which is basically, within the top sort of 5-6, means we can actually gain ranking points. Both the games against Portugal and Australia were basically worth nothing to the Boks in terms of progressing up or adding to their world ranking points because of how low those teams are ranked. But we have now taken on the All Blacks. We have obviously won, and the world rankings have officially been updated for that. And the big thing about it is that when you're on the top, it's difficult to stay on the top because a single loss, obviously, from anybody below you cuts your ranking quite hectically. And obviously, sort of the lower rank the team that beats you, the bigger the drop. So, for example, you're going to Argentina very soon, who are currently ranked 7th. That could be a potential banana peel because, first of all, I expect Springboks to rotate. Second of all, Argentina's not bad. Yes, they lost to Australia. I don't know quite how they managed to do that because they were so comfortable at one stage and looking so good. But so a victory, for Argentina over there would see South Africa potentially crumble and plunge down this world ranking side. But we don't need to worry about that just yet. So let's have a look at the world rankings, and we're going to start with what they looked like a week ago. So going into the weekend, or the game weekend, this is what they looked like. So you can see South Africa 93.11 points, 92.12, New Zealand down 88.71, then France, England, Argentina at 6, Scotland at 7, Italy at 8, Australia at 9, Fiji at 10. So Australia, I tell you what, it was at one stage at risk of actually slipping outside the top 10. And obviously there was no sort of rugby 2 weeks ago, so there was no sort of update between any of these from the one week to the next. But however, there has been an update since then because this is now what it looks like. So first things first, as you can see, Scotland have risen up to 6th as a result of Argentina having fallen down to 7th, whilst Australia have actually gone back up to 8th, with Italy going down to 9 because of that win. Obviously, being in Argentina, it would have been an away win as well, so they would have got more points. But from a South African perspective, from 93.11, we rise to 93.37. So it just sort of gives us a bit more of a cushion about the likes of Ireland and New Zealand. Now, if we were to win again this weekend, I believe there will be more points on offer. However, when we go across to Argentina and when we're at home to them, for example, probably won't have ranking points on offer. But a win this weekend would put us firmly in sort of that number 1 spot going into the end of year tour, where obviously we'll be playing all the games away. And as a result, we'll have more sort of potential points to gain. However, not playing the strongest sides. I believe it's England, Scotland, and I want to say Wales are our end of season fixtures. And as you can see, England down 5th, Scotland at 6th, whereas outside the top 10 doesn't really help us much. We're not playing Ireland, not playing France. So that doesn't really help us. But you can only, at the end of the day, play, what's in front of you. Now, the big thing about it is how much do we take into consideration the rankings? Now, I think at the end of the day, when you look at the rankings, do they reflect the best teams in the world? And I look at these rankings and I think they do. I think that South Africa is the best side in the world. We've won the World Cup. We've beaten Ireland 1-1, in that series. We've now beaten New Zealand as well. yes, at home, for example, which some people say is obviously a lot easier, but at the end of the day, we've got the job done, and that's the main thing. And continues starting to evolve. For example, beat Australia twice away as well. Yes, not a particularly good Australian side, but we did do it. I do think that the top 3 teams, South Africa, Ireland, and then France and New Zealand, after those 2, probably the best sides in the world. Those 4. I think England at the moment, difficult to sort of really say. I think that at the moment they're 5th due to that World Cup campaign, which is maybe slightly lucky, in terms of the draw and stuff like that. Definitely showed a little bit of progress during the Six Nations. Scotland, and then it's Argentina. I think Argentina are a better side than 7th, but because the problem with Argentina is that they've got that loss in them, like this weekend. I don't know how they lost. They should never have lost this Australian side. Scored some good tries, had some very good dominant moments. At one stage, it looked like they were going to absolutely cream Australia. So to have lost that was a bit mind-boggling. Australia, again, they're starting to rise. So coming up to 8th, for example, they are getting slowly better. But I think there's a marked drop-off at the moment between the top 4, even 5, and then kind of the rest. But I do think it's fairly reflective of where we are within World Rugby at the moment. New Zealand taking on Ireland end of the year, that's going to be an absolute cracker. Because I think if New Zealand were to go over and beat Ireland, then that would be huge for New Zealand in terms of proving that they are the 2nd best team in the world at the moment. Look, if they go and beat South Africa on Friday, on Saturday rather, then there's an argument for them that they could potentially still be the best, or at least one of the best teams in the world. So plenty on the line in the next few months. At the moment, this weekend, it's can Argentina, fend off Australia, because they could potentially even be at risk of actually going even further and losing that place to Australia. South Africa, obviously, being on top, we can't bet our position, but we can certainly let it weaken a lot if Australia, if New Zealand were to beat us away, especially if they were to beat us by 15 points, which I don't think will happen, but could happen. You can't rule out these things, because some of these things can sort of happen. But let me know what you think. Do you think these world rankings are pretty reflective? How much do you sort of weigh them up? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Em môi là quá quá làm.
Look at just the effect and leader from the sideline. That's someone.
Just come back a bit, guys.
Outside. Outside, bro. Outside. 2-5. 2-5. You got 3-1. If you win the next two, then we go tiebreaker. 2-2. You're going to win the next two, though.
And disappointed I am to have lost the first round. But Stevie, let's jump now straight into the rugby championship. And let's start off with obviously the massive one, the biggest rugby game of the year and the biggest rugby fixture that there is in the world. South Africa versus New Zealand at Ellis Park. It's just everything you
rugby heritage.
want it to be. Rugby heritage. And it lived up to the hype, right? 31 points to 27, Springboks winning, not without its controversy though.
Yeah, look, I mean, and from the occasion, from all accounts, despite that little bit of a mishap when it came to the end of the haka and the plane flying over, etc., by all accounts, an incredible day out. I've heard so many good things. Apparently, the atmosphere was phenomenal. The New Zealand media were saying that people don't understand how unique it is. They said that you don't get atmospheres like that in New Zealand. You just don't. And they said that apparently the bus system worked really well. Apparently there's a lot of security. Apparently a couple of issues with the road closures, but the actual security, the vibe around the stadium, apparently people felt a lot better. That they had the incident 2 years ago when we had that game where there was a lot of crime stuff happening outside. Apparently they really upped the ante with regards to the organizational and security part and access to the stadium. So. 2 years ago, I think, I'd wondered if we might have seen, the last game in a long time at Ellis Park because of the issues they had. But it sounds like they really did take their lessons from there and learn from them. So a phenomenal occasion and then a match worthy of it. And maybe not the most. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because some people talking about, it wasn't the best game in terms of, quite a few errors, for example, lots of penalties from a New Zealand perspective. But I mean, you look at a game like that, 4 points in it, coming from behind, all the drama. This is the kind of game you want. I don't need to watch a very clean, no errors, 45-10 victory. I want to watch a game which has the small moments and it does kind of ebb and flow and stuff like that. So it's exactly for me what Test rugby should be like.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we've become used to seeing almost flawless games like these in recent times. You think back to almost the France-South Africa game, the New Zealand-Ireland game, both at the World Cup and the World Cup, then our World Cup final with New Zealand, then our tests with Ireland. They remind me of games that I don't really remember one team making a lot of mistakes, where it felt like in this game there were actually quite a few mistakes being made, but from both sides, and which made it that frustration, like kind of trying to pull your hair out scenarios. And Yeah, I mean, I was certain that the Boks were going on to lose that one. It just looked like it was written in the stars, just mistake after mistake, and we felt like we weren't getting some of the calls, particularly in the first half. But managed to get out on top, and winners win. So that is all done. But let's jump into the two big TMO decisions. And I first want to start and then hear your opinion, because I haven't heard it yet, on the Bongi and Bonambi try. Are you saying try or no try?
So it's an interesting one, because yesterday I did my live stream. We kind of looked at it, and it's such an interesting one. So Jared Wright who writes on Planet Rugby, he apparently did a whole deep dive, and there's a whole flow chart, for example, when it comes to these kind of things. And does he lose control? Is there separation? Is it forward, etc., etc. And apparently had his work checked by an independent, an elite level referee at the moment. And according to that, they reckon the try should stand. Because it was basically backwards, dislodged by Geordie Barrett, never travelled forward out of the hands, for example, of Bongi Mbonambi on his own will, for example, and there was grounding, and therefore the try should stand. Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. When I initially thought it probably shouldn't have been a try. I thought even when I was looking yesterday, yeah, the only thing I'd say to him is the fact that the argument that Geordie Barrett knocks it out of his hands, for example, and backwards, I suppose, off of Geordie Barrett rather than forwards off of him, because for me, I think there is slightly separation. I think it does travel a bit forward, but I think the fact that obviously it gets knocked out of his hands or knocked backwards, that's probably what would say isn't. So according to that analysis, apparently it is a try. I wouldn't have been sitting there up in arms if they had looked at it very quickly afterwards and said, no, it was a knock-on and the try wasn't awarded, for example.
Yeah, obviously, everyone only saw the separation in the replay, and I was actually one of the only people that was saying, no, it's still a try in the moment, to say, because my thought is that on any other part of the field, if that happens and you look into it, it's a knock-on from Geordie Barrett, and that's what you play South Africa scrum. But often in other parts of the field, you wouldn't have the time to actually go back to see that it was Geordie Barrett who knocked it on. So generally, it's actually called the Bongi Mbonambi knock-on, because you don't really you wouldn't look at a knock-on with a TMO review, right? But I think, for me, the hard fact is that Geordie Barrett's hand knocks it out backwards into Bongi's chest. The ball goes down onto the ground, and then Bongi force places it on the ground. So for me, I thought it was a try at the time, but I can understand, I think, as you said, 9 times out of 10, they probably aren't given, you don't see them very often. But then obviously the big one, of course, and was on the other end of the park, and I guess it made it perhaps somewhat equal, that it felt like it happened to both teams. But the Maul try from New Zealand, with also supposedly another error from the referee.
Yeah, that for me, I think is quite clearly not a try. I think it's far easier to look at it in terms of what we call double banking. A lot of people talking about, I've never heard of this. Well, it's just the phrase that we use, that some people tend to use to explain it. But it is very clearly obstruction. You can see that it's Tua Lomax gets in front of Artie Severe, and Artie Severe never takes the first sort of contact in the maul. Yeah. That I think was pretty clearly not a try. Probably far easier to award. And I think the main frustration, even with the first thing, is it just never felt like the TMOs were looking at it. Some people are saying that apparently the TMO had looked at, they're assuming that the TMO had looked at the Bongi Mbonambi one and it had no issue. All it takes is Andrew Brace saying, the TMO's checked it and he's happy with it. That's all you have to say. That one sentence just to allay all fears that it has been looked at and it's been cleared.
Yeah.
I think we didn't get that sort of confirmation either in the second try, where we went to the referee and said, "Is that not obstruction?" And the referee waved him away. And again, there was no listen, Sia, I've asked, the TMO has looked at it and he's happy with it. I think that's where the frustration is coming. Even with the Sat came, where apparently they had looked at it, it just didn't feel like they'd given either of the incidents the time it required. And they are trying to speed up the play, and they are trying to make sure that ball and play is incredibly important. But it just feels that we're not getting the communication that it has been clearly looked at, it has been reviewed, and has been assessed and a decision has been made. And I think that I always judge a referee so much on their communication, just in general. If they always make mistakes, and whether they're making bad calls or good calls, a lot of that, even that itself, can be subjective. But for me, I look at a referee about communication. Are they clearly communicating to the captains, to the teams? Are they making their decisions very clear? Because then you understand what's being officiated, what's been looked at, and why decisions are being made. And I think when we don't have that clarity, and we don't have, those communication being shared with us, then that's where the issue comes. Because now, as far as we're concerned, we think that the team maybe hasn't even looked at it and hasn't noticed it. Whereas we just need that confirmation that it has been looked at.
I just think rugby is going through a couple of growing pains at the moment, and there are two competing factors. One is that everyone has preached that the game has to be much faster. Everyone's, there was a big push for ball and play, for example. So now you're looking at that juxtaposed with getting the right type of decision out there. You don't want to see that scenario that we had in the British Lions tour where one half of rugby takes over an hour, because I think that's like the wrong end of the spectrum. But now we have competing factors where if you look at that first Bongi try, now because he didn't actually go look at it when after the replay had been showed, and now so there it's like he's trying to speed up the game. So maybe that's why that's in the back of his mind. He needs to keep the ante up, so he hasn't gone to go look at it. And then as a result, New Zealand are complaining. Sasha's clock, he thinks maybe it stopped because they've broken the line, and now Sasha misses the shot clock and misses 2 points. If Springboks lose that game by 1 point, I think there's a lot more frustration in that decision. And it's just because I think on one hand the referee's been told you got to hurry it up, and now potentially he's brushing over these points where you just need to be speaking, and then just like you do in the rugby game, time off while there's an injury, time off while I'm checking this decision for shot clock as well. I mean, they've already brought down the penalty shot clock down to 1 minute, so it's always being, they're just these competing factors for time that are kind of pulling it in two different directions.
Yeah, because the problem is, again, that at the end of the day, they were walking towards Sasha before he had started his motion quite clearly, because they were asking the referee to have a look, which meant that the clock should have reset and he should have had another 60 seconds to have taken it. So whether they would have gotten it or not, we don't know. But it's just frustrating because that definitely played a part. And he even mentioned the fact that they're busy walking up here and what's going on, and it was a bit chaotic. So you just need to take a bit more control, I think. I think also frustratingly, a lot of the fans, it seems to have been a big disconnect, literally a non-synchronization of the shot clock that the referees were using versus what we were seeing on the broadcast, which for me is a pretty easy fix, and you've got to fix that. Because now you've got every single TV fan has watched Damien McKenzie slot a kick well after the clock has gone down to zero and it's been allowed, and you're sitting there saying, well, why have we got a clock? So you either have to not show it on the broadcast and assume that it's within the time as per the referee, or if you show it on the broadcast, you have to make sure it's aligned, because that was being also an issue. The fact that the shot clocks weren't aligning, and now people are saying, well, why was he allowed to kick that?
Yeah, no, agreed. And Stevie, a bit of a lack of All Black bomb squad. We've got a stat now for the last 3 games, and essentially this whole rugby championship, no tries in the last 20 minutes in their last 3 games. So not being able to either close out their lead or make sure that they are closing out the game once they have that lead. What do you take into that? Is it the inexperience that they have? Because there have been a couple retirees, and I think the biggest ones for me come to mind, obviously, Retallick and Whitelock. That's just the core of that forward pack. But is that just inexperience that they don't have and we do?
Yeah, I think it is a big change in depth. The Springboks side is so 23-man driven now. It is not a 50-man game and then their replacements, and it's not a case. And this is what drives me at the wall. People are still sitting there saying, what does the comment was, what does Grant Williams have to do more to start? And you're sitting there going, Malcolm Marx is probably the best hooker in the world on his day, and that's very rarely not his day. And yet he periodically comes off the bench. Are you going to sit there and say Bongi Benami's a better player than him? No one's going to sit there and say that. But people see coming off different roles. So it's a similar kind of vibe. And I think the problem is that New Zealand currently don't have the depth to be able to do that. There is a marked drop-off between the starters and the replacements. And there are injuries, at the moment, for example, Ethan de Groot not being there, I think is a big drop-off there. So I think it's Marty Williams who didn't play terribly, but I think if he's coming off the bench, it's a bit better. I think, Summer Swing took a while, for example, is obviously injured. So they do have quite a few injuries, but I think the timing of the All Blacks substitutions kind of indicate that as well. They really don't want to go to their bench, which you can kind of see why, because statistically they're just not competing. There's definitely seems to be a marked drop off. Now, it's an interesting thing. People talking about, does that mean they need to go to a 6-2 split and try and add an extra forward to try and nullify? Maybe because they don't have the quality, that they need to try and add an extra player to try and cope with the Bok sort of bomb squad. Because what we saw this last weekend, a bit of a different type of vibe with BITDEFENDER coming off and a couple of injuries and stuff like that. But Albert Lowe came on to really good effect. Quagga Smith came on to really good effect, and I think that they just didn't have anybody that was like that. They didn't have anybody that came off the bench and that was like, oh, sure, but like they've actually upped the ante here. So I think that's definitely a bit of a difference in depth.
Absolutely. And Stevie, let's jump into our 3 awards that we always award after every single Springbok game. It's the Sergio Parise Award, player who is now undroppable going into the next game. It's the Bokke 2016 award, which is the highly droppable player who hasn't had the best of games. In the Carlos Spencer Award, the magic moment, the one that made everyone stand up and will, live long on the highlights reels of all rugby, fan pages to come. So let's start off with that Sergio Parise Award. We've got 3 nominations here. We've got Sasha, Apelele Fassi, and Jasper Wiese. Let's start with Sasha. Biggest game of his career by a country mile, and you could say he stepped up. I mean, I think there was even a potential shot for him to be man of the match. He was possibly a little bit chaotic with the boot out of hand and in open play, and maybe not as clinical, and a little bit guilty of trying too much. But I think, to be honest, he's been given that license, so you can't really criticize him for that. And I think that's what they want from him. But a hell of a performance.
Yeah, look, he just looks so comfortable at this level. Kicked well. And the thing is, there's going to be mistakes in this game. There's always going to be mistakes. He's 22 years old, and again, he's trying things. He doesn't always go the safe option, which we like. At the end of the day, and there was a couple of kicks maybe in open play which weren't great, and it kind of allowed us and opened us up a bit of time. So, but every single mistake he's going to make, he's going to say, "Shit, okay, I can't do that again." So the experience that we're building into him here is so invaluable. And at the end of the day, a bit like when Mike Liebach was playing last year, we just seem to be a better side because he's playing in it. And I think that's the main thing. I thought he looked so comfortable once again. It's so cool to see him just keep getting better. As is Apelele Fassi, because I spoke about last week, Apelele Fassi, I said he's been really good so far this year, but against tier 2 nations, if we're going to be brutally honest, Portugal and a weak Australian side. And this was finally the big test for Apelele Fassi, as well as the Welsh side as well. And this was the big test, and he came through with flying colours. And I think for the first time, we can probably sit back and say, cool, we're not worried about, really moving on if there's any injuries, because you obviously got Damian Willems, and some people are going as far as to say that Damian Willems doesn't, will struggle to get back into the side, which I think is nonsense. Damian Willems walks into the side tomorrow, but Fassi has become a genuine option at fullback, which is really good to see.
And also a very different player too. Willie, Damian, and Apelele all bring something very, very different. But yeah, to echo what you said, what a game from him! Kicking, dynamism, just the way he took the ball to the line, created for others. It was almost a hybrid of Willie and Damian. So I'm for him. And then of course we managed to see Jasper Wiese come back from his ban, back like he never left, just physically so strong. Meters past the contact line, and he's just an absolute bust and brought such an energy that we missed in that number 8 position. And it's, Evan Roos is now out of the squad, but Eric Lowe was, he had been decent there and came on decently, but what a man. Stevie, who gets your vote?
I'm going Jasper. I think that we were waiting to see who was going to put their hand up after 20 minutes. I think we saw 2 games from Evan Roos. We've seen a couple of games from Quagga Smith. We saw a game from Albert Lowe, and none of them were abysmal. There was never terrible games, but never really sort of anybody that went, oh, okay, there we go. And I thought he came in and within 44 minutes firmly said, yeah, listen guys, this number 8's mine. Like, nice try.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree. I think that's the fair. He is the most undroppable, and by virtue of that, earns the Sergio Parisse award.
Based on that game, I think there's one person who walked into that game, and you look back and you go, "We're not changing it." It was him.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Jasper Wiese, well done. You get the Sergio Parisse award. The Boca 2018 award, the one you really want to avoid. And there are two names that we have that have earned the nomination, unfortunately. And one was Kobus Reinach, the other one was Ben Jason Dixon. Obviously, the latter getting substituted at half time. And yeah, interested to hear your thoughts because we are massive Ben Jason Dixon stands.
Yeah, so he's just posted on Instagram. I think it was today, actually. And this is what he had to say. He said, "Honoured to have been part of another hard-fought victory with the Bok Rugby this weekend. While the team came out on top, I know I didn't have my best game out there, but that's part of the journey. Every match is a chance to learn, grow, and come back stronger. Grateful for my teammates, coach, and all the fans for the unwavering support. Excited to keep pushing forward and giving my all for this incredible team." My guy.
We love him. We do love him.
No. If you have any doubts, just back the lad. Look, I mean, to be fair, I don't think it was an appalling game. I felt sorry for. I think the offload was pretty poor. Yeah, and again, it's a combination of mistakes as well. To be fair, a combination of errors that kind of lead up to it. So yeah, I felt for him, but it wasn't his best game. He'll be back. And he'll play many games for the Springboks as well. I've got no doubt about that. Again, this is kind of what you get with the experience. You get people who are eager to impress, and they kind of sometimes can make these mistakes, which you have to allow them to do at when they're this young. Kobus Reinach, I think for me, frustrating game. I just feel that he's just not bringing anything particularly good to the table at the moment. His distribution is fine. For example, I don't feel he controlled the game as well as we'd like him to do. He doesn't bring the same sort of rush defense and the defense prowess that a Faf de Klerk brings. And I just thought it was a bit of a forgettable performance from him.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's he does the job, but you don't end up often speaking about it after the game for the right types of reasons. To be like, geez, that was something new. I think also from a defensive point of view, to an extent, you know what to expect from him, and maybe that's kind of also the job that he's been given. But yeah, it doesn't inject anything like that. I think my nomination still has to go, unfortunately, to Ben Jason. I think it's going to be harder for him to earn his way back into the side. So for me, as much as he is our boy, we got to give I think that honest feedback, and it sounds like he's willing to accept that as well. So I don't know, he gets my vote. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think I agree. He got pulled at halftime, basically, or before halftime. So a tough day in the office. Although, ironically, I wouldn't be surprised if he were to still start this weekend, and I also wouldn't be surprised if Kobus Reinach does get dropped because a certain Jaden Hendricks is back in the mix. And I think that I was watching on Saturday, I was just sitting there thinking a lot of the time, this game is so set up for Jaden Hendricks in terms of a tactical scrum off. He just reads the game, knows when to slow it down, can read the situation very well, can play what's in front of him. And I think him and Grant Williams complement each other really well.
I think we need to change the nomination because that doesn't agree with what we're going with, is who's more likely to get dropped. So I think let's go with Cook.
Yeah, but to be fair, though, I don't think it's necessarily performance-based as opposed to availability of other players-based.
Okay.
Because PSF
can't
really...
We'll stick with Ben Jason Dixon, little caveat there. Lastly, the Carlos Spencer Award, magic moment, the highlights reel. For me, I've added 2 in, I've added 3 in, you've added 2. My one was the Chesy Coldy bump off on good old Scotty Barrett. Just that bounce is unbelievable. How he generates that much force and gets us low down to these people. I think it's also because these big guys have to get so low and almost they end up being on their heels a little bit. So he just manages to say, "Cheers, I'll see you later." But it's ridiculous how he's able to generate that much force. Then Ulrich Loh, just those 2 takes off the
taking names.
Kickoff. I said it was dirty. Who did he send? Was it Mark Telea? But it was Mark Telea. Mark Telea. He sent him flying, and Mark Telea to everyone else. So that was ridiculous. And again, a lot of memes coming out of that one. And then obviously for me, the last one was that Sasha 60-meter kick. Just the balls on this guy. to take that on and take it, or call for it, take it, hit it over, and act like it's not a big deal. It's ridiculous, this kid. But I want to hear your two, Quacker Smith and Grant Williams nominations.
Yeah, I think maybe more all-around performance. Obviously, those two were the tries. Grant Williams scoring the final try. But I thought Crocker Smith once again kind of came on and just affected the game so much. A couple of turnovers where he's ripping the ball in the tackle and things like that. And just, I thought his try turned the game. Obviously Grant Williams' try won the game, but I felt that moment, that try was the turning point. I think that broke the back of the All Blacks. And I think you kind of felt once he scored, we were going to win. It was that kind of moment where I suddenly felt for the first time, actually, no, this is our game.
It felt similar to when Archie Sneeman scored that try versus England. Then it was inevitable. Finally, you've broken the deadlock, and it's coming now. Just you need it to click. So on reflection, Stevie, who gets your man of the match? Or sorry, the magic moment, the Carlos Spencer
magic moment. I'm probably between. I love the Sasha kick. I really did. I'm probably between Cheslin and Quacker Smith in terms of first of all, like just the actual the raw power to sit down Scott Barrett. Is also the All Black captain, so there's a certain amount of
just makes it so much better.
Tough times there. But I think Quacker Smith is probably my favorite moment of the game in terms of that was when I felt cool. Now we've got this. So I'm between those two. So you can have the swing vote on those two unless you have a justification for any of the other ones.
No, I think this vote should always be, in 10 years' time, which one is more likely going to be replayed? And for me, that's Cheslin Colby. Like that bounce, as you said, on an All Black captain, a tiny number 11 versus, or number 14 versus, the massive number 5. It's just, it's iconic. And it's exactly what rugby you expect in the other way around. And Cheslin Colby just continuing to prove the world that he's not what you always assumed he was. So I think he gets our vote. So Sergio Parisse, the undroppable award goes to Jasper Wiese. The Boca 2016 highly droppable award, Ben Jason Dixon, and Carlos Spencer magic moment goes to Cheslin Colby. Let's go into the Curry Cup, Stevie. And your Golden Lions are sitting right on top of the table with 1 week to go before the playoffs.
Yeah. So just to fly through this before we move on to some of the other sports stuff like that. So this past weekend we had the Griquas beating Cheetahs 44 points to 31. A big upset for them, kind of showing they're not going to make the playoffs, but showing that they're still a team to be reckoned with. The Bulls going down at Michigan College to the Lions 57-33. It was a very strong Lions side. Not that to say there weren't some decent Bulls players, given the fact that Kenan Moody was starting at 15. You had Jakob van der Walt, who's an international cap at 10. So, for example, there were more international caps on the Bulls side and then the Lions side. But a very good result for the Lions, who I think at this stage are now putting themselves into firm favourites for that Curry Cup. The Sharks hammering the Griffins 75 points to 19, and Western Province getting a rare win at the Donny Craven Stadium over the Pumas, although pretty much a win in vain because the top 4 is all but decided going into this weekend, but there is virtually a quarterfinal, which is very exciting. So at the moment, the log is the Lions on top with 38 points. They play the Griffins on Friday, so you expect them to keep that top position and should have a home semi-final. You then got Bulls taking on, the Bulls at 37 in second place. You've got Sharks in third with 31, who are well ahead and can't be caught by the Cheetahs and the Pumas. So you kind of feel that top 3 probably basically already confirmed given the Lions game that they've got. Sharks can only get within a point of the Bulls, but also can't be caught by the Cheetahs. However, the Cheetahs and the Pumas currently sit at 4 and 5, just 1 point separating them, and the Pumas 1 point behind the Cheetahs will be hosting them this weekend. So this weekend will be the Griquas taking on Western Province on Friday at 3 o'clock. Lions taking on Griffins at 5:15. You've then got Pumas hosting the Cheetahs at 1:30 on Saturday. Watch that game. That's the game to watch. And then you've got Sharks versus Bulls at 3 o'clock, which is a nice little precursor to the game happening on this evening in Cape Town. And and then obviously the Rugby Championship one, I think, just to mention, obviously, didn't have time to talk about it, but Australia beating Argentina by 1 point has meant the Rugby Championship is very much on the verge of South Africa in terms of those games this weekend. It is South Africa versus New Zealand, 5 o'clock Saturday, same time, same place, 9 o'clock this time for Argentina versus Australia, a bit of a more friendly time than the midnight kickoff last weekend. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Breaking news: South Africa versus New Zealand tours are officially back, with the 2026 Tour of South Africa by the All Blacks apparently officially basically signed, sealed and packaged after meeting last week ahead of the first test between the Springboks and the All Blacks, which happened at Ellis Park. Obviously, the Springboks won. Apparently, that meeting, basically a memorandum of understanding was signed, and an initial schedule has already been done, and we are going to see the All Blacks come to South Africa for a full tour in 2026, which is very exciting news because we've been looking at sort of how is rugby going to revitalize itself, and at the moment, especially with Southern Hemisphere countries, it's about the financial stability, the financial future of the game. Now, when it comes to the financial future of the game, you need to maximize revenue, don't you? And in terms of when they're looking at sort of different ways of making revenue, a new concept of bringing back the sort of traditional tours we used to see of the Springboks and the All Blacks, for example, and many other nations, we'll be bringing that back to fruition. And apparently, everything has basically been done as an agreement point of view, and now the last thing to do is to finalize the schedule and actually do the tour itself, which is going to be billed the greatest rugby rivalry. That is literally what the tour is currently going to be called. Before we get into the details, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So this is the Daily Maverick that was reporting that this has been done, saying that the series framework, which has the working title Rugby's Greatest Rivalry, and will be marked under the name, will feature a full-on tour, including provincial matches as well as an SAA match. So apparently it'll be 2026, which will mark 50 years since the final tour, which happened back in 1996. And that tour itself, New Zealand and Sean Fitzpatrick winning that tour 2-1. As the first ever All Black team to win a series in South Africa. The Springboks themselves will then be touring New Zealand in an 8-match schedule in 2030. So it is going to be sort of reciprocative. So we are going to see us going over there as well. It's going to be 8 matches. There are going to be 3 test matches, 4 contests against the URC teams, and then 1 SAA match, and will be all against the All Blacks. So it's not going to be against like the Maori All Blacks, for example. The All Blacks are a traveling team, just like the British and Irish Lions when they travel. Similarly, when the Springboks go over, it will be sort of the Springboks versus the Hurricanes, the Crusaders, the Maori All Blacks, I'd imagine, when we go over there in 2030. And whilst there won't be official test matches, much like the British and Irish Lions touring matches are, you will still be playing under the Springbok or the All Blacks banner, basically. So it's going to be interesting. It's the first time we're going to see games, from the All Blacks and sort of Springboks being played where there aren't necessarily test matches, when they're not SAA sides. So Rian Oberholzer, the CEO of SA Rugby, said as following on the weekend, saying, "I just spent 2 days with the New Zealand leadership in what we are calling the greatest rugby rivalry." He said, "It's a working title, although some people might say it's arrogant to say that. We have signed a memorandum of understanding and we are in the planning phases now. We have a draft schedule that must still be agreed. We met with the commercial brokers on setting the commercial property, the sponsorship matrix, and we will go to the market in due course. We believe we have to be in the broadcast market soon. It is a collaboration of 2 unions that have agreed to work together off the field. We believe we have to be closer, and we have never been closer. Let's fight on the field and let's work off the field to the betterment of both of the unions. We have such a challenge in rugby with funding, so we have to create our own opportunities, and that is what we are busy with at the moment." So in terms of the sharing agreement, apparent income in terms of commercial value and broadcasting rights of the tour will be shared evenly, although the home union will take a larger share of the ticket and matchday revenue, obviously in terms of ticket sales and stuff like that. And it says, unlike in previous years, in terms of where the tours were sort of in the early stages of professional rugby's infancy, there are lots of commercial issues that they need to sort of get over that as well. In terms of how the sponsorship is going to work, for example, what's the revenue share going to be? He says as follows. He said, so part of the nations will be around what is sacred and what is not. So in other words, whose branding might go where. Which apparently says, while it sounds like a small thing, millions of dollars are at play. In principle, everything's in order and the hard work starts now. We will have to do ticket pricing, for example. We will probably follow the Lions model by starting around the coast, come back, play the test matches, 3 test matches in South Africa and one out of South Africa before the series starts. That's also going to be an interesting point. There's going to be a 4th test, which will not take place in South Africa, like the Qatar Airways Cup, which we are seeing generating a lot of revenue. The big question then is what happens to the Rugby Championship? So it looks like, obviously Rugby Australia and Argentina are not going to be particularly happy with what's going to happen. And at the end of the day, we've kind of basically said, shame. All those have said, as follows, he said the Rugby Championship will still happen, but it will probably be a single round, which we are pushing for. If it is not going to happen, we, did say to Argentina and Australia that we will play one-off test matches against them. That is a discussion we need to have finally in the second week of September. Because basically, there's obviously not going to be time for a full Rugby Championship schedule, but they will then obviously play Argentina and Australia because that's a revenue thing as well from them. Playing against Springboks is very, very lucrative. So it's been in the running for a while, to be fair. We've kind of had these rumors from about 4 years ago, and nothing really been confirmed. Basically, sort of post-COVID, we've been looking for ideas of how to sort of maximize the revenue, get the revenue going once again. This has always been kind of like the golden chalice idea, that the unicorn solution really, in terms of maximizing the revenue between the 2 biggest brands in rugby, which is why it's being built, rugby's greatest rivalry. This is going to be massive. This is going to be absolutely huge. This will become the 2nd or 3rd biggest rugby events. World Cup first. British and Irish Lions historically will always be 2nd, and then I think this SA versus New Zealand tour will probably become the 3rd biggest thing in rugby. And then you'll have your Six Nations, your Rugby Champions, stuff like that. So commercially, it makes so much sense because they'll still obviously then have Rugby World Cup to worry about, and they also are involved in British and Irish Lions. So you now got 2 unions which are historically and intrinsically linked to the 3 biggest rugby events that happen in the global calendar. And now you're going to be talking about, a British and Irish Lions tour every 4 years, but an All Blacks tour to yourself every 8 years. But in terms of the revenue, every 4 years, and a World Cup within those 4-year cycle as well. So from the future, from a financial point of view, this is going to be absolutely huge for both unions. And it makes sense. What do you think? Obviously, this does affect the Rugby Championship. Does this water down the rivalry? Is it going to increase the rivalry? Are we missing the point? Is this becoming more of a global game? We need to be looking at ways to bring other teams into the fore. Or is this really as big a rivalry as it is, and therefore deserves this kind of attention, this kind of scheduling, this kind of event to really continue that rivalry? I want to know what you want to think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It's a Tuesday afternoon. Slightly late. We're busy wrapping up the podcast that we're busy recording, which will be out tomorrow. So set your alarms because at 9 o'clock South African Standard Time, as always, the Between Two Fans podcast will drop on the channel, and a very fun podcast that we've just had now. And now we need to get into some rugby, and we're talking about Rassie Erasmus and the mind games, ? Talking a little bit about some of the selections that we might see this weekend, as well about what is the plan of action and what is the current situation that we're talking about. We'll give you a bit of an update as well from both camps, because our man on the ground is on the ground, quite literally. Landed in Cape Town this morning, which means, by the way, that there is All Blacks training up on the channel. They arrived on Sunday, then we get to work, and they were training today at the Athlone Stadium. And so that is on the channel, so you can go and check that out as well. Unfortunately, no BOK content because they moved everything from today to Thursday. And as a result, we won't have any press conferences on today because there isn't one. Quite simple, really, isn't it? Yeah, so let's talk about it, shall we? So we should be talking about, we usually talk about at this time, is the Springbok team, because it usually comes out at 11 o'clock-ish, 11, 12-ish South African time on a Tuesday. We have been naming our teams on a Tuesday since the British and Irish Lions, with the exception of that France team announcement delay during the World Cup. And I was trying to work out when that team announcement was actually with regards to the time and whether we actually did name it before or after that France team announcement. Because if that could be the only time we've actually announced our team after our opposition since about 2021, which is very interesting. So yeah, it's an interesting a decision, and I think the reason that we've delayed this is quite simple, and it's the fact that we've got injuries, and that we don't exactly know who's going to be fit and who's not going to be not. And ironically, when we talked about the fact last week, it was everyone was complaining about the fact that even SFS was not named and then was named, and things were changing. Now we're delaying our team announcement for that, and now everyone's like, is this more mind games? And it's not, at the end of the day. Well, maybe it is to a certain degree, I don't know. I'm not sitting in the BOC team meetings listening to what's going on and what the thinking is when it comes to delaying the announcement, but it has been delayed. And I think that a certain Sia Khaleesi is probably a big part of that, and maybe a different team. And I think this could be the indication that there could be a lot of rotation, the fact that we have delayed the announcement, so we don't want to see them preparing for a changed team, which we might name on Thursday. And I think this, in theory, opens up to be able to spring surprises. We could potentially name a lot of different changes. And Rassi Jasper said as much. He said there will be rotation, there will be changes to the team come the announcement. Then he said on Saturday, he said we will have to change the team for next week, and there will be changes. So, yeah, maybe that is the main reason that it has been delayed. So the question then comes is, from a mind game point of view, a mental point of view, this obviously does complicate the All Blacks preparation. They would have been looking at, all right, cool, teams going to come on Tuesday, and they're going to be able to analyze. Now, if we name our team at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock on a Tuesday, for example, and it's the same team, they then prepare for the same team. And they'll have looked at the fact that there were a couple of different plays, for example, and a couple of different structural things that we've seen, and a slight difference in the way we played. But at the end of the day, they can plan for Safam Gomezulu at 10, and they can plan for the front rows that we're going to see. And, there was a suggestion last week that Edwin Etzebeth was going to be named in the starting lineup all of a sudden before the game, and that was all a ploy, which didn't happen. So those suggestions were wrong at the end of the day. Now, if we do change, where do we change? Why do we change? And how do we change? So for me, in terms of your sort of obvious changes, and I think a good way of doing this is to maybe actually bring up last week's team. So maybe let me go and find that quickly. Because I think that might be a good way to start it, and to sort of look at exactly where we might change things. I'm going to make sure I've got the final correct team here, and I do. There it is. Right, so that's last week's team. Okay. Injuries. That man on screen is a potential doubt. In fact, I'll be very surprised. Now, we never heard about whether his HIA was passed or not. So we don't know if there's concussion with Sia Khaleesi. So we don't know if he's not available this weekend from a concussion point of view, because obviously if it is a concussion, then it's a stand-down period. And as a result, we're expecting not to see Kurt Lawrenson in the team. Now, what we haven't got is confirmation, and in theory they're supposed to, but we haven't got confirmation that Kane Moody, Stephen Kitsov, and those likes have all rejoined the team. We'll only have the confirmation tomorrow when we actually have training. So it's a bit frustrating that we didn't get to see any Springbok training, because it would have been nice to have seen the players available. Now, that in itself is an interesting concept. The fact that Kane Moody right now could be training as we speak. They could be training in Cape Town. He could be training at 13. He could be training at 11. He could be training at 14. He could be training at fullback for all we know. He won't be at fullback. And the All Blacks, in theory, wouldn't know. Now, you can try and get something into the team at toll and sort of stuff. If you really wanted to find out, you probably could. It's not, they kind of know where they're training, and they can probably find someone there. But the fact is that they don't know what's going on. And if there are changes, I think Kane Moody could be one. We could see him on the wings. You know, it would traditionally be Maxwell Mapimpi, but maybe they might go Kane Moody for a very specific reason. And they might go Fussy at wing and really at full back. They could go to Kanyama at 12 and just Krulo 13. They could go to Kanyama 13. All these sort of changes do kind of tweak the way that we might play on Saturday. And as a result, by keeping the team back, it's probably created more doubt in the All Blacks' minds in terms of what they're preparing for. At the end of the day, we kind of name our team on Tuesday because we kind of sitting there saying, you know, there's our team, try and stop it type of thing. By delaying it, it's two things. First of all, you don't get those extra 2 days to look at it. But I think it's more in terms of a creative doubt or why have they delayed it. Is it an injury thing? Is it because they want to see if Sia Khaleesi and Kurt Lawrence are going to be fit? Maybe there's more knocks we don't know about, for example. You know, is Ronald here? You know, he was as an HIA. So is he completely fit for this weekend? Are there any other injuries floating around? You know, we might not know. Because obviously you only kind of know the full extent of the injuries the next day. So that could be one of the reasons in terms of delaying the kickoff. The announcement is getting that injury report in, making sure you've got a fully fit team and preparing as such. You know, the general rule is if you don't train on Monday, then you're not eligible for selection. So from that kind of perspective, then... So in theory, they should know what the team is. But by simply not naming it, there is that certain amount of doubt in, are we going to see changes? How are we going to see the changes? Are we going to see different front rows, different lock combinations, different number 9? You know, how much does that change it? A Pollard at 10, a Sasha at 10, a Mani at 10, all three very different prospects. So there is definitely probably a bit of doubt in terms of the All Blacks analysis with regards to, well, what are we actually preparing for? Who are we preparing for? Is probably more the right way of saying it. So it's an interesting situation to be in. And I'm very keen to obviously see the team on Thursday. Now, changes I would probably like to see is I would like to see Jaden Hendrickson in the side. I think he should start. I think that Kobus Reinach, he's solid at the end of the day, but I don't think we've ever seen him being like tear down the wall, you know, like taking that jersey and saying no one's going to touch it. I don't think we've always seen good performance from him, but I don't think we've seen a special performance which is a different level. And I just felt that in terms of a game management perspective, it could be a position where I think we could strengthen. I think Jaden Hendrickson offers more control. I watched that match. I felt it was a position where I think if we had him, I think we would have been a bit better. I'm a big Jaden Hendrickson fan. I think he reads the game incredibly well, and I think that he has such a good skill set and tactical awareness that in tight games like Saturday, where we were sometimes struggling at times and where we weren't getting quite the dominance we wanted, and you need to go to a plan B or stuff, I think that's where Jaden Hendrickson comes into his own. And I would really, really like to see him, you know, go into that starting lineup. And I think Grant Williams has become so good off the bench that I think they'll potentially continue to use him like that. Because again, if you're still on that whole idea of, you know, Grant has to start because he's the best scrum half, or you know, if you're on the bench, you're not the best player. That's old. That's an old way of thinking, because we know Malcolm Marx is our best hooker and yet comes off the bench. So I think that for me is an immediate place I would probably see a change is Jaden in at 9. If Sia Khaleesi is not fit, then I think the simple change is to go Markov and Starden at 6. If Ronald Keir is fit, I think he had a really good game. I think we'll see him at 4, Peter Steph shifts back to 7. I think Ben James Dixon might actually drop out of the 23. I said that I might actually keep his spot on the podcast, but the more I think about it, the more I think Ronald Keir has probably done enough to keep that spot because his lineups were so good. So you can go Eben, Ronald Keir, Peter Steph back at 7. You can then have a bomb squad of Ulrich Lowe, Quacker Smith and Ben Jason Dixon if you wanted to, because we do have a bit of a shortage on lock. So you could have 3 loose forwards on the bench, a whole new back row really. It wouldn't really have, and you could have Ulrich Lowe at 8, for example, Ben Jason Dixon at 7, and Quacker at 6 when they come on. So there's that option. I don't think we're going to see a 7-1 split necessarily. It's a nice idea, but it would obviously depend on the players available. You know, you could go with a 7-1 split if you were then going to have an Ebenezer next to Peter Steph the Toy starting, maybe a Ben Jason Dixon at 7. You then got a Runoku on the bench and you could go Albert Lowe, Quagga Smith, and a Marco starting. But I think, given the fact that we've got the injury potentially to Khaleesi, that becomes probably quite unlikely. What would be interesting in terms of 7-1 split is you kind of lose a scrum half. So Ches and Kolb can obviously cover that. That's kind of the idea. But then you'd probably only have Andre Pollard on the bench, so which you can have because you've got Apile Fassi who covers 14, 11, 15. You've got Sasha who covers 10, 12, 15. You've got Creel who covers 13, 14. You've got Damien Delaney who covers 12, 13. You've got, and you'd have a Alexander Pimpy, for example, who just covers 11, but you don't really need to worry about that too much. So there are options. There are certainly options. Let's go to the comments, are we? And see what everybody's got to say. And Tion saying, PSF the toy doubling up at 4-7. We give the All Blacks a chance to beat us 14-15. Kuba says, sorry, we're a bit late, but Burning Lash saying, PSF toy playing hook on Saturday, Colby at prop. Demiso saying, I'd like to see the Kanya at 13 and Jesse move to 14, replace Kurt Lawrence or Moody at 14 and rest Jesse. I think Jesse will probably not play against Argentina, so I think he plays against New Zealand and then probably gets a rest in that Argentina trip, and then we'll see who finishes in that last game. Contender says, part of that 12 is seeming very imminent. We need to rest Creel, so will jam 13. Rest Sasha. I don't think we need to rest Creel. He's played 3 games this in the last 5 weeks. So he didn't play against Portugal, so he's played against Australia twice and New Zealand once. So, the idea of having to rest JC Creel, he's played 3 games of rugby since mid-July. So he's played 3 games in about 6-7 weeks. And, so he can definitely play. I mean, he played a lot more like that in the World Cup, so he doesn't need a rest. I think he'll rotate for Argentina, but it's not so much a resting point of view. It's more kind of just a rotation to get other players a chance. But Contender saying, rest Sasha, put him on the bench and start Money at 10. Money can focus on playing. Pollard does the kicking from 12. Jean saying, Kubas Visa and Jans Kirsten will be Springboks. Well, the way they're playing, they're definitely announced themselves. I think Jason Jenkins, for example, is somebody who's going to be an interesting one to watch at the Sharks next season. The locks are a premium, apparently, after a bit of our lock crisis. And I think if you're a lock in South Africa, you'll be sitting there going, this is my time now. I can actually get myself in the mix here. Tian saying, we will most likely see Grant at 9, Kubas on the bench, Mapims gets called up, but if not, Fassi will go to 14, Chesn to 11, Sash at 15, Pollard starts at 10, Marco comes in for Sia. All pretty good suggestions. Contender says, give Nico a start and have Ruan or Evan on the bench. Bongi or Salmon could get captaincy. Also an interesting other concept. Nicholas Jans van Rensburg. If you want to go with the 7-1 split, for example, you could go with Nicholas Jans van Rensburg on the bench and have Nokia start. And still have, 3 loose forwards. That could be maybe what the 7-1 split could suddenly be. And I must admit, if I looked at that All Blacks pack in the second half, there is a certain temptation in terms of we could really steamroll them at the end. We haven't quite got the scrum ascendance we wanted to get. So I think you then sort of start, if Stephen Kitsoff is ready, you start Stephen Kitsoff with Bongi Manambi and Frans Maherbe, and you bring Oxenchair off the bench, where I think he can cause a lot of damage with Malcolm Marx. You could go Thomas Toy or Vincent Koch. They traditionally gone Vincent Koch. You could have a Nico Jans van Rensburg coming off the bench. Peter Toy could be shifting to 5, and you could have a brand new back row of a Quagga Smith, Albert Lowe, Ben Jason Dixon. I mean, that's a mental bench to have. So it'll be interesting to see what the options are. When we did a 7-1 split last year at Twickenham, we had 2 locks and 2 loose forwards. We had Jean Clay and Archesnamen coming on as a combination, really. And then we had Quagga and it was Jasper in the final. Yeah. And Dion Ferrier at 16. Good times. Redline says, as long as Murat doesn't play, well, I think he's still injured. Willie said, Money will start, Cape Town thing, and reckons Kitty will start as well. Liam Javert said, in the weekend we will see Money, Hondra, and Sasha all playing together. Wouldn't that be interesting? Box says, Dad Credit Lawrence is good for the team. I'm entirely sure what you mean by that. Redline saying, let play. Box says, still Marvin Ori back. I've always been very surprised that he hasn't been called back, to be perfectly honest. TJ says, experience all the way for this one. All Blacks will be coming back with vengeance. Yeah, they will. I mean, I do think it'll be another close game. I do think it's going to be a tight one. I think I think there will be a response. There's no doubt about it for me. And But again, I think it's two things. Obviously experience in terms of being able to deal with that, but maybe a new look team, for example, that's hungry and maybe they've been preparing very specifically for the second test. It wouldn't surprise me if this particular Springboks setup told a certain amount of players you're going to play the second test, and they might obviously always change things. You don't necessarily have to stay with your initial plan because injuries and stuff like that might dictate changes, but they generally stick to a plan. So they could very well have had a second team almost being preparing for this game, and now they're going to release them in inverted commas, and they've kind of been practicing like that. Maybe that's exactly how they did practices last week. Maybe they had basically a shadow match, one team versus the other type of thing, and one team ready to come in this week. And I wouldn't be a brand new team, but maybe combinations. Maybe a different front row, a different lock combination, different center pairing, different halfback pairing. Maybe Jaden's going to play against next to 100. Maybe Jaden have been working with Monty. Maybe Monty and Grant Williams have been working a lot together, and that's kind of going to be this weekend's combination. So there's different ways that we can tweak a team to make it a new team without making it a completely new team. So I'm very interested to see. I must admit, I'm not impressed with the All Blacks' depth, especially in the back line. I think that they might go with a 6-2 split. I think that they're very aware of the fact that they just can't cope with that last 20 minutes. They've been held scoreless now 3 times in a row, I think it is, in the final 20 minutes. Not really good enough for an All Black side because they do start so well. And I think the fact that they do start so well and there's such a big drop-off immediately points to the fact that their bench isn't good enough. And you look at the bench, and I think when you've got Asafa Mua, Ofatunga, Farsi, Fletcher, Newell, Sam Durry, and Sam Penifina coming off the bench, that's inexperience on inexperience on inexperience. And I think it is a mass drop-off in quality. I do. I think if Ethan de Groot's there and Marty Williams comes off the bench, I think it's much better. I think if Samasoni Takawa was starting and Corey Taylor coming off the bench, or vice versa, that's much better. I think if Tupo Vai is fit, or Dalton Papali'i is fit, I think that's a lot better than at the moment. So they're kind of, Sam Davies had a really nice start to his career, there's no doubt about it. But, he's played 2 or 3 games, I think, now, for New Zealand. I think he's played 3. Very, very young in his New Zealand career. And even at Super Rugby, he hasn't played massive amount of rugby. And you could be a talented player. I think he is a very talented player. I think he's going to play a lot of games for the All Blacks, but it's just a whole different level. So I think there will be a temptation to go with a 7-1 split in terms of just that raw overpowering them in the second half. However, we already saw just how risky it can be in terms of the fact that we had Curtis Lawrence to go off with a concussion. And we were lucky that we didn't have more injuries to the backline players. We had a lot of injuries last week with Ronald Keir an issue, and we had, Sia Khaleesi then had an issue, and PSF the toy was swapping in and amongst this position so much. But again, I suppose it worked as well. Brent saying, would love to see Steenkamp, Marks and Malherbe start. I feel that could bring the grunt and the scrums we missed in the first test. Williams and co are proper scrimmaging unit. Redline saying, I just hope for good ref and TMO. The last week was shocking both ways. Brent reckons Fussy in at 11, Villiers back at 15, Corbus and Sasha to go again. Maybe give Williams a full second half. Contender says Dixon will remain at 7 with Low at 8. Vessels, I think why would you change Jasper Visa at 8? It says Vessels could start at hooker with Steenkamp at prop. Kitsoff will be off the bench for his block return, bring back the Fletcher Phil 6-2 split. I'd be surprised if we see Low at 8. I think Jasper Visa starts at 8. I think the way he played last week, so good off the start. I think Low was very good off the bench. JP reckons, I reckon Money will start with Sasha on bench. Pollard might play 12 and 13. And Wazi says, can I explain to you why Rassie doesn't rate Wilco low? He does rate Wilco low, but we've got so many tighties. Wilco low, I think, will play lots of tests for the box. Frans Malherbe and Vincent Koch are coming to the twilight of their career. Trevor Nukon is already being phased out, for example. But it's just a space issue. that's already, those 2 tighties. Nico Thomas Toys are 3rd tighted. 4th choice would probably be Wilco low. He has been named on the reserve list before, so he's definitely on the radar. Petra says 5-3 in SA, team luck will run out. Rainbow says 9 Hendrick, so I assume 10 Libok, 11 Colby, 12 Pollard, 13 Creel, 14 Moody, and 15 Sasha. Brent saying, see unlikely to start Marco, PSF, Twin, Visa with Ben Jason and Quacker on the bench. And Brent saying it's virtually impossible to accurately call them a Rassie Matchday 23. Fun to try though. Well, that's what we're doing, isn't it? We're looking at what could the combinations be, how might he change things, and what could those changes look like. in terms of the change we could see, the splits, from the bench split, the combinations. So I'm going to be putting up my predicted team today, hopefully, and or maybe not necessarily a predicted team, maybe my team, or what I would like to see, because I think trying to predict Rusty Rasmus is, shooting fish in a barrel from 4 kilometers away at night during a storm. The fish might be in the barrel in terms of you might know exactly which players are available and in the mix, but good luck trying to, select the combination. That's genuinely what it's exactly like. So, yeah. CP Nunes says, if Henko van Beek is back from injury, the Boks need to bring him and Juventus Julius into the mix and get games under them. Tian saying, seeing the Stormers backline playing Cape Town is a thing of beauty. Wouldn't be surprised if Rusby gets tempted by that. Don alluded to it when asked about Kitsy. So here's saying, no, it's not the starting line that has been announced yet. Contender saying, for the All Blacks, Derry will start. Severe at 7, Satiti at 8. Ifili and Proctor will start in the centres. Reese and Tilley will start. Love gets test debut. Bell comes off the bench. Jordan to 15. Contender, never ever change with your team predictions. They're always very entertaining. Look, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, because maybe it does happen, but I'd be very surprised if we see those changes. I don't think they'll change much. In all honesty, I think maybe they'll be tempted to a 6-2 split. They've got to try and find a way of repelling that Bok impact in the last 20 minutes, and they've done a very bad job of doing it so far. So I do think that is something that they might consider. So yeah, I don't think we'll see too many. In terms of the team announced, by the way, so the All Blacks one will be announced first thing on Thursday morning. I think it's like 7 o'clock when it gets announced. The men's one gets now. The South African one gets announced at 9 o'clock. 9 a.m. So Thursday morning, we're going to be doing a lot of reactions videos, getting the news out and stuff like that. So you can just do planning a week. So in terms of the week, we've got All Black content out at the moment. They've started training. They're down in Cape Town. That is on the channel. You can go and watch that. And there is going to be a Springbok press conference tomorrow. The players available for that conference might give an indication of who we might see on Thursday. Again, I'm sure they'll be very deliberate about the players they use, unless they're very boring and put in like a Malcolm Marks and like a Peter Steph, the 20 players are going to be involved in the 23. But we might see a surprise. And if we do see a surprise, then that might be an indication of the type of selections we might see on Thursday. But we won't know. But that's the only time we might get an indication. And hopefully, it will be an exciting press conference in terms of the type of players. I would love to see, put Kitsoff up. And put Money up. And put up, who else would be an interesting one to have up? Don't put Jan Hendrik Wessels up, because he's just very boring in a press conference. Who else would be fun and controversial? Thorne Billy, maybe. Or, yeah, I think that's probably about it, because everybody else, it's not a particularly big squad, to be fair. Throw Nicholas Jansen van Rensburg. There we go. Nicholas Jansen van Rensburg, Mani Liebach, and who else did I say? Villaroo. Or Jane. That would be interesting. Distract Sports saying, hey champion, what's the go? Interesting shooting position for. I wondered where it was going, but it worked. Yeah, like I must admit, it was also going. I wasn't sure if it was going to go pear-shaped or not, but eventually worked out in the end. I appreciate you acknowledging that, because I thought it did come together quite nicely. Brent's saying, there's talk of New Zealand upping their kicking game. If that's the case, then perhaps Moody at 11 is a good call. Colby, Fussy, and Moody. JP saying, beating New Zealand this weekend will make it impossible for them to win the championship. That should be priority for the game. We've got a Freedom Cup to win, Bugger the Rugby Championship. Well, obviously the Rugby Championship is the one you really want to win. But I want to get the that Freedom Cup back, because then that means, you beat them once next year and you retain it. In World Cup years, you can't lose it because it's not on the line. So it becomes so much easier to defend the Freedom Cup once you've got it than to actually win it outright. So let's get it back, and then we can go on our own little 4 or 5 year streak of having the Freedom Cup. Hannah says, Volkolo played lots of tests for the Boks. When he made his Bok debut in 2017, Rusty gave him a miss since 2018. Yes, but who have our tight heads been during that time? Trevor Nyakane, Thomas Dutoy, Frans Malherbe, Vincent Koch. Let's do an age check, shall we? Vincent Koch is, I want to say 34. 34. He is indeed 34. Trevor Nyakani, who's already been phased out of the squad, and Thomas Toy's come in. He's 35. And then you've got Frans Malherbe, who is currently 33. And then you've got Thomas Toy, 29. And you've got Wilco Low, who is 30. So I do think Wilco Low is going to play for the Boks. He's played 14 tests already. So, you know, he wouldn't be a newbie to international rugby. I think right now, if we were to get 2 injuries at tight end, even 1 injury, I'd be interested to see if they were to go Trevor Nyakani back in the squad or if they were to go to Wilco Low. So I do think, I maintain, I think he will be back in the Boks setup. He's been on the radar. You know, he has been in reserve lists and stuff like that. So he has been a name that has been dropped in the conversation. And as soon as I think you're on the radar, then you're there and thereabouts. So this was the standby list earlier, which had Wilco Low and Instuko Uno as the 2 props. Nearly Bashir as a prop. So yeah, it's him and Nearly Bashir. I think after the season he had the Bulls, if he has another season like that, then I think he probably goes up the pecking order. So yeah, I maintain I'm not going to back down on that. I do think he's going to play lots of tests. People, unfortunately, I have to wrap up then. I've got other content I need to go and get out. But it's always fun to just jump on and do a live show. We'll be live once again tomorrow, 1 o'clock. And then we'll be live on Thursday for the Rassie Erasmus team announcement, which is going to be a lot of fun. So make sure you tune in and subscribe. By the way, we are well past 75,000 subscribers at the moment, on the journey to 80,000 subscribers. Go and watch the training, by the way. Our cameraman almost gets tackled by Will Jordan. Should have dropped a shoulder. Bang! So go and watch that. And we'll see you guys all same place, same time tomorrow. Again, please like the video. You know, people are very bad liking the video. It's not hard. Just go and like our video, please. Appreciate it. And if you are new, subscribe to the channel.
Lekker dit is ik dit.
Hey, can I take them home? Oh.
Petitland end, but about a town shoot. On the Petitland end.
Hello there and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and we are a day out from Rassie Erasmus releasing his team to face the All Blacks in the second test. Happening down in Cape Town, and the Springboks were training in at the DHL Stadium earlier today, which gives a bit of an indication of some of the players who were and weren't part of the sessions and could be in line for selection. The big news is that Springbok captain Siya Kolisi did train and is therefore in line, in theory, you'd think, to play this weekend. Potentially one of the reasons they might have delayed the team selection, for example, although generally they've got a rule that if you don't train on Monday, you don't play. But maybe it's about training on Monday and then seeing how you get through that session, for example, and how you recover. And are you good on Tuesday, Wednesday? Thursday is the day off. So they already would have had their final training session, the major training session of the week before the captain's run, which is just a short hour session on Friday. We're gonna have a little bit of fun with this team selection. I don't think it's going to be what we're going to see necessarily, but I thought we'd look at a potential 7-1 split and how it might look. And I don't think we're going to see it because I think the 7-1 split and the value in the 7-1 split comes in, two locks potentially and then two flanks. And I think what was really good about the 7-1 split, especially in the World Cup final, for example, is Deon Fourie was covering at hooker, where he traditionally probably would have come on actually at on the flank, and which is where he did a lot during the World Cup. And Bongi Mbonambi, for example, went 18 minutes. So we don't quite have that kind of player. It would be interesting to see, for example, if Jan-Hendrik Wessels, really sort of starts to change this kind of concept with the fact that he is somebody who can cover hooker and prop, for example, something we haven't really seen. And you could almost then, for example, have an extra sort of a loose forward in the bench, for example, and have Jan-Hendrik Wessels as somebody who can cover different positions. So let's have a look at exactly what I've got and how this 7-1 split potentially could look. Now, obviously, the big thing with the 7-1 split is you need utility players across the board. And you need players who can sort of play in different positions. So, for example, Damian Willemse was so important to that 7-1 split during the World Cup because he can play at 10, 12, 15 if you needed to. And I've sort of taken that, so that Sash Pamagomzulu is basically going to fill in that role. Now, if we think back to that sort of 7-1 split back in the World Cup final, it was Willie Leroux that was on the bench there, and we didn't have a scrum half. And therefore, I have to click out to go the full sort of 80. And if you were to be injured, then you'd look at a Cheslin Colby, for example. So I've gone with a similar concept. So let's go through it, shall we? First of all, I do think Stephen Kitshoff is going to be involved this weekend. Playing in Cape Town, for example, there were suggestions that there might be a change. And I think that we might see him coming back in. And I also think if you're looking for a really big impact off the bench, Oxenchair is your man. Bongi Mbonambi, France by but I think that's pretty straightforward. I've then gone with Ibn Etzebeth starting. I mean, he came through last weekend, and I don't see why he wouldn't start, for example. And I've got him next to Ruan Lokia, who I think was really impressive last weekend. The Lions were operating really well, and I think he's yet going to get another opportunity. You could go BITDEFENDER the toy, for example, and then have somebody else at 7, like a Ben Jason Dixon. I've not gone that route. But let's wait and see what we will see. So in terms of the back row, I've gone with Siya Kolisi, BITDEFENDER, Toy, Jasper Wiese, our best loose trio. I don't think there's any sort of argument really about that. I've brought in Jane Hendrickse. We might see a Kobus Rana. I probably will, but I'm a big fan. A lot of people are disagreeing with me on that selection, but I just think he's such a good all-round player. He's somebody who's absolutely made for international rugby in particular. The way he manages the game, very intelligent player, very good box kicker, for example. And I think that's going to be an important part of this weekend. I've backed Asher at 10, no reason to drop him, for example. I brought him up as one of my pimpy for Kurt Lawrence, who did not train today. Was a concussion, so we expect to see him on a stand-up period of about 12 days. And so we probably won't see him this weekend. But also, we might see Salman Murat, for example. So it's an interesting one. I've gone with 3 loose forwards on the bench. You could very easily go with 2 locks, 2 loose forwards. We'll get to the bench in a bit. Just mentioning Solomon because of the concussion, which in theory brings him back into it this weekend, assuming that he is all good everywhere else. In terms of there's the back line, David and Jesse Creel. We might see Lekanyam, for example. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I don't see why you drop Jesse Creel. Chesney Colby in the 14, Fussy as well, I think was so good last weekend. Why change it? So then it comes to my 7-1 split. And look at these players for impact. Malcolm Marks, Oxen Chair, Vincent Koch. They have done it before many a time. In terms of that scrum battle, for example, that really brings in. Now, I've gone with Nico Janssen van Vuren, who is an absolute unit of a man. And I think could be bringing in the type of impact that we would like. He stands at well over 2 meters. He's about 150, 120 kgs. He is a large man. And I think you bring a big impact on it in the second half, probably more than somebody like bringing a Nokia off the bench. So I've gone with him, and then I've gone with a brand new loose trio: Markham Verstappen, Albert Lowe, Quagga Smith. Probably would make more sense in many ways to kind of go with Ben Jason Dixon. In that, if you're going to have a 7-1 split, you kind of go Nico Janssen van Vuren, Ben Jason Dixon. In theory, Ben Jason Dixon is a lock option, and then you kind of go in Albert Lowe, Quagga Smith. But I've gone with basically a breakdown menace. Malcolm Marks breakdown thread, Malcolm Verstappen breakdown thread, Quagga Smith breakdown thread. Albert Lowe is not a bad breakdown thread either. And then in the starting line, we've got Stephen Kitsoff, who's a reasonably good breakdown thread as well. And then I've gone with a Hodge on the bench as a fly half option. You could start with Hodge and you could have Sasha on the bench. But the nice thing is, for example, there are players who cover the different places. So, for example, the way I'm seeing the 7-1 split is the entire bench, the entire starting pack gets to a place, save probably Peter Steph Toy, you can move back into lock, move to number 4 position, and Nico Janssen van Vuren goes into the number 5. Or else, for example, you could have a Solomon Murat on the bench if he's fit, and he comes on and replaces Evan Etzebeth at 4. Pierce Death Toy shifts to 5, and you've got a brand new loose trio of Marco Verstappen, Albert Lowe, Quagga Smith. You can have Marco Verstappen, Quagga Smith, Ben Jason Dixon, for example. You can kind of play with it. So I kind of just talked about because we some people talking about a 7-1 split. I think we are going to see changes tomorrow, and we're very interested to see what those final changes are. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
And welcome to our Springbok Media Conference. We've got Luca and Does your ringtone say sorry?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. And Chesney Colby. Guys, please, we do have quite a big contingent here today, so please raise your hands for questions. One at a time, so we can give as many people as possible a chance to ask questions. And then if there is time for a second one, we'll go back to you. And then Isikosa at the end, we'll give you about 6 minutes or 5 minutes for that. If we don't finish it in that time, then we can just pop in another English question or 2. Cool. Hands up for questions. Steve?
Jason, maybe start with you. Just maybe take us through that moment. Did you deliberately target Scott Barrett on Saturday? And how did it feel to bump off a lock?
No, definitely didn't target him. But yeah, just spur of the moment. Just tried to do something. Actually tried avoid getting tackled. But yeah, just went in as hard as I could. And yeah, it turned out well. Didn't get smashed. Which was good.
You've done a similar thing in this cricket outfit. Was it a same case in Pit Pitch dealing with Scott Barrett?
Sorry,
You did the same thing against cricket out in Marseille in 2020.
The context is not the same. Yeah, it's a loose ball, and obviously a lot of people think that I'm going to try and step all the time, but you need to also try and vary your game every now and then. And yeah, I was just going in as hard as you can, as I said, and yeah, turned out well.
Yo.
Just on the All Blacks, we've seen how they came back against the Pumas in that second test. Just what was the conversations like in the last couple of days since we got to Cape Town? And especially knowing that the type of support they will also get once you're in the stadium on Saturday?
Yeah, I think for us as well, we've been struggling in the past with having 2 consecutive games against teams. Obviously, Ireland early on the year, and then Australia, which we've done quite well. So, obviously, we try and improve and get that consistency whenever we do play teams twice. And it's just depends on the team and the players, how well we focused throughout the week. And yeah, we know South Africa, New Zealand, it's always a war out there, and this coming week is not going to be anything different. They're going to come out fighting, and for us, we just need to make sure we prepare as well as we can and put ourselves in positions where we think they might try out different things. So yeah, I think it's just staying on task and just not to think too much about it. Because if we train well, we put in the hard work, then hopefully everything will play off this coming Saturday, hopefully. And then, yeah, as you said, we've had the trophy tour here after the World Cup. We have a great support base up in Cape Town and all over South Africa. So hopefully we've won over a lot of more supporters than them. And yeah, it keeps the game interesting at the end of the day as well.
Just interest on your feelings on playing the All Blacks at your home ground. Just tell me, as a fan, previously, how you experienced game between the Springboks and All Blacks in Cape Town. You were not one of those.
Yeah, first and foremost, hopefully first get selected to play this weekend, which will obviously be a big honor and a privilege as always. And yeah, as I said, like Springboks South Africa, wherever it is, but to get that in South Africa where I'm from will definitely be amazing. But it's not about me. It's about the team and us doing well at this coming Saturday. So, yeah, first need to be selected to go out there. But yeah, always a massive rivalry between the two teams.
Lekanyo, since you got recalled, to the box squad during the World Cup last year, and then going into the season, you've played a bit of a different role than what you were used to. A bit more part of the backup brigade. You get your you play when you get your chance. How's that role been, sort of trying to get the guys ready? Instead of playing every week in and week out as you used to before your injury. And is it a little bit frustrating not to get as much game time, or are you happy to just fulfill whatever roles needed?
Yeah, I think in the squad, everyone plays a role, whether in the starting 15 or playing off the bench or in the squad. So I think the responsibility that you have, is serving the team, whether you're starting or not. And I'm really happy just to be part of the squad. It's not nice being out there as your heart is here. So I'm really happy to be here, and I'm just serving the team.
A question for both guys. The story about the return of good old-fashioned rugby tours with the All Blacks coming over here in a couple of years' time. Now, in terms of your own careers, sportsman-like new challenges, how significant is that announcement to you and to your careers?
From 2026, they're looking at having it, but it hasn't officially been announced, like the old tours.
Oh, like the old Super Rugby.
No, New Zealand, South Africa. So it would be like that.
Yeah, no, will obviously be massive to have it consistently. Obviously, with the Super Rugby and that being there, the tours for them to come in, and obviously from an international point of view, for them to come over here more often. Obviously, know quite of the boys in the New Zealand team. They always love coming down to South Africa and playing the Springboks down here and also explore what the country has. But vice versa for us as well. It's always exciting for us to go to New Zealand and play them down there. Never easy, and same for them when they come here. It's a tough battle, but yeah, you never know what the future talks are, and yeah, if it does come to light, it will be special.
Is the depth, question for both, is the depth in leadership such that even as Police faces a little bit of a race against time to get to full health, this team can feel more calm, more confident in such a situation than they would have maybe when the two of you first became Springboks?
Yeah, I think losing a quality captain like Sia, wouldn't be the best ideal thing. But the squad depth that we've built over the last couple of seasons, has put us in a position where whoever gets selected, there's no doubt. We all back each other, and I think we really prep and train really well as a squad. It doesn't really worry us, as players. We just fulfill our roles, and I think it's quite a good problem to have. It must be tough for the coaches in terms of the selections, but I think as a squad we really are in a good place.
Jason, what did the Springboks learn about the All Blacks that they didn't know before the last practice?
No, we all know they're a team with a lot of skill set all around the field. In the past, it's all about that first and that fast start that they come out with, and they catch you off guard at times, and that was the drive for us, is to make sure that we start off fast as well, so we don't get caught out. And they caught us out in Ellis Park a few times, and there was a stage during the game where we just didn't have that consistency or continuity, but we still managed to hang in there and pull it through towards the end. So yeah, it's all about that first 20 and that physical start that will lay the foundation for how that test match will go.
All Blacks were quite clever in the last game in terms of dealing with the rush defense, almost like delaying the passes. So have you guys spoken a little bit about that, and just what you can do almost as a coach for that kind of?
I think we know New Zealand side are a skillful side from 1 to 15. And at times us as defenders needs to be also smarter when we're not on structured D. I think at times we are being challenged when you don't have the right personnel in the defense lines, and we will just have to make better decisions when it comes to that. But on the flip side, I think our D has been really amazing, the season over the years, and has given us a lot of turnover opportunities and putting teams under pressure. So we'll stick to what we're good at, and hopefully we'll just make better decisions.
Just how comforting is it for the players to see something like when Peter steps slots from 7 to 4, then to 5, Jesse goes from 13 to wing. You guys still manage to pull things off. Doesn't matter the shifts in the backline or front. How satisfying and pleasing is that for the players that you can do that?
It's really a good thing that we have in the squad, and I think what we have is really special as a group, and it shows what we've been building, and how much clarity each player has in his role, and making moves or shifting position during games. It's not as stressful. Everyone is clear on their roles. Everyone knows what or where he might cover, and it's just a easier slot for everyone. So yeah, it's really a good strength of ours that we're kind of like versatile.
Jason, how important for the team sort of belief was that comeback over the past weekend, you know, especially for this group sort of that came together in 2018. I don't think they've ever had a comeback like that against the All Blacks in the final 12 minutes, you know, to pull off a 4-point win from a 10-point deficit. Obviously, you guys have beaten them in close games where the scores kept the same throughout. So was this a bit of a, you know, has it given you guys an extra level now and an extra bit of belief that, you know, you can pull that kind of thing off now?
Yeah, no, definitely. As you said in the past, we weren't able to come back 10 points behind and finish a game off with a win. But it just shows you the character of this group and the belief of each and every player and just the willingness not to give up, which is always there. And that motivates us. That's why we go out on that field and we don't want to have any regrets, basically. And I think, yeah, we got a group that's can cover various positions, that can create things out of nothing. And for us, it's just to make sure that we do the basic things well and we just execute the game plan we train throughout the week. So, yeah, having that definitely does bring a lot of confidence within the group. We obviously trained quite hard during the week and it showcased that last week in the last 20 minutes, but we just need to grow on top of that even further. Yeah.
Justin?
Jason, this one for you. A lot was talking about post-match in Johannesburg about an 80-minute performance. And it was important for you guys to be able to have that, knowing that the All Blacks could come back or they could just extend their lead. How do you guys go about preparing for that? Is it a case of physically simulating that when you come to practice, or is it just making sure that in sections of your playing training that you ensure that you are able to perform for that full 80 minutes? Because I know this also, it's just yourself and Peter Stephen and Jesse that are close to the 240 minutes of playing 3-4 games. The rest of the guys are getting breaking between that 80-minute performance and that preparation. Kind of what goes into that?
I think what helps us is coaches puts us in scenarios throughout the week whenever we either a man down or we 10 or 15 points behind, what the plan is from there. And I think from a leader's point of view, everybody has a specific role they need to play, and if there's specific points they want to get across, they'll get it across to the team. And for us, it's just to go out and do that, what was said and what is necessary. I do believe we are way fitter than what we were, and yeah, Coach Rassi, the management team, they know exactly what they're doing when they're bringing on the bench, and for us it's just to adapt and just keep that continuity during the game. But yeah, we've definitely grown in that regard.
Cheslin, you mentioned at the beginning of the press conference that you hope with your performances that you've won over fans. Is your feeling that with all the years that you spent here in Cape Town, it is the case here? There is a different atmosphere around the Springboks in this part of the country?
No, we definitely have a lot of supporters. As I said earlier, just coming from the trophy tour, seeing all the people out there and supporting the team is unbelievable. And the only thing we can do is continue to win, and hopefully we'll gain more supporters and respect within the team. And that's the only way forward, to be honest. Yes, the All Blacks has a good support base in Cape Town as well, but for us, that's a challenge as well. And as I said, whoever's playing this weekend is going to be a good one to see, but I'm sure there'll be a majority of Springbok supporters in the stadium.
Just at the time of the last All Black test here against the Springboks 2017, you were about to leave the Stormers. There were doubts about your size and your viability for elite and professional rugby. But in the past 6 years, last week included, you pretty much put all those doubts to rest. But just talk us through how that emotional and physical journey has been for you as you remain as a player.
Yeah, it was tough at that time. Obviously, not being one of the biggest out there and getting those critics every weekend whenever you play, whether it's at club level, it's tough, but it actually made me much more stronger mentally and also wanting to work harder and just get an opportunity, whether that time at the Storm was just to play and showcase my talent that I've been blessed with. But yeah, to be honest, to get to your point, like for me, it's not about what happened in the past. It's all about the present and what I can contribute to the team and wherever I am. To be honest, I just want to go out, play rugby and enjoy myself because that's why I'm here today, and also just to the coaches that's been backing me. A massive thank you to them.
Lucanio, squad depth has obviously been something that's been quite strongly emphasised this year through that a lot of youngsters have got their opportunities. Just for you as one of the more experienced players in the squad, what does it feel like seeing Apelele Fassi or Sasha come in and take their opportunities like they have done?
Yeah, it's been really amazing. I think also having the balance of experienced older guys with the youth that's full of excitement and energy. It's really good for the squad, and it just shows the amount of talent that we have in South Africa, and it's really nice to see youngsters getting given the opportunity to display their talents. So yeah, no, it's really beautiful to watch.
Cheslin, we always see you on the field, it's almost like as soon as you have the ball, there's somebody on you who's able to compliment you to what a dangerous player you are. Is it difficult to deal with that kind of thing, to almost like try and come up with something new, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, obviously teams analyze you and they come up with a plan to close down your space, but for you as an individual, you need to also improve your game each and every time you get the opportunity to play. And for me, yeah, I'm a guy that try and visualize things during training throughout the week, and when game time comes and I find myself in certain positions that it's almost that I've seen the picture before. But yeah, you just need to make sure that you keep learning, you keep developing your game, and you need to bring something different to the team every time.
Lucanio, the New Zealand Rugby Union, they're holding firm on their thing not to allow players to go play overseas and be available for New Zealand, which is something that we scrapped quite a few years ago. And some of the guys have gone on short-term things overseas, like Bode and Jordy's going to Leinster, and you've done that yourself. The Sharks allowed you to go to Japan for short-term. Is that difficult for players? Is it easier when you're in a long-term contract, or is that quite tough on guys just going over for a short spell and coming back? From your experience.
From my experience, I had an amazing experience. Just a change of scenery, getting to learn different ways of rugby style, different coaching staff, and I think it worked to my advantage, going on that short-term contract in Japan and coming back to South Africa and, bringing what I learned that side and, trying to implementing it in my game and growing myself. And I think it's a nice thing to have, especially for guys that, enjoy and love, playing in South Africa or at home. Yeah. Someone else might, beg to differ, but for my experience, it was really amazing.
Justin, English, and then can we switch?
Yeah. Lucanio, this one for you. We saw what the All Blacks were able to achieve after losing to Argentina and coming back a lot stronger in that second test, obviously. They're kind of in the same boat this time around. Is that a certain level of extra intensity that you guys are expecting and preparing for?
Definitely, yeah. you can never write off New Zealand. We know they're quality side, and we know this game will be even more tougher. And as Ches said earlier, playing back to back teams, it's actually even more harder because you give your pictures, they know what's coming. So it will definitely be more intense, but we still do back our prep that we've done this week. We've trained really hard, and we'll just go out there and just accept the challenge.
Is it goed, Tosa? How you see Afrikaans? You comfortable? No?
Sal probeer.
Okay, Tosa?
Aphabonakala khona nje kulo mahluko ningodwa bakhe manje elothuka njani xa sebona into azenzayo ndithi manje into le ayenzayo thina singakwazi uyenza kodwa iphinde ke ibe negalelo elikhulu ke eqaleni
nakempumelelo yenu. Ngumfana onesiphiwo kakhulu, kodwa ke kwamathuba amaninzi sawuthi ibhola yombhoxo kumele ukwazi ukwenza into ezininzi. Awunothembela ngento enye emdlalweni wakho, funeka ukwazi uadjust, funeka ukwazi uadapt, funeka ukwazi ukhawuleza ufunda. And ndingathi into esinayo, I think umqeqeshi uhlobo akhetha ngalo abadlali bakhe, ukhetha abadlali abakwazi udlala indima ezininzi nezihlukeneyo. So uba nabadlali abanjalo benza izinto lula etimini, and sinetha igalelo lakhe, ngumuntu uyalibona, and yes, siyavuya ukwazi bona abadlali abanjalo.
Kanye ukujonga kwimidlalo mithathu leyo neyiqalile nakuleyo nangona beningekho kumgangatho nazo ngalo kanti kwazile uphumelele. Niye kule veki nekapa uvile ukuthethwa nabaxhasi babo abaninzi basekapa. Yintoni enihluke ngayo yena? Nikwaziyo into niphantsi niyakwazi ukubhalika ngaphezulu. Yintoni enihluke ngayo?
Ndingathi kukufunda kwiminyaka edlulileyo, nozama ukukhulisa umdlalo wethu maxesha onke, and sentsho uba ngelinye ixesha uyakwazi uplana izinto zingenzeki ngolu hlobo ubunqwena zenzeke ngalo, kodwa ke still sizithembile siyitim, sonela sikhulile siyitim, and iinjongo zethu azithezeki mandla ngenxa ye-scoreboard. Sihlala sibhiliva kule nto siyifunayo, and sijonge yona nto ibalulekileyo ngokwalo mzuzu, and then sizama uqoshelisa yona, sijonge elandelayo ebalulekileyo ngalo mzuzu, sizama uqoshelisa. And I think into esenza sibe yitim eqinileyo ngoba sithembene, and yinto kudala sizama uyikha lena, and ndicinga uba side safika kwelo nqanaba uba sibe yitim enjalo. So sawuzama uyigcina apho, nakwiigame ezilandelayo siyazi zikhona iigame ezingazuba lula, mhlawumbi singazuqala kakuhle, kodwa ke ngohlobo esidlala ngalo sikwindawo ezithembileyo, and siyakwazi uleqa isikoro, siyakwazi uvala igame.
Bukhanye mhlawumbi ongeza ngumbuzo sokuziyo lo mhlawumbi ungawubetha kunjani kubona abadlali abasakhasayo beqela bafana noSasha uFasi, kunjani udlala nabo utrena nabo nje?
No, kuhle kakhulu ubona abadlali abasebatsha banikwa ithuba, and I think nathi siyi-team sizama ukwenza izinto lula for umuntu wonke, noba ngumuntu omtsha okanye ngumuntu osenamava, and ithuba abalinikwayo ndizawuthi masibulele abaqeqeshi ngokwazi ukwenyula italente esentsha, nobaniki amathuba abakwazi udlala. Senethu usebenzisana ke ne-youngsters nabantu abadala, into ekwakudala sizama uyakha apha etimini.
Chase, there's been a request for you to try Afrikaans. Are you up for it or not?
Jeez.
United game op Spacebodem, Rachel Stadium teen All Blacks gaan speel en span die Kaap op. Weet jou persoonlike gevoel en van die span wat dit
Ja nee, eerstens soos ek gesê het, as ek in die groep is vir hierdie naweek sal dit regtig ongelooflik wees en ek is seker vir elke speler wat in die 23 gaan wees, gaan dit 'n goeie ervaring wees. Ek dink laaste toets was 2017. So is 'n lang tyd terug. So dit sal baie lekker wees om deel te wees van die span. Die tweede toets teen New Zealand kan speel. En ja, dit gaan 'n groter een wees as laaste naweek. So ja, sal maar time vas dat in die groep is.
Dankie Brakies.
Can you show last question?
Very long to be there or what is going to put for the past. Because it is no longer clinic. Benjamin, Benjamin,
Oluphi landa yokuqala? Oh, okay. No kwam umkhokheli wethu no besiyazi ba uza ajonga uba isimo sakhe sindawo. Kodwa ke ngohlobo ebenibona ngalo uzamile ubaleka nathi. Sonke sizawuthi sisebenze kahle sitraine kahle ukwenzela amalungiselelo ale game and I think kuzawuthatha isigqibo namhlanje okanye ekseni ngomso mphambe amagama aphume ba uzakwazi na umelana nomdlalo ngoba i-training sinela ayifani nezinga lomdlalo so sawulindela ke kugqirha nomqeqeshi xa ekhupha amagama ngomso.
Awesome. Thanks, Chase. Thanks.
Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. It is Wednesday afternoon. We are less than 24 hours away from the eagerly anticipated team announcement that Rassie Erasmus will do tomorrow of the Springbok team to take on the All Blacks this weekend. All Blacks is actually going to be about 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. The Boks set to announce their team about 2 hours later. So this time tomorrow we will have both teams announced and we'll be able to talk about them as well. So we've been doing live shows every single day this week and very, very cool to engage with fellow fans and talk about the sort of the state of rugby really. And we've had a lot to address and a very big announcement yesterday. Well, not a formal announcement, but a confirmation of the sort of Springbok versus All Black tours that will begin in a few years' time. The first tour set to happen in 2026. Now, it's been a very interesting reaction to that sort of confirmation, really, of the memorandum of understanding, and both from Springbok and All Black fans, as well as sort of general fans. Obviously, a lot to talk about with regards to scheduling and how it's going to work and how it's going to affect everything else. For example, like the Rugby Championship and incoming tours and the likes of that. As well as, is this good for rugby, for example? Are we talking about a really positive move, or are we talking about something which might actually be quite negative in the long run? As well as kind of why these tours have to happen, or why these tours are going to happen. You know, what's the thinking behind them? How they're going to work? And the likes. We'll also talk a little bit about Springbok training because we were inside the stadium today and we got confirmation of a bunch of players that are training. The likes of Stephen Kitsov, who is at training, Kenan Moody at training, Mari Liebach back with the Boks as well as Sia Khaleesi, who trained today and as far as we understand could very well still be in the selection frame for this weekend. We don't know if you train on Sunday. On Monday, for example, the policy is if you don't train on Monday, you don't get selected. That was kind of the reason that Vincent Koch, for example, was left out in that Rugby World Cup finals. He wasn't ready for Monday. Trevor Nyakani got the nod. So that is the team policy. You don't train on Monday, you don't come into selection. So, for example, if we look at last week with the Eben Etzebeth situation, he did train on Monday and trained every single day. And so there was no issue in him being selected, for example, as per the team policy, because he had trained all the time, and that wasn't an issue. So we wait to find out exactly whether he will play tomorrow. Hopefully we might be able to get, we're not going to get a coaching update today, unfortunately, but we might be able to get an update from them in the Springbok camp. Yeah, you know, as soon as we do, we'll let you guys know what the situation is there. But yeah, so, you know, all the players that left for Currie Cup duty, they are back with the box. So like your Kane Moody's, your Stephen Kitsoff, Marley Liebach, I think it was Marcus Pimpy as well. Yeah, Pimpy also went back. He's back in the mix. So all of those players will be in the selection frame for this weekend. We're not sure, for example, if Sam Murat is fit, so we'll have to wait and see exactly how this team all looks tomorrow morning. But yeah, that's a bit of an update from the training, and we'll have a press conference coming to you in about an hour's time. It starts at 2:15, so about more 2 hours time. I think the players that we've got in that press conference are as follows. I believe it is Cheslin Colby and Akanya Am for today, which might suggest Akanya Am, for example, in the selection frame. And we will also have an interview with Damien DeLinda, which will come out on Sunday. So just in terms of the content, that is what you got to look forward to today. Tomorrow we will have Springbok team announcement as well as the All Black team announcement. We will have press conferences from both coaches. We will have clips from players as well, and sets of training for both teams as well. And then Friday, obviously, is captain's run day, so we'll have content from the Springboks team photo, as well as the captain's run, as well as the captain's press conference, which is usually Stondile Stick and the Springbok captain, whoever's the captain on the day. Hopefully, it's going to be Sia Khaleesi, and we'll also have a pitch side interview from the All Blacks captain, which you imagine is going to be Scott Barrett. But let's get into this tour idea, shall we? And I'm going to bring up the article, which was actually broken by... Oh, let me not do that. It was from Daily Maverick. And so we'll go look at the original article and give them their due for being the ones to sort of break the news that everything had been decided, and that it is basically all systems go for this tour over here, which is set to happen in 2026. So before we get into that, I've got a poll running asking, do you think this is a good idea? A very simple yes or no answer. And I want to hear what you guys think about the whole idea of this tour, which is going to happen in 2026 and 2030, and then 2034, and then 2038, and the likes. So Craig Ray was the journalist that broke the news, and there are quotes from Rian Olberholzer, who is the CEO of SA Rugby. So it has all been fully, fully researched and confirmed, and yeah, so it is very legitimate. So let's go have a look, shall we, at the article itself. Right, so here we go. So the big thing is, it's a go. Springboks and All Blacks to resume full tours in 2026. And the main thing is that formal agreement has been reached. Is going to be called the greatest rugby rivalry. That is what the tours are going to be called at this stage. Apparently, it is a working title, confirmed by Rian Olberholzer, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But this is the situation. There will be 8 matches, including 3 tests, as well as 4 matches against the URC clubs and 1 match against an SAA side, which will be the first full tour, which will happen in 2026. The first time since 1996, and will mark 30 years since the end of the old sort of traditional tours that we used to have. So basically, it's there's also a 4th test, by the way, that's going to be staged outside, likely to be in either London or in America, and it will not form part of the series. And apparently, so the article is saying they're broad details of a deal, and then basically it's going to strengthen the connection, yada yada yada. Why are we doing this? This is the biggest question, and it's going to definitely upset a few people from terms of other nations, but the main reason is financial, and that is very, very simply the be all and end all of this entire thing. This is going to make a large amount of money. We're talking about the 2 biggest rugby brands in the world doing proper tours. 3 tests, for example. I mean, we're talking about the biggest match in the world. That's not going to happen 3 times in a 3-test series. We don't get 3-test series against the All Blacks. If we're lucky, we get 3-test series against Northern Hemisphere sides when they come touring in incoming tours. So we never, unfortunately, get those sort of 3-match series against New Zealand, because they're kind of all in for All Blacks Rugby Championship, which is 2 matches. Now, I think a lot of people would kind of argue that they would almost prefer to see a 3-match test series instead of the Rugby Championship, which in many ways, I suppose it's kind of fair enough in terms of that really big rivalry that, really, how do you determine who's the best? Because often especially in the last few years, we've kind of won one, lost one, won one, lost one. And now we get to have a series you win. You get to if you beat them twice and even lose them a third time, there's no doubt about it. So whether the Freedom Cup, for example, becomes a thing, I imagine that will kind of be part of it. I don't know if that's going to change with regards to how it's won. Maybe the Freedom Cup becomes an every 4-year thing. Maybe these tours become the kind of the Freedom Cup tour, where your 3-match series decides who keeps it for 4 years, for example. I don't think they'll go that route, but it would be an interesting concept, wouldn't it? Because it's far more reflective in terms of having to win the series, 2-1 or 3-0, or if you draw one and you draw the series and you draw it. Like we saw the British and Irish Lions series drawn back in 2017 between the All Blacks and the Lions. So yeah, I mean that could be something that kind of goes into it. So there's still a lot of finer details that we've got to sort of iron out, really. And apparently last week, as mentioned over here, so SA Rugby New Zealand leaders met in Johannesburg and they finalised the details of the resumption of the tours. So this is what Ruan Oberholzer had to say. He said, "I just spent 2 days with the New Zealand leadership in what we are calling the greatest rugby rivalry." He said, "It's a working title, although some people might say it is arrogant to say that. We have signed a memorandum of understanding and we are in the planning phases now. We have a draft schedule that must still be agreed. This is the main thing. We met with commercial brokers on setting the commercial property, the sponsorship matrix, and we will go to market in due course. We believe we have to be in the broadcast market soon. It's a collaboration of 2 unions that have been agreed to work together off the field. We believe we have to be closer, and we have never been closer. Let's fight on the field and let's work off the field to the betterment of both of the unions. We have such a challenge in rugby with funding, so we have to create our own opportunities, and that is what we are busy with at the moment." Very, very interestingly is the sharing agreement. So apparently the income in terms of the commercial value and broadcasting rights will be shared evenly, although the home union will take a larger share of the ticket and match day revenue. So, your broadcast rights, your big sponsorships, for example, that is all going to be shared. The home union will take the ticket revenue or a bigger share of the ticket revenue, which is fair enough. They want to try and sell the tickets on the ground themselves in terms of how big the stadiums are. There's obviously going to be a difference between South African stadiums and New Zealand stadiums in terms of size and stuff like that. But I do like the fact that it is going to be a shared income, because otherwise you're only really making a lot of money out of this every 8 years, whereas the now seeing every 4 years, for example, you're going to get that money into the bank. So I think that's a very good part of it as well. Apparently, this is the kind of the biggest thing that's currently being discussed in terms of how it's all going to work. So, because obviously there's sponsorship partners that they're going to clash. For example, broadcasting partners. That's why we've got the the Lipperviten, what's the rugby championship when it's over in Australia versus the Steinlager in New Zealand often, and then we've got the Castlelager down here, and the rugby championship changes name depending on where it is. Same as the URC. I think it's the BKT or BRT or whatever it is, URC overseas, and the Vodacom URC in South Africa. So different sort of sponsorships depending on the region, because certain brands are obviously not in other countries. Castlelager makes no sense for them to pay to have the international sort of sponsorship name for URC when it's not available overseas. So that is obviously a big part of it. In terms of apparently part of the negotiation is what is sacred. Apparently they're looking at ticket pricing in terms of, and also sort of the scheduling. Apparently they're looking at the Lions model, and they're going to start around the coast, come back, play the test matches, and then one out of South Africa before the series start. What's going to be interesting is the fact that the one out of South Africa might be the one before the test series, which I don't particularly like. You're going to arrive here, you're going to play against the Lions, Sharks, Stormers, and Bulls. You're going to play the SAA, then you're going to leave to America, play a match, and then come back for the test series. Not a massive fan of that, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I'd rather that one-off be a different day, different time, even a different month. But even if that becomes part of the end-of-year tour type of thing. So I'm not a massive fan of that part. This is the big controversy, isn't it? Is the Rugby Championship and what's going to happen to Argentina and Australia. So obviously those two unions are not going to be happy with this, because they're suddenly going to miss out on so much revenue with the Rugby Championship. The thinking at the moment is that on these years, much like Rugby World Cup years, the Rugby Championship becomes a single round tournament. And so you've got, and maybe you sort of make one of the series matches, or even though that the match outside of neutral venue, for example, you make that the South Africa versus New Zealand game, and then you play one game against Australia, one game against Argentina. So a single sort of round, not home and away, three rounds, match against each union, winner takes all after that type of situation. That's obviously a very big problem, because when Argentina and Australia play against the All Blacks and play against the Springboks, they make a lot more money. And they're now going to lose out on 2 matches, an additional 2 matches every 2 years. I mean, already lost out on those 2 matches during World Cup years. So, and that's 2 matches on each, so it's 4 matches in totals. So Rian Overholz has said that the Rugby Championship will still happen, but it'll probably be a single round, which is what they are pushing for. He said, if it's not going to happen, we are sorry. Did say to Argentina and Australia that we will play one of Test matches against them. That is a discussion that we need finally in the second week of September. So that is still going to be a discussion. A lot of this, for example, is after things broke down between SA Rugby and New Zealand Rugby, because we got kicked out of Super Rugby. Somebody the other day said, we never kicked you out. Yes, you did. New Zealand did very much kick South Africa out of Super Rugby. They were kind of went with the area tour method, and they had different ideas of what's going to happen, and they basically kind of said, right, cool, well, we're going to leave you guys out there. And I don't think they really realized what the impact of SA Rugby was. So it was in July that New Zealand Rugby announced it would break away from SANS and form a new Super Rugby competition which excluded South Africa. And there was a report that, for example, talked about the feasibility, etc., etc., etc. And since then, there's been a lot of regret about that, because South Africa made the move to Europe, where we've had to struggle a little bit in terms of financial things in the first few seasons, but are now about to become full members of the URC and full members of the EPCR, and we will start to receive the revenue directly from those competitions, and we'll probably receive a lot more revenue than was ever possible with the old sort of Super Rugby model. So this is kind of a bit of like a going back to relationships, and at the end of the day, it's all about finances. Is this the best thing for World Rugby? World Rugby, probably not. This is not going to be a good thing for Australia Rugby. This is not going to be a good thing for Argentina Rugby. Is this going to be a massively good thing for both these unions? 100%. And the problem is, the reality in terms of the feasibility of rugby is you've got to be selfish at the moment. We've been propped up on lots of reserves, on big sponsorship deals, and if the British and Irish Lions series hadn't happened, for example, SA Rugby could potentially have been broke. And they've had to take a lot of money out of from the likes of like Supersport, for example. That's why they're going to get that access with Chase to the Sun, and they kind of kept SA Rugby going. Now they're looking at how do they find the revenue moving forward, and this is going to make stupid amounts of money. There's talk about the new Nations Championship, for example. Now, what's going to do to that? I don't think anybody cares about the Nations Championship, which is kind of that whole like Nations League type of the Rugby Championship, Six Nations, as well as the Alternation Series, kind of all feed into a semi-final, final weekend type of thing. That was the one that was going to be potentially funded by Qatar, and yeah, it's kind of on ice at the moment because it was rejected. The Qatar bid was rejected, so they're going to look at something different. So we'll wait and see exactly how that all plays out. But obviously, this also makes that very, very complicated from a scheduling point of view, because you're talking about now you can play midweek games, but you're talking about at least about a 4 or 5 week tour, probably about a 4-week tour, where you'll probably play an SAA game on a Saturday, for example. You might go like a Bulls Saturday, Lions Wednesday, Sharks Saturday, Stormers Wednesday, SAA Saturday, Test series kind of thing. So that's what, 2 weeks, 5 weeks tour. That's kind of probably what we'll probably see. So in terms of the Rugby Championship, that's why it makes it so complicated, because if you were to start a tour at the beginning of August, it only ends the first week of September. And then again, you could then have the rest of September, because we do play the Rugby Championship August, September. That's when the Rugby Championship is. So that's probably that's the most likely window for this. And it's quite nice because, the British Irish Lions series are interesting ones because they happen in the July window, which means that the team they're playing against, especially because it's in the Southern Hemisphere, it's the first time they're playing together that year, because the season starts then. This, for example, could be very different because you've got a situation of they'll play an incoming series. So say South Africa might have Wales here, and we might play 2 tests against Wales and a test against Fiji, and then we go into these tours. Now, what will be interesting is, and what I really hope is that we do see the players being released back to the unions, and they get to play against the All Blacks for their unions, and then come into the Springboks setup and play for the Boks, which is what you see during the British and Irish Lions series, and that's what we want to see here as well. We didn't see it as much because of COVID, but that's obviously not going to be an issue in these coming tours, hopefully. So that itself is also quite an interesting concept, the fact that it's not going to be a cold Springbok team. It's going to be a Springbok side that would have played for a couple of times already that year and will be ready for it as well. And so it's an interesting one, isn't it? So in terms of is this a bad thing or a good thing for rugby? And this is obviously going to be the big question. As mentioned, it's going to be a huge thing for SA Rugby and New Zealand Rugby. And I think at the time, we have to be selfish. We've seen a lot of talk, for example, from Ireland and France. They rejected that the Qatar proposal with the Nations Championship. They were the only 2 teams that did. And they, unsurprisingly, are the 2 teams that aren't struggling financially. So they don't need the Nations Championship. They don't need that sort of injection of money that was going to potentially come from that whole proposal. So it was a frustrating situation because you've got like a Scotland and a Wales, especially Wales, for example, who are in the mud at the moment, and they're desperate for alternative forms of income and to find ways of keeping their rugby program going and to funding it. But they're being crippled by teams that don't need the income making the decisions. So it's a frustrating situation to be in for these things. And that's the main thing as well. I think, when that gets rejected, SA Rugby as well are going to sit there saying, well, if that's going to be sort of on the rocks, we need to find other ways. Because at the end of the day, running rugby costs a lot of money. We've been bleeding money a lot with the URC and EPCR. Hopefully we'll start to make that money back. But, we've got a massive women's tournament that we're going to start rolling out, where we're going to try and professionalize our entire women's setup and have I think it's a 5 or 6 team women's league. And there's all going to be centrally contracted players, and then there's going to kind of be like an auction type of thing. And these players are going to be distributed amongst the different unions and franchises, which is a really good thing. We've got to get our women's side to being one of the top teams in the world, because why can't it be? We've got to get our under-20s into being the best teams in the world. Now, how do we get that right, for example? Is investing into the Varsity Cup system? Do we need to invest more into our under-20 concept? Do we need more academies, for example? We've got the Western Province Rugby Institute, and you've got the Sharks Academy. Lions don't really have an academy. It's kind of just the Lions junior structures. Similarly with the Bulls, don't really have a Bulls Academy as much. Do we need more academies, and how does that look? Are you going to have a Pumas Academy, a Greekwood Academy, how do you get EP Rugby right? Look at the talent coming out of EP Rugby. Makazolo Pimpi, Lekanya continue to be like the big sort of exports, but Fassi as well is also an export of the EP. So you've got to get that right as well, and all of this costs money. It's all money at the end of the day. And so we can't sit there and say, we've got to really think about what is this going to do to Australia rugby, because at the end of the day, we need to kind of be selfish to a certain degree. We're playing against like the likes of Portugal. I think all for that, play against tier 2 nations. Lots of people talk about the fact that, we need to help the African nations develop. Well, they voted against us for the Rugby World Cup. So as far as I'm concerned, no. You had your chance. You voted against us for the Rugby World Cup. You were one of the reasons we didn't get our Rugby World Cup. So I've got zero feeling that we need to help, Central African teams and the likes, to try and build up their rugby. Until they're aligned and until they come in clutch and they start backing us, we're not going to support them either. I think that's fair. Let's go to some of the comments and see what people have to say. And we're talking about this over here. David says, for the smack talk between the 2 nations, we clearly love playing each other. 94% so far, 85% down. We are slightly down from that. And TVPC said, New Zealand want this because Super Rugby is no good. T. Chambers saying, more isn't more. Maybe they should play each other every other weekend. That'll be exciting. I mean, it's every 4 years that we're going to go from playing 2 games to 3 games. I don't think it's that much suddenly more from a Springbok All Blacks thing. I'm really excited about what the opportunity for our teams to play. I want to see Lions playing against the All Blacks. How cool is that? You know, that's what I'm more excited about. Probably actually more than the 3-test series, to be perfectly honest. Albert says, throwing a Barbarian warm-up game during the week for the All Blacks tour would be great. Petrus says, France, Ireland, possibly England look after their own interest. 100%. Everybody else does, so why can't we? TVPC said, should be called the Great Money Spinner. Well, you know, you can call the top 14 that. You can call the Nations Championship that. You know, it is what it is. I said, I've seen the finances, and they're not looking good. They're not looking good. We have bled so much money afterwards, and you know, this is a union that's struggling financially to stay afloat, despite funding so little of the women's game and not funding nearly enough of the junior game. You know, we're all in on the Springboks. Our sevens has suffered, our women's structures have suffered, and we need to sort that out. JP says, just think back to 2018 when transformation was such a big issue. Now Rassie can pick a backline of Grant, Sasha, Orense, Mapimpi, Willemse, Moody, Colby, Fassia, Nolan, Bat, and I. 100%. Albert says, it's not like Australia and Argentina coming up with ideas to help their situation. I mean, if you look at Australia, for example, their rugby is in a crisis. It really is in a crisis. So, to a certain degree, to sit there going, well, we're not even sure if these guys are going to be competitive or it's going to be, you know, feasible to be going to Australia for much longer. Can we sit there? Can we rely on them? You know, can we rely on what's going to happen in Australia? Because rugby is really struggling there. So, you're not going to sit there and now turn down millions in revenue to support a union in Australia, which is at the moment really struggling and kind of dying. Argentina are always the one that's on the short end of the stick because they're a little bit like South Africa, are sitting in South America with no other teams who are remotely close to them from a competitive point of view. You know, we saw Chile at the World Cup, we saw Uruguay, but they're nowhere near the level of Argentina. And I don't know how you get that right. That's a bit of a South American problem. I don't know what the solution is. I'm not going to try and pretend I know what the solution is because I just don't know enough about South American rugby. And I'm not going to try. But that is also a big problem. A couple people talking about forward selection this weekend. Temba saying on forwards, my sense Thomas Toy gets the nod to start as well as kicks off on second half. Stennekamp seems likely to be one dropped. And then Craig, CJ Sam is saying South African rugby union was financially strongest when there was still interest in the Currie Cup and stadiums would be filled towards the end of tournaments like the early and mid 2000s. Yeah, a long time ago though, to be fair. Things have changed. Michael says, if we compete in South and North, can only be good for our boys to be in the best Ireland and New Zealand, our biggest rivalries. And Herman saying, All Blacks tour should include matches against Pumas, Greek Cheetahs, and a combination of the B section. Yeah, I think that just starts getting far too complicated. You know, you're not adding in three more matches. You know, you might say instead of the Lions matches and Bulls matches, stuff like that. But again, from a product point of view, do we really want to watch All Blacks versus the Greekers instead of watching the All Blacks versus the Stormers? Think about the ticket sales at the DHL Stadium, Stormers versus All Blacks. That's going to be sold out. Even Lions versus All Blacks was going to sell a lot of tickets. And that's the main thing, isn't it? Again, it's always the financial ramifications. What's the financial benefit? That is the main reason for this, and that's going to be the point of reference at all times in terms of the ideas. Lindahl says, New Zealand and Australia rugby is progressively getting worse over time. Super Rugby disaster. And Manaf says, you are so correct. We need to be selfish and stop being concerned about what other unions think about us. World Rugby already seem to have a slight agenda against us. Daku's throwing in an early score prediction, saying 32-23 to the box. And JP saying, our schools are so strong. Why do we struggle in the World Cup? Is it purely coaching, or is our schools not as good as we think? I think it's a mixture. I think our schools are strong. But I do think that we're not getting the right players from a scouting point of view or a pipeline point of view. I think there's a problem from schoolboy to under 20s in terms of getting the right players from that into that system. I don't think it's just a coaching problem. You know, we have changed coaches, but I felt sorry for Fun and Clear because I think the systems aren't good enough at this stage to make sure we're getting the best players into the systems and into the team. So I think they need to fix the pipeline in that, you know, a whole bit of a rehaul, which I think they will do. But maybe our schools aren't as strong as we think we are. But I think there's no doubt when we see the school tours and stuff like that, we always seem to do pretty well in them. So there's definitely no shortage of talent. So, yeah, that's interesting. We're going to call up there, people. We're going to wrap it up today. And again, as mentioned, we will have a press conference for you in about an hour's time, just over an hour, featuring Lekanya and Ches and Colby, which could be an indication that we might see Lekanya this weekend. So, yeah, what do you think about that? But please do like the video on the way out, and also subscribe to the channel if you're new. On the road to 80,000 subscribers. We're past 75,000, hoping to get to 76 before the weekend, maybe 77 after the weekend. And try and get to 80,000 by maybe the end of the Rugby Championship if things go well. So please do support us there, and we will see you guys all tomorrow for a team announcement day for both teams. It's going to be a busy day. Settle in, make sure you've got your Wi-Fi working. If you're on data, make sure you buy enough, because tomorrow it's going to be content on content on content. We do have training up from the box, and you can go and see exactly who's floating around there, like Sia Khaleesi, Kenny Moody, Stephen Kitsoff. They're all in. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Plenty of changes in the All Blacks side to face the Springboks on the weekend, with a change in the halfback pairing, a change in the back three, as well as a change to the back row, with a very new look bench with a lot of experience as has been deployed by Scott Robertson for Saturday's game, in the hope to try and counteract that sort of final 20-minute slump that we have seen from the All Blacks in the last few games, where they've not managed to score any points and have actually allowed teams back into the game where they've kind of been shot right towards the end. So some very interesting calls being made ahead of this weekend. A couple of big injuries as well for the All Blacks. Very notably, no Ethan Blackadder, who has been one of the most informed players for the All Blacks. Also, no Caleb Clark. They are out with a hamstring and a back injury, respectively. And very interesting to see what the reason that Scott Robertson provided for the side that you're looking at over there. So let's go through it, shall we? In the front row, it is Tamati Williams, Kote, Toa Lomax, an unchanged front row from last weekend. They are backed up by Scott Barrett, who's the captain, as well as Tupou Vai. Very weirdly, Cody Taylor actually having the vice captaincy part removed from his name. Not sure if it was disorder in the ranks. The whole having three vice captains is a bit stupid anyway. But just the two vice captains this weekend. And then there's a massive opportunity for Wallace Satiti, who gets an opportunity to start in the number 6 jersey. It will be the first ever start for the 21-year-old who has been in electric form in Super Rugby. He has played 2 appearances off the bench and will get his first start this weekend. And yeah, very interesting to see how the Chiefs youngster will go. I mean, he's so new to rugby. He's not even playing. This is his first sort of full professional season, and brings a lot to him. He's a big ball carrier, 113 kgs, slightly lower than 1.9. He's not the tallest of loose forwards, but brings a lot in terms of his physicality and the size it brings. So big opportunity for him. There has been a change in scrum up. Cortez Ratimo has replaced TJ Perenara in the starting lineup, and a lot of people have been calling for this change, talking about the fact that Perenara's been too slow from the rucks, for example, and they haven't been getting that sort of quick ball they used to for all the decades we had of Aaron Smith. As a result, the youngster who will be making his 6th appearance this weekend, he will get an opportunity to start. And Razor talking about him being very fast, a very good passer of the ball. He's had a very good start to life in an All Blacks jersey. I think he scored in debut, actually. But it's a very interesting decision to drop down TJ Perenara, who's played 84 times for the All Blacks. If we then look at the rest of the backline, Damon McKenzie retains his side, but a very new look back three. Will Jordan, the only surviving player in that back three, and he shifts to full back. The position where a lot of people say he is the strongest and he is the best at. He is joined by Mark Taleo, who gets an opportunity to start, and Seri Reese, who comes in due to the injured Caleb Clark, and then, as mentioned, Bowden Barrett dropping down to the bench. Centers remain as last weekend in Geordie Barrett and Rico Awani. Off the bench, then it is Asafa Amua, Opatonga, Farsi, Fletcher Newell. No changes there. Sam Derry has Luke Jacobson for company on the bench. Apparently, Dalton Papali'i was fit and could have featured, deciding to go with Luke Jacobson instead. And then the 3 backdown players, lots of experience in TJ Perenara, Antonella Brown, and Bowden Barrett, who between the 3 of them have close on 300 caps for the All Blacks. TJ Perenara, 85 caps, Antonella Brown, 76, Bowden Barrett, 129. So, lots of experience on the bench. Opatonga Farsi, 62 caps, for example. Luke Jacobson, even 21 caps. And this is very deliberate. because the Scott Robertson has spoken about the fact that there has kind of been a drop-off in the final 20 minutes, that they haven't been finishing games well, and these changes apparently have been done to do just that, to try and make sure that they don't sort of have that drop-off and that they are putting together a full 80-minute performance. So it's going to be interesting to see if that does make the difference. Yeah, I think they need that. I think they need something, to be fair. I personally would have thought they might have thought about a 6-2 split. I do think there's a couple of injuries, and maybe the forwards at the moment not as dominant as maybe they'd like to be. So I think that might be sort of one of the reasons that they're not going with a 6-2 split, because they might not just have quite the personnel to be able to pull it off. But yeah, it's going to be the first ever game between the All Blacks and the Springboks at the DHL Stadium. However, it is the 10th time they were playing Cape Town, which obviously a very big All Black supporter base, which Scott Robertson acknowledged, saying it's been fantastic to see how many people are supporting. They're there getting autographs, getting photos, for example. And they've got a very good record in Cape Town against Springboks. They've won 7 out of the 10 matches. Springboks winning just the 3. The last time these two teams met was in 2017, so a long time ago, and it was just a 1-point win for the All Blacks, and that was at Newlands. Since then, however, things have changed a little bit when it comes to this rivalry, with the Springboks having won the last 3 games against the All Blacks, looking to try and make it 4 in a row, looking to try and get the Freedom Cup. The All Blacks need a response this weekend. Do you think this team has enough in it to give them exactly that? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Clark and Ethan Blake, how serious are those injuries?
Not major injuries, but definitely up for this test. Yes, I'll call them minor injuries. Neither of them would be available to have played this weekend.
How much emphasis do you put on the bench with TJ Pettinara and Bowden going back there?
Yeah, obviously we've looked at it and realised it's really important to have experience at the end of games. It's a great couple of names to put on there with a lot of tests and a lot of experience, and they'll come on and finish the job for us.
Wallace is easy at blindside flank. Haven't seen too much of him there for the Chiefs this year, but what gives you the confidence that he's ready for a big test like this?
He's a hell of an athlete and built for these sort of games. He's a great defender, great skill set, and we've been impressed with him in the last month, and believe with Ethan's injury it's his time.
And just how many of the changes were, I guess, prescribed? I guess you've got a couple of injuries as well, but were they reactive to the performance at Ellis Park? Were you always thinking maybe you might put those players to the bench, or
we wanted to look at Cortez starting, and it just worked out this way this week for us in that regard, and the opportunity to play fullback and give Sevu, who's a world-class wing, with Mark Taleo, he goes pretty well as well. So, we're fortunate we've got some quality players, and this week it's a mix for us.
Just lastly from me, you've used Will a lot at fullback for the Crusaders. He's only played there once, or started once at test level before, but the big test match, what gives you the confidence he's good to go at fullback?
Look, he's fit and he's able, he's trained really well, covers fullback and wing anyway in the game and the structure that we do play, so he'll slot straight in. He's been around a while.
Just on that new look back 3, is it going to necessitate much of a change in the way the team's going to play with Will there?
Look, we have massive change from week to week. It's more the style of the individual. Look, he's played a lot of rugby with Sevu and Mark before. Depends sort of what kick sort of cycles we get into, or counter-attack opportunities he gets. But look, he'll slot straight in. He knows the game well.
And Luke on the bench.
Yeah, Luke was. We believe that he can cover all 3 positions. He's captain his super side. He's just what we need. We believe for this week.
Razor, have you ever heard of the Cape Town Maoris?
Oh, shivers. Okay. Change the subject here. Yeah, sorry. Your full team selection to...
The Cape Town Maoris, basically Cape Town-based fans. Can you just talk about the fans? Remember that your town's playing, the New Zealand team's playing at Newlands.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've had plenty of supporters outside the hotel. They love a selfie and a autograph, and they know the players just as well as they do at home. Look, I know there's a lot of passionate supporters here, so we're looking forward to playing in front of them.
Just what's your stance on overseas-based players playing for the All Blacks?
The what,
Overseas
sorry?
based players, overseas-based players. That's your stance on that.
I think the CEO covered that off pretty clearly the other day, didn't he, with his answer. They're the current laws and rules, so that's what they are.
Right, so back to the team selection stuff.
Yeah.
The likes of TJ and Bowden going back to the bench.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to start, but how were they receptive, obviously, to the idea of coming back to the bench and acknowledging a little bit that the bomb squad, what they do bring? You did that experience come up.
It's a tough conversation. Both of them were, they're great team men. They've been around for a long period of time. They know the All Black jersey is so important to all of us, and that if they need to come on and finish a job, they will. And you've got to be really respectful in those conversations and talk through the reasons why. But that they understood, and they want to start, as you said. They want to start. They want to be out there for the majority of the match. But it's just how we finish the match is the key.
What is Scottish Platinum doing? We haven't seen much of him as a scrummer.
Oh, he's quick. He's got a great pass. He's intuitive. Gets himself in some great support roles. He does all the basics really well. He's a great competitor.
Did you consider a 6-2 bench split at all? We know the Boks, they like it, and sometimes they even go 7-1.
Yeah, we were thinking 8-0. But it didn't last that long, so.
Just in terms of the challenge of the Boks, what do you think you guys need to do differently this time to get over the line?
Oh, look, obviously last week we gave our opportunities with 10 minutes to go and a little bit of discipline, and just gave them too many opportunities inside our 22. It was fine margins, the whole game, and that's test footy. So we looked at all our efforts and then focused on areas we could be better, and one of them is obviously finishing matches.
We saw what happened last week with that game, but what are you hoping for from the officiating point of view?
Consistency. Just consistencies in calls.
Rosa, what have you made of the Springboks holding off their team announcement until later today? They obviously normally name their team on Tuesday.
I expect everything. Expect everything from them. Good. That's fine. They name it at the time they need to, and if it's not Tuesday, it's Thursday, isn't it? Like everyone else. So I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Just on Ethan, he's obviously had a few injury setbacks through his career. How tough for him to have another one?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's minor, but man, he's in some hell of form. Going through clips with him last night, and just acceleration to everything. He sort of doesn't pump the brakes too often, old Ethan. And it was great that he got his body into Test match level, and he could play consistently and have the impact on that match. So, not naming him has been pretty difficult because he deserves that opportunity. And he'll be back pretty quickly. And that's a good thing.
No Dalton in the team as well. He's recovered from his thumb injury.
He came right. It was coming right this week, and it was a call between him and Luke, and we've gone for Luke.
Yeah. How important is it to win the Freedom Cup, given that you held it for so long?
Oh, obviously it means a lot. It obviously means a lot. We've discussed it, but performances look after trophies, so that's been our focus.
The All Blacks were known to be a dominant side, especially the last 20 minutes, especially in the McCaw era. There have been reports saying that the All Blacks have lost their swag. I mean, what are your comments on that?
Who's your reports from, sorry?
From New Zealand journalists saying that the All Blacks have lost their swagger.
Okay. Obviously, we had a game on the weekend that we had an opportunity to win, so it's a small snapshot of it. We've got another opportunity this weekend.
The last question, there's one more.
What are you expecting out of the Springboks this weekend?
Extremely passionate and physical like they are every other week, and got a hell of a depth to their squad. We've I said, when they name their team, they'll have sort of clear indication how they're going to play. And look, with your world number one, you always turn up. So we expect everything from them. Obviously, a little bit of creativity that they've got in their group as well, and another hell of a test match.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wallace, congratulations. How are you feeling about getting a start in this test?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, definitely excited. It's a big test, my first start as well, so I'm excited to see how I do and see how I challenge myself as well. So yeah.
You played the whole season at number 8 for the Chiefs. How much change is it going to be on the blind side?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a big change, but we'll prep well throughout the week, and yeah, I'll get my reps right, and yeah, should be all good.
What kind of experience have you had at once? I think played a couple of games at Harvard there.
Yep, a couple of games at Harvard there. Probably my most recent experience was at Harvard, so yeah, like I said, it'll be a bit of a change, but get the reps in throughout the week and prepare well. So.
Earlier this year, I think you're playing Chiefs development. Now you're starting a test against the Springboks. It's been quite the rise. I mean, you pinch yourself, but you're starting a test like this in Cape Town this week.
Yeah, still a bit. Still feeling a bit overwhelmed, but yeah, just excited and yeah, keen to get into it. So.
What did you notice last week about the game, and what do you think you can add to the All Blacks pack this week?
Yeah, I think the big one is being able to play for the full 80, being able to keep that level high right throughout the entire game, and like we all know, it's a physical game, so I'll be expecting that this week as well. So.
Jordy, what's the mood been like in camp this week as a senior player? What's the messaging you've been giving the team?
Yeah, it's been consistent. We've prepped well as we did last week, so nothing too much changes there, but obviously there's a little bit of disappointment that's lingering from last week, and yeah, we want to right a few wrongs. So yeah, it's been a good week so far, but there's still a little bit to go, and it's another big challenge against a very good side.
It's been quite a bit of overhaul in this team, but more than we're kind of used to with the All Blacks. How does that feel from your point of view?
I think it's normal for a year after a World Cup phase. We've been through one of them before, and certainly not making any excuses in that space. We have had plenty of time to prep, and this week has been very good as well, but we're facing a very good opposition as well, so we need to learn fast, adapt, and hopefully do everything we can to get a win on Saturday.
Wallace, obviously I watched you in the Super Rugby, but for the broader media, just tell us who you are and what could we expect from you this coming weekend?
Yep, my name is Wallace, played for the Chiefs in Super Rugby this year, played number 8 for the Chiefs, and hopefully a bit of physicality this week, and yeah, hopefully can bring that into the games.
Has Ethan Blackadder given you some tips on what to expect from Peter Steph and the boys?
Yeah, obviously he's very helpful. He's been very helpful for me in this entire sort of campaign, and obviously it's come with a bit of an unfortunate circumstance, but yeah, he's giving me a bit of tips, but we'll keep that to us. So, yeah.
And what has Razor told you? What does he want to see from you on Saturday?
Just that physicality, both on attack and defence, and yeah, just like I said, I'll try and bring that on the weekend. So.
Jordy, the Boks should, whilst Russell did mention that there will be a few changes in the team, but what are you expecting from them here in Cape Town Stadium? They haven't won the Freedom Cup in over a decade. I mean, what are you expecting from them this coming weekend?
Yeah, probably nothing different to what they've put out in the last 6, 7, 8 years. They've been ultra consistent. Their form doesn't really waver from week to week. And sometimes their selection does, so they've got a lot of depth in their squad, and we're not aware of the team that's been named yet, but no, we may expect the same team, or we could expect a lot of changes. It's kind of been what Russie's about, but look, whoever he puts out there seems to do a job, so it's going to be a big challenge in Cape Town this weekend.
Jordy, are you going to miss your big bro in the starting lineup, and what do you expect from him from the bench also, because that's where the Boks sort of made the difference last week?
Yeah, I think we didn't finish the game well last week, and we haven't for a few weeks. So hopefully we can close the game out in the last quarter if we get the opportunity to this week. So yeah, it's been a big focus for us.
And just Bowden off the bench.
Sorry?
Bowden Barrett off the bench.
What's the question, sorry?
What do you hope to see from him in that last
Oh,
quarter?
nothing too dissimilar from what he normally does each week. So he'll be, wanting to make a difference.
Geordie, obviously there's changes to the bench, but it can't all be about the bench in the last 20 minutes. What are you sort of seeing out there? Is it heads dropping or fatigue, or because it's been 3 weeks in a row now around some of those sort of changes in the last 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think we just need to keep applying pressure when it matters in those deciding sort of minutes of the game, and you can't let teams off the hook. A little bit of that has been us, and we've tried to focus on those areas throughout the past few weeks, and I feel like we're getting there, we're learning, so hopefully we see some improvement in the weekend.
Jordy, just your thoughts on Peter stepped to as a player. We know what happened last year in the final. He targeted you, tackled you many times. He made 28 tackles. Just your thoughts on you. Last week he played in 3 different positions.
Yeah, exceptional player I have a lot of respect for, and he's so versatile, so durable, and covers a lot of the ground, and it's inevitable if I'm playing at 12, we're going to be running into that channel and Peter Steph will be there. So I enjoy it. It's a great challenge and you want to test yourself against the best.
Jordy, having Cortez at 9 and Will at 15, what are you expecting from those two? It's pretty exciting back line.
Yeah, expect a lot of energy. The tests are difficult, particularly in South Africa. So yeah, hopefully they can just go out there and just do their basics well, and they've got a lot of backing from other players and obviously the coaches too. So it's a great challenge for them, and we'll see how they feel.
Jordy, just in terms of, it's the first match at the DHL Stadium between these two teams, but the Boks haven't beaten the All Blacks since 2005 in Cape Town. Are these types of stats anything you guys talk about during the week?
Certainly not. Inconvenient facts won't have any relevance in the way we prepare this week.
Do you expect the different match to the Ellis Park game? Obviously that was at altitude, faster pitch perhaps. Is Cape Town a bit similar to Wellington and heavier field, heavier weather conditions?
Yeah, I think the pitch in Wellington's actually pretty fast. And I haven't been to the Cape Town Stadium, so I don't know what to expect in that space. Like you said, other All Blacks here haven't played in that stadium too, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Wallace, what was your initial reaction when the team got named to the playing group? Was it any surprise from yourself, maybe getting named in the 6 jersey?
Yep, well, definitely a lot of surprise. Obviously haven't played 6 in a while, so to hear my name get called out at that jersey was definitely different, and like I said, we're just going to have to get the reps in throughout the week. So.
Well, is this the first time in South Africa?
This is my first time. Yep.
How's it been for you, the experience, and obviously All Blacks have a lot of fans in Cape Town in particular? Yeah,
it's been good. We went to Table Mountain yesterday, so some good views up there, and then the fans here are just amazing as well. Very polite, very reading. So we've been, it's been good to see all the fans out here.
Jordy, Jordy, away from the game, a bit of talk this week about perhaps the All Blacks coming back and doing a full tour of South Africa in 2026. How exciting is that for you?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but that'd be great. Anytime we get the chance to come to South Africa as players, it's amazing. We've obviously haven't had the ability to do that, losing the South African teams in Super Rugby. That'll be very welcoming amongst the group.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Massive news. Rusty Erasmus has officially announced his 23 to face the All Blacks, and it's a very interesting team. A move away from the 6-2 split. No Sasha Magomezulu in the starting lineup and no BITDEFENDER in the 23 are the big changes in what is a very interesting team to try and sort of break apart. We knew there were going to be changes. We knew there were going to be some rotation, but I don't think anyone kind of has picked this. Moving away from a bomb squad, people talking about how's the 6-2 going to look like? Well, it's not even a 6-2. People talking about who's going to replace Curtly Lawrence. Well, Kane Moody is back in the mix. And after one of his best games in the box, BITDEFENDER will not play a part in this weekend's game. So some very, very big calls being made by the Springbok coaching staff, and very interesting to listen here to Thomas Erasmus and about exactly why they made the decisions that they have in terms of the team selection, because it's brave. It is brave, nothing else. You got to feel for a couple of the players who do miss out. The big news, obviously, being that Siya Kolisi is also fit and will start the match as well. Before we look at the side, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, this is the side that will start this weekend. Let's go through it, shall we? If we look at the front row, it is Oxenchair, Boggy Manami, Francois Herbert in an unchanged front row. Eben Etzebeth, after coming off the bench last weekend, will start in that number 4 jersey next to Ruan Nokia, who continues to get some game time after an impressive outing last weekend. It is then probably our best loose trio in Siya Kolisi, Peter Step the Toy, and Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese coming back from injury, or from his suspension rather, and really, really impressing last weekend. I thought he was absolutely superb. Massive call at the halfbacks. It is Grant Williams getting just his second start for the Springboks at 9, with his first start being that the game against Argentina at Ellis Park, where he lasted unfortunately about 2-3 minutes. So he'll get his first proper start at 9, and he's next to Andre Pollard, who gets his first start of the Rugby Championship. Stefan Montgomery has been back for the first 3 games. He has dropped down to the bench in what is a very interesting 5-3 split. If we look at the rest of the back line, it is Cheslin Colby switching from the number 14 to the number 11 jersey. Kanan Moody coming in at number 14. And Billy Leroux will make his 97th appearance for the Springboks at fullback ahead of Apele Fassi. It is an unchanged centre pairing of Damien Delendi and Jesse Creel. If we look at the bench, it is Malcolm Mark, Theo Stenkamp, no Steven Kitsop. We thought we might see him this weekend. Not the case. Vincent Koch named in the number 18 jersey. Kwaka Smith, Albert Lowe, your 2 forward replacements, with Jaden Hendrickson coming onto the bench to partner Sasha Montgomery Zulu and Lekanya who we thought was going to be involved after being on press conference duty. So much to try and pick apart in this team. Let's talk about what Rassie Erasmus has had to say. He said the following. He said, this match is going to be massive. He said, New Zealand are a world-class outfit, and we know that they'll be desperate to bounce back after leading the second half last week. They'll also be fully aware of the fact that a victory could give them a huge boost on the Castle Lager Rugby Championship standings, and they'll be planning to retain the Freedom Cup, which they've held since 2010. It's going to be another epic encounter. They're a quality team with a lot of pace and several players who had great X-factor. We also saw last week what they can do if they get a strong start. While they have proven time and time again that they are a team that can close out games under a lot of pressure in the last 20 minutes. So it's going to take a huge team effort to register a victory against them. The big news, obviously, is that there is no injuries, for example, to Ben Jason Dixon and Apele Fassi, nor scores come off. These are tactical changes. There are, however, injuries to Kurtley Orense, who is ruled out of the match due to concussion, and that being pretty much the only injury from last weekend, despite it being very much not the only change. Let's look at it, shall we? So, I mean, obviously, it's a very different type of team, you know. Again, we've kind of always seen that when Andre Pollard starts at 10, Viliru tends to start at 15. You know, that's just kind of the vibes that we've kind of gone with over the years. So it's an interesting decision, and it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics change, especially when, for example, Damien Willemse comes back. But once again, we're kind of going with that combination. Kanan Moody back on the side, his first game for the Springboks this year. And apart from that, you know, the big selection for me is Grant Williams starting at 9. I actually had Jaden Hendrickson starting. I've been saying it all week, much to a lot of people's bewilderment sometimes. But I think that he is a fantastic test quality number 9, and I generally think that he's a better starter than he is finisher. But yeah, they're going with the other way around there. Apart from that, a couple of big changes there. Ruan Nokia getting backing is a nice change. 5-3 is an interesting one. I think, to be honest, it makes sense to a certain degree. I don't think the New Zealand pack has really troubled them in the sort of line stages, and I don't think we've been getting as big of an impact from the bomb squad with the current set of players as maybe we would like. So a bit of a different looking bench, and interesting to see how that bench goes. We'll talk about it a little bit more in our live stream later today, but let me know what you think of this team down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
There's a lot to unpack, Rassi, but let's start with the 5-3. What's the thinking behind that this week?
Yeah, I think sometimes there's games where you want to grow our team, and sometimes there's games where you desperately want to win. I think trying to win this game would mean a lot in the rugby championships for the last 2 rounds. And, you know, not to say you want your best players on the field, you want your best players in the group possibly. And I think a guy like Salman Murat is very unlucky not to be in this team. So to unpack it, the 2 loose forwards on the bench, you know, Peter Steff covers lock fire, so we can probably put on the 2 loose forwards some way. We will probably give you almost a 6-2 split momentum, if I say so, because Peter Steff is just a guy who can play 80 and 80 and 80. And we'll probably somewhere have to give him a rest. And then, yeah, you know, obviously Kirtley is out. We don't forget the guys like Kanan, what they've done for us before. Mapimpi's got his wife's giving birth, and we don't want to keep him away from that. So that's why Kanan is in here, and we all know if you've not been long in the setup, then it takes a bit to get used to. But Kanan knows as well. He has a 19-year-old boy coming onto the pitch against Australia away and had a magnificent game and is really playing well since. I think he's over all his injuries. Yeah, and we feel it's a game where we definitely will have to match their speed in which they played last week, and we think having 3 backs on the bench will help in that regard.
I asked Coach Step last week, does it put pressure on you to announce the team on Tuesday, especially with that situation with Earburn? Then Don this week said we should ask you reasoning behind having that selection on Thursday.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, we don't always want to upset the media. We thought by announcing it on a Tuesday is better for everybody, for us as a team, because we announce it 8 o'clock Mondays internally. And then if you announce it on Tuesday, we felt all the speculations is out of there, and you know, people can write about personal profiles and why we pick teams and give you a little bit more of an angle, and we've got nothing to hide. The Earburn case, I really don't understand why people don't understand that. The guy was injured on Monday, he went for x-rays, they said it will probably be a 10-day a week thing, and then he just trained on a Monday, and that's the only reason why we did change the team on a Tuesday. But yeah, let's for the specific team, let's announce it on Thursday, then hopefully everybody's happy, and then next week we'll do our Tuesday thing again.
Rossi, just maybe on Sia, on Saturday it looked like he had a fractured cheek. What exactly is his situation?
Yeah, he had 2 options. Again, I don't want to sound like a medical doctor, because I am not. Yeah, he has 2 options. The one is it has to be reset. It's a nose fracture in here, and I don't want to name bones and stuff. Maybe I pronounce it wrong. But he can either get it placed back now, then he's out for 3 weeks, or the doc says he can wait 2 weeks and then put it back in place. And obviously, the bigness, the massive thing about this game, not just for the rugby championship, for us playing the All Blacks here at the Cape Town Stadium is a big one, and everybody wants to play there. I must say, I saw a few sad faces when we announced the team on Monday. I think Marku must be desperately disappointed, not because he would have played in Sia's place, because we didn't go for 6-2, you know, but the guys handled it really well. I mean, Kobus, Mani, all the guys, Salman. I mean, if we went 6-2, Salman would have been a mix. Even with 5-3, he thought of a lock and a loose forward. But he has the luxury of Peter Steff. And you see, I see Salman playing a lot of test matches for South Africa still. And I see him as a great captain. He's really somebody that brings something to the party. It's a calmness about him. It's a precision thing about him. It's a really great work ethic. So we've got a few guys that's unlucky. And just to answer the question in the long term, but yeah, Sia, he himself wanted the option to play now and get it reset in 2 weeks' time.
Rassie, can you maybe expand a little bit, please, on the halfbacks and fullback?
Yeah, again, we don't want to, Stephen, forget about guys like Jaden, what he's done for us. Kobus had great runs for us. He played in the World Cup semi-final. Even Mani, I think, was the starting halfback pairing there, or 9 and 10 there. And then in the final, we went just with what's his name, Faf and Andre, and we only had one guy on the bench. So, and we think Grant deserves a start. Every time when he comes up, he definitely brings speed to the game. But so did us Kobus, and the temptation was there again to start Jaden and have Mani to have that, that blitz speed when the guys are a little bit tired. But after thinking, we had a long discussion. After thinking about it, let's see how deep into the game he can keep on delivering that before we bring Jaden on.
Rassie, just how tough has it been on Mani the last few months? I mean, considering this is a guy who went to the World Cup as your starting number 10, and now he's very much out of that pecking order.
Yeah.
How's he been the last few months? Do you still see him playing Test match rugby in the future, and the relationship with Sasha, and how you see that unfolding with the Stormers? Sorry, quite a big question.
Yeah. Look, what they do at the Stormers is it's almost, I wouldn't say irrelevant. It's we will never tell a franchise coach where to play a guy. It's his salary, it's his income, it's their livelihood, it's their supporters base, it's their franchise that must make money and win. So we totally understand when they make decisions. It's even more interesting, when Damian Willems is fit. It's going to be Sasha, Damian Willems, and Mani. And that's 3 great playmakers that you have in your team. So he's disappointed, but I think 3 years ago or 2 years ago, you would have been much more disappointed and you would have shown it. But he's not showing it, but he's competitive. All the guys are competitive, but we've got the theory that if we want to go to 2027, we must have a squad of 50. It will prolong a senior player's career. Definitely, if you play him a 3rd match or 2nd test match, and then give a guy 40 minutes, and then so it's not arrogant at all. But if we want guys to go to the next World Cup who's in their 32s, then they can't play the next 4 test matches. The next 3 years of all the test matches, just for us to win, and then they buggered at the World Cup. So Mani's there. Mani's probably one of the fittest guys, with the guys that extras on Wednesday. No, he's very positive, but it must be hurting a bit.
Rassie, hope you well. Just the selection of Willie ahead of Fassi. I know you said you speak about unlucky guys. Fassi's another unlucky guy.
Yeah, Fassi was brilliant, and I think we asked him specifically to do well in the game, and the other things just do what you do naturally. I mean, I think his defense was rock solid. I think, his kicking game was good. I think his high ball game was good. Again, we've got a guy that's on 97 caps, playing with Andre. And I think there's 19 or 18 guys that was at the World Cup in this group. So I don't think we've been unfair on other guys, giving them exposure. And so we will keep on doing, and it's nice to do it while you're winning. The moment you do it while you're losing, it almost looks like a knee-jerk reaction or a not planned thing. So we've got a little bit of a plan how we want to run the next 3 years, and Fassi is definitely part of that plan.
Rassie, the All Blacks have made a few changes for Saturday. What have you made of their team, and how do you think they might play as a result of those changes?
Look, Sevu and Talia, his guys, I think the first try Sevu scored against us with that cross kick in New Zealand. It's the first guy that I see that stepped Cheslin and after a cross kick from Richie, and he's just very dangerous. And Talia's the guy, physical, dangerous, legs are pumping all the time. Some picks and go from the middle of a ruck, So Jerry worked hard on not to stop individuals, but for the guys to know individuals. Because if you think you're just going to tackle them, normal tackle, they'll get away. Yeah, and then the loose forward, I thought Caleb Clark anyway was fantastic, but he's injured, I think. And then, what's his name? Todd's son? Ethan, yeah, I know Todd well. Ethan, he's unfortunately injured, so yeah, they had to make a change there. So I think we made 5 changes, and they made 5 changes.
Justin.
Kevin, this one to you. Just speaking about an opportunity to once again wear the Springbok jersey. You had a tough journey, lost the injury, and that mental toughness to have to work really hard to overcome that and be back here. Then just talk us through that thing.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of weeks, months with the injury I had, but yeah, you know, once you're not here, you know how special it is to be here, so you're very desperate to get back into it. So yeah, I think the mental toughness of it, just, you know, want to be back here again, so just pushing and doing all you can, you know, playing Currie Cup, you know, try to get match fit and all that. So yeah, just doing everything I can to be back here, and yeah, this weekend I have an opportunity again. So yeah, very grateful for the opportunity and to show what I can do again.
Coach, just on the All Blacks again, what did you learn about them last week that you didn't know?
Yeah, I think what the world knows about them, it's just, look, it's a magnificent team, and maybe I used the wrong words in a post-match conference because it might have sounded a bit, but I think they were very unlucky, and they obviously are not winner on a high there after the loss to Argentina, but then the next game they thrashed him. And to come over here is like us for daunting going over to Australia. For them coming here, for us going to New Zealand is daunting, you know, at Auckland and or any of the stadiums there. And at 73 minutes, we were almost down and out. I remember us playing a test match there where we were 38-29, 15 points up at minute 75. And then they still scored 3 tries, not just 2, 3 tries. And I think our guys has learned a little bit from that, the moment you think you have them, you don't have them. They've got a lot to offer, not just strategically with their scrums are great, their mauls are great. They certainly matched us at the set phases very well. I thought the breakdown was a tight contest. The kicking game both sides, I think they had 30 kicks and we 27 kicks. Caleb was good in the air and they were accurate with the kicking game. And then they've got these individual guys who from nothing does something, you know. So it's a very difficult team to coach against, to play against, and their greatness will always be around them just because they've got really special players and coaches.
Rassie, I know that these days you probably, when a guy's not in the team, it doesn't mean he's dropped. That's your policy. I'm just interested in, because I know obviously Ben Jason's not there this week, and I think he's going back to Province for this weekend. Just how do you think he's tracking? I mean, how did he get? He was quite hard on himself after last week.
Yeah, he shouldn't be, and I've told him, we had a chat about that. You know, that's the thing about some test matches. New Zealand at Ellis Park is difficult. The hype, the crowd, you feel crowd pressure both ways. I'm talking about the Springboks. When you're going well, it feels like they carry you over that try line. When it's going not well, it's quiet. And, you know, it gets to some players. But I think he's going to play a lot of test matches for South Africa. He's definitely in the mix. He's definitely the next 7 flanker that we think can do it. But again, you know, we wanted to go for 5-3. And Ulrich really did well when he came on. He had a great impact. And Ben Jason will probably play next week again.
Rassie, Jason mentioned yesterday that he felt that past Springbok teams, maybe a few years ago, might not have come back from that deficit on Saturday. And that you do work behind the scenes with the players around, you know, what is the plan from here when you are behind. Can you just expand a little bit on that? And have you yourself seen a mindset change in this team?
Yeah, and I think when he says that, he included us as a group, because we've been ahead, but we've always been a team. I mean, New Zealand there, it was 12-3 once, and we got back and beat them the first time, I think in 2019 or something. Now New Zealand here we've lost when we were 15 points up. So our thing to try and stay on task what we planned shouldn't be influenced by emotions. And I think that's a big thing that we work on. And we almost didn't get it right on Saturday. But and if you look at this profile of this team, I think New Zealand's average age was 29 and our average age was 30. So it's two experienced teams. They had 48 test caps per player and we had 43 last week. I think we pipped in this week with Willie that starts and Andre that starts. But yeah, it's certainly something. We've got a session on Friday what we call the what if session. And that's when we do the jersey handover. We don't get like in the past celebrities in or people to come and hand over the jerseys. We last week it was Tony Brown. You know, for him to coach against the All Blacks is, and with all respect, is exciting and it's nerve-wracking. And when he hands over the jerseys there, you know, he would give nothing away. He told us so much about the haka, and it gives you a totally different respect for the haka. I'm talking about the players. He explained that it's an honor and what they are doing, yeah, it's a challenge, but it's always, listen, we are doing the haka for you as well. And that not help you face the haka and enjoy it, it helps you to understand the haka and what it means to them. And then when you take off your tracksuit, there's a different mindset before when Tony hasn't coached us, because none of our coaches has ever known what the haka really means for New Zealanders. So, and it's not like it's secrets and he's giving out game plans of them, because it's just what it means and the emotional side and what we can take from that. So yeah, we discuss those things on Fridays when we hand over the jersey.
Russell, one question for you, one question for Kevin. Firstly, just brief us how Sia went through training this week with the facial issue, and are there any misgivings over how he sustained the injury? And for you, Kevin, you play your rugby at the Bulls, but you're from this part of the world. Just talk us through how excited you are to play Cape Town Stadium, most probably in front of a lot of friends and family.
Yeah, you can go on that one. And again, when we pick teams, I'll answer your first question, sorry. When we pick teams, you know, you try to keep that in mind. And I'm thinking about Salman when I talk that. And I'm thinking about Mani when I say that. You know, it almost sometimes emotionally throws you to one side, but you must unemotionally pick a team and see what is the best team for this specific game of what you want to achieve. And again, you know, Edwell is still injured. We could have moved Fassi to the wing probably, but and he will manage. But Kanan is from here, exactly what you're saying. And I think that does make it special. When I played in Bloemfontein for the Cheetahs in Bloemfontein, although it's not the biggest city, but it was a much better, not much better, it was a very warm, emotionally game for you personally. So yeah, Kanan, you can say it, then I'll answer the CL one afterwards.
Yeah, it's very special. I tried to keep it on the low for the week, but now the team's out, so probably going to get some message for tickets. But no, very special. I mean, growing up in Cape Town, you know, these are the games you thinking about when you're growing up, you know, running in the street, you know, thinking you're facing the All Blacks. So yeah, this is just a very, very special opportunity to play this weekend. Yeah, what a better place than Cape Town to do it.
Sia's injury was obviously when Sam hit him. I will never forget, sorry, I'm giving long answers, but I'll try to keep it serious. He broke his neck against us at Ellis Park in a big win. And I went and visited him on the Monday morning because New Zealand flew back. And I know I've had a jaw break twice in Sydney. I know how lonely it gets in a foreign country alone there. And you don't know how the medical aid work, how good the doctors are, and those kind of things. I went to visit him on a Monday. So we know each other a little bit closer than the normal All Blacks. You know, had a coffee and stuff with him there in the bed. And you could see the guy was going through a tough time because a neck injury is probably something that can stop your career, or, you know, you can get, what is verlam, what is that we call it? Paralyzed, you can get paralyzed, you know. So he was obviously going through some emotional stuff there. And to be honest with you, I don't think he did any of that on purpose. I think a yellow card might have been appropriate, or penalty would have been appropriate. He came afterwards and I said to him, listen, we're not going to cite. We're not going to cite you on that because you have 12 hours to cite. And if the citing commissioner obviously pick it up and he thinks it meets the red card threshold, they call it, Then they investigated, but they went through everything, and that specific one didn't come up as a breaking the red card threshold. So, and he came and apologized, and when you look at the action, but I don't think he went for Sia's head with his head, because it was actually not the shoulder, actually the head hitting him on the nose. So, no, sometimes it goes for you and sometimes it goes against him. That poor guy was red carded in the World Cup final. Wouldn't have been nice to get red carded again.
And how did Sia get to training?
Oh, Sia's, the question was to Sia on Sunday, after they did all the scans. So, Sia, will you be half-hearted going into contact? You know, because your nose is sore and it's swelled up and the cheekbone is blown out. And he said, no, well, let's go. Sia now. So that's why we didn't even want to mention it on Tuesday morning, because Sia had to get through Monday. Internally, we announced the team with him starting / Marco. But then on Monday evening, he did all the contact sessions. Tuesday, he went right through. And today on Thursday, I can tell you, he didn't show any. The only problem would have been if he's hesitant. It can't break further. It has to be put back in place. Yeah, it might look like Kwacha.
Rassie, to Gavin's point, your selections are often decided. You have a very good idea what the team's going to look like weeks in advance. But last week the attack didn't quite fire. Sort of in first phase play, the tries all came from balls and so on. Is Billy's inclusion a reaction to that, or was that always part of it?
I think Billy's calm head in a big test match here. Andre's calm head in a big test match here. Look, Sasha, what Sasha can do is, Sasha reminds me a lot of Carlos Spencer, like Mani does. He's a very reliable goal kicker, Sasha. Andre is a very reliable goal kicker. And if our attack is not working, we must remember who we're playing against. It's been working very good up until, I think we New Zealand are now on the same amount of tries in the tournament so far. I'm talking under correction if Z can look it up there. So defense also makes it tough, for Barrett and Ione and those guys who play there. They also know probably a lot about Tony Brown and the way he sees the game. And like they scored 4 tries. One was, what's his name, Damien, giving it to them. With Barrett reading it really well after we did the same move 3 times in a row. The Maul try was technically this Jasper, who hasn't been part of us for a while, and I thought he had a really good game. And the other tries were well organized New Zealand tries, from turnovers are really difficult to defend against. So, but we worked really hard on that, and I think Jerry is on top of that. Not to say they won't come here and score 4 tries, then we'll just have to score 5.
Rassie, can you talk about how the players are adapting to the new style of rugby that Tony's bringing to the back line, and the merits of having Kanan on the wing with his height and the high ball?
Yeah, I said it a few times, I'll say it again. Caleb is not playing, but Sevu is, and what's his name, is pretty solid under the high ball, and then when they get the ball, they make, they cause damage. Felix Jones, he laid the foundation there. Felix got in you must be able to pass 100 passes before gym. In the morning you wake up. And I think he gave a baseline product, if I can put it that way, to Tony to just work on mindset and running lines and how to keep your feet a little bit, how to get the pass away a little bit quicker. And I think there were 3 or 4 tries. I think Fashi just played on the inside, I think the ball curtly kicked through after Sasha's cross kick when he grabbed it. He could have just dived over and scored it there. Cheslin had one on the other side. It could have been easily 1 or 2 or 3 tries more for us, but also for them. So I think it's good to do good defenses that test the attack. So Yeah, we seldom score 3 tries against the All Blacks, so that's also not too bad. But as he calls it, he's got a nice way. When Felix was here and Terry was here, you catch on to the Irish slang or the Irish twang or what you want to call it. And the way he puts it, is I want to call bullshit that we can't do this. And then he shows us, and then we trust him. And yeah, that's, as he put it, he's growing our attack. He wants to grow it, and I think the players really, really enjoy it.
Last two English questions, Adnan and John.
Yeah, I see. How much do we know about Wallace Satiti and the scum of Latimer? Has Tony maybe given you a bit of insight on them?
Yeah, we've got Perry, Perry and Lindsay, who's our analyst. Their jobs is to build profiles on every single player of the opposition. My job is to follow them on Twitter to see what they show, what they don't show, and then the players do their homework. I'm pretty sure if you ask him that question, he'll tell you exactly. So yes, I know, and I know it's such a big test match for New Zealand. If those are the players that Ryder wanted to pick, he knows something about their character and what they can do. When you see a player, you just see his actions. You don't know how desperate he is, what's his big match temperament, or will he go into his challenge in a game, or will he stay chest out making plans. Yeah, so I'm not going to talk about the individual players here, but they're obviously class.
Rusty, sometimes it's hard to back up a good performance after a big win.
Yeah.
It's been a big talking point this week after what happened. You at the World Cup after you guys beat France, there's a little bit of a dip. Island series, you weren't the same level the next week. That's a big talking point.
Yeah, it is definitely, you're spot on. It's a fact. But again, you play Ireland, number 2 team in the world. Everybody says they must be number 1. You drew the series with a drop goal in the last minute. So if you missed it, was the guys up for the game? Yes, we were up for the game. And we would have won it. So we try to make the decisions non-emotional and go and break it down to departments and see how we go. But certainly, my thinking and the coaches and the medical team and the SNC team is to, some guys when you get to a certain age you feel I am ready for this test match, this next test match, but we all lose hair and we all get grey. Nobody gets faster as they get older, and sometimes that player tells himself I'm ready, and that's also one of the reasons why we mix up all the time, to try and see can we get over that hurdle of not backing it up. And that's one of the reasons why we made 5 changes, because we certainly stick with some players and they themselves really think they're up for the game, and then in the match, the first 5 minutes, they get a shock. And that's when you get older, I think that's part of the reason. And we've explained it to the players and said, listen, we want to see this now. It's going to be very tough to beat New Zealand in Cape Town. There's no altitude here. Say they enjoy it here. They really like to come here, but we love it, and we like to come here, and we play here many times, and I've played here. So yes, I think we will be up for the game, and not catch out sleeping.
Afrikaans.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. What a morning it's been. Very, very interesting team selected by both Scott Robertson as well as Rassie Erasmus. Rassie Erasmus making quite a few changes to a side, and probably a team nobody really expected. No, I don't think anybody would have predicted a 5-3 split, for example, dropping Sash Palmer down to the bench, dropping up in Lefati completely. Jaden Henderson back, a start for Grant Williams. Lekanya I'm back, but not starting. So it's been a very interesting morning of news, and the reactions have also been very interesting. And we're going to look at it at the moment. And we've obviously had the Rassie Erasmus press conference, and we've got a bit more information about why these decisions have been made, for example, what the thinking was, and what we might see from the team this weekend. So before we get into it, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well, because we've got a lot of stuff coming to you very, very shortly over the next few days, and plenty of coverage coming on your screens. In terms of the rest of the week, we have got press conference tomorrow from the captains. We have got obviously the watch along on Saturday of both games. We've got some content coming out of Australia camp as well, and we'll also be having some training from the All Blacks as well as the Springboks. So that is what you've got to look forward to in the next few days. But yeah, let's get into it, shall we? Because there's a lot to talk about. There really is a lot to talk about. And I'm very interested to see what the comments are about the calls that he's made, for example, as well as what we're thinking. So some people talked about the risk that he has taken to take certain players out. I think in many ways, kind of probably the opposite in terms of it being a very, very safe team, a very safe selection. You know, tried and tested players, so much experience. We're going to go through the article, for example, and we're going to look at the actual release and look at the caps, for example, and how many sort of caps per players and where the experience is going to come from and why we've gone with so much experience, because it is a must win. And that's what Rassie Rasmussen said. He said that they have picked a side to win the game. At the end of the day, he said, you know, sometimes there are games where it's about building depth and about, you know, improving the team and expanding the players' chances, and sometimes there are games which is all about winning. And this weekend very much is all about winning, according to the Springbok coach. So that explains the selections. So if you have any questions about what the selections are, hopefully that sort of gives you a bit of clarity with regards to what Rassie Erasmus is thinking about. So that is the team, obviously. What would you change, by the way? We've got a poll running in the comments, and I want to know what you guys think of the team. A simple poll over there saying, are you happy with the Springbok team, for example? A yes, no. And if not, why not? You know, what are your issues with the team if you don't like the team? And what would you change as well? That's kind of what I want to know. What changes would you make to the team itself if you were to select as yours? What would you, where would you make the changes, and what changes would you make? So let's get into it, shall we? So in terms of the changes that we have seen, obviously no Ben Jason Dixon. He has been dropped out of the 23. We've got no BITDEFENDER in the 23 as well. No Koos Reinach in the 23. So those are the big ones. Obviously, Kurt Arts has been ruled out due to concussion. So he is an injury-enforced replacement, which is why he's been ruled out. And apart from that, then obviously Maxwell Pimpy's not there. And the reason for that, by the way, is that he's expecting the birth of his first child very, very shortly. So they elected to leave him in Durban, basically, not have him link up with the box so that he could be there for the birth of his first child. News which is currently spreading across South Africa, and a lot of very upset South African women learning that, well, Rassie Rasmussen said his wife's expecting. Nobody actually knew that he was married. So that news in itself has apparently been quite a shock to a lot of people. And but yeah, I mean, how cool is that from Maxwell Pimpy? In terms of a player who, you know, had that viral clip that Rassie Rasmussen spoke about, his you know, the fact that he didn't have anybody to put in his jersey, for example, that he didn't have any family. And now we're talking about one of the most loved South Africans out there, really. And he really deserves it, you know. I mean, we don't know what situations where he is married and stuff, but I really hope that he does find himself a family, build himself a future for them, for example, and has that support structure for when he retires, because that's somebody who's really come from nothing, has really worked hard to get right to the top, and deserves absolutely everything that he has worked so hard for. So all the best to him, and hopefully we'll see our Mapimpi Jr. in the next few weeks. But yeah, so in terms of the team that has been selected, no change to the front row. Eben Etzebeth comes in for Ruan Nokia, comes in alongside Ruan Nokia, which was expected. For me anyway, in my British team yesterday, I had that entire pack minus Oxenchair. I thought they might use him off the bench. I had Stephen Kitstor starting. The halfback pairing is very interesting. I had Jane Anderson to start, Grant Williams to come off the bench. It is the other way around. It is only the second time that Grant Williams will start in the number 9 jersey. Rassie Erasmus actually spoke about the fact that they were very tempted to go with Jaden starting rather than Grant Williams, because Jaden, tends to sort of, well, first of all, two things. I think Jaden's a far more tactically astute scrum half and kind of suits the beginning of the game, whereas Grant Williams adds so much impetus and speed to the game in the second half. But they really do rate Jaden Henderson very, very highly, which is why he's in the 23. Andre Pollard starting is also a very big surprise. Again, I think we're going for safety here. In terms of a tried and tested player who's been there in the biggest games, has done it year on and year out. And I think what we saw in Joburg is that this could be a very, very big game of attrition, for example, in terms of the conditions being a little bit worse than in Cape Town than you're going to see in Joburg. But what we saw in Joburg is how important it is to take your opportunities. And that, I think, is going to be the big thing this weekend. I think we're going to try and probably be a bit more physical in terms of the team. You look at the selections, for example, Kane immediate 14, big physical presence. And because Andre Pollard's starting, kind of the general role, then we generally go with Billy LaRue starting, which is, again, the case. And then in terms of your bench, a 5-3 split's very interesting. So Malcolm Miles, Kieran Steenekamp, Vincent Koch in that front row there. Kwak Smith and Ulrich Lowe are the other forward replacements. And interesting that Ulrich Lowe sort of seems to have gotten a step up over Marco van Staden, who could feel hard done by. I don't think he's ever really let the team down. And always on the fringes there. He was apparently, in line to start if Siya Kolisi did not manage to recover in time, but so he is. It's really good to see that he has recovered, for example, and that he will be starting and captaining this side. And then you've got Jaden Henderson, Sash Farmer, Gomez Zulu, Kanya. That's proper talent coming off the bench. Jaden Henderson, Sash Farmer, Gomez Zulu, two youngsters, for example. The experience of the Kanya. It'll be interesting to see where he comes on at. You can come on at 13, you can come on at 12, for example. You can come on the wing. We can see Jesse Creel on the wing. Pollard might shift into to 12, for example, and Sacha might come on at 10. Sacha can come on at 15, for example, which is what we saw during the Island Series. So a lot of people talking about the risk in dropping form players like an BITDEFENDER, like dropping a Sacha Famagomezulu and going back to sort of the tried and tested things. But it's probably completely the opposite, isn't it? It's the safe option. It maybe would have been a big more of a risk to start at Sasha, maybe start at Jaden, and gone with a team which is less experienced. Although they did the job in Johannesburg, we had to come back from behind, and we weren't dominant. I think this is a team which has been being played to get on the front foot immediately, to not try and have to come from behind. The team that's going to try and build a lead. I think the biggest problem with last week, once again, we started badly against an All Black side, and you can't start badly against an All Black side because you find yourself 10, 15 points behind very quickly, and it becomes so difficult to come back from that. So that is, I think, the major reason that we've gone with that with this sort of team. But let's talk about what Rassie Erasmus has actually said. So this is the press release that was released over here. Obviously, you can see the team. But speaking about it, Rassie Erasmus said he was expecting New Zealand to raise the game to greater heights than last week's nail biter. He said, "This match is going to be massive. New Zealand are a world-class outfit, and we know that they'll be desperate to bounce back after leading the second half last week. They'll also be fully aware of the fact that victory could give them a huge boost on the Castle Lager Rugby Championship standings, and they'll be playing to retain the Freedom Cup, which they've had since 2010. It's going to be another epic encounter." Speaking about the players and stuff like that, and this is with Siya Kolisi, he said that Siya is a world-class player and captain, and he adds immense value to the team with the way he leads by example and galvanizes the team when the pressure is on. He said, similar to the call we made with Evan last week, our team policy is that if a player trains on a Monday and gets through training during the week pain-free, they can be selected for the weekend, and Siya did just that. Honestly, from the players about whether they can play and deliver fully on what they expect from them is a key part of our team culture. So we have full faith in Siya to give everything on the field. That was a major thing, basically. He had a bit of a broken nose, which apparently will be fixed, but not this week. My guess is that it'll probably get fixed after the match, and he probably won't play a part in the Argentina games. Would probably be the most likely option. So yeah, let's have a look at some of the experience, shall we? And see why this team has been picked. So I mean, obviously, you've replaced Apele Fassi and Satchify Magomazulu, who's got a combined 14 tests, I think it is. And you've replaced them with Andre Pollard and Billy LaRue, who's got a combined 170 tests. A little bit different, isn't it, in terms of the amount of experience. So Caden Moody is the most inexperienced player. The second most inexperienced player in the team with 10 caps. We are not here with just the 3 caps. Everybody else got sort of 10 plus caps. So if we look at the average caps, for example, there are 387 caps in the back line, 506 in the mornings, 242 on the bench, which means that the average caps per player in the back line is 55, the forward 63, on the bench 30. So we've gone with experience up front to try and start well, to make sure that we're kind of in the game and maybe try and do a bit of a different sort of way than what we did previously, where we had to come from behind. Maybe this is a team which is going to hopefully build a lead and then keep the lead and go all the way, as opposed to having to try and come from behind. So in terms of some of the other stats, for example, over there we can see the centre pairing of Jesse Creel and Damien Delendi will extend their record of playing the most test matches together midfield to 33. Was previously held by Jean de Villiers and Jacques with 29. Damien Delendi and Lekanya, I think have played at the same time and played together 28 times. So if Andre Pollard gets 9 more points, he will overtake Mornay Steyn and into the second time all-time point scorer. Poston McGarney currently leads with 893. I do expect Andre Pollard to probably overtake that record, although Satchify Magomazulu is making things a little bit more interesting over there. If Malcolm Marks were to score, he will move into 10th equal place in the all-time try scoring records with James Small. He is already the leading scorer for forwards. Chesney Colby needs 4 points to reach 100 points, so if he scores a try, he'll get there. And Ebenet Smith moves within 1 appearance of equaling Victor Matfield's record as the most capped Springbok player. He will play the 126 test. Victor Match played 127, so we expect Eben to probably break that record, maybe against in the Rugby Championship in Argentina, but I reckon they might give him the week off, and he'll definitely break it at the end of the year at the absolute latest. And Billy LaRue is playing his 97 test, leaving him 3 appearances away from becoming the 8th Springbok to play in a century of tests. The plan is to get him to that 100 tests, whether he'll then get filtered out afterwards, we'll kind of wait and see, but it is definitely the plan to get him to those that milestone. Yeah, very, very cool to see him get there. Very underrated player as Valeru, and somebody who's never really gotten his flowers, maybe hasn't got the praise he probably deserved over the years. Let's go to some of the comments. And Matthew Lotus, somebody was talking about the fact that there's no Nicky Janssen van Vuren. Janssen van Rensburg. I said the same thing yesterday. Janssen van Rensburg. Matthew's saying there are still 2 more games against Argentina, saying he'll probably get a chance there. Craig says the 5-3 interesting. Love to see Moody back in the mix. CS saying don't see much risk. Solid experience and reliable team with some X factor coming off the bench. Spirit saying I know he was going to start. Pollard and Billy were going to start. This is a must-win game. They need the experience, and if we win, we've most likely achieved the goal of the Rugby Championship. Lorenzo saying, so territory and defensive pressure, looks like we're going back to basics. They won us 2 World Cups in a row. John says, if we're leading when the bench comes on, we'll win, control the pack, and the game is ours. And LJ saying, I'm looking at the All Blacks backline. I'm already giving... try not to repeat on the channel, sorry. And what's your take on Kane's defense the last while? Yeah, he has been struggling a little bit, I think, since coming back from injury. I suppose it always takes a little bit of time to get going. And Kane is probably no different. He is a world-class player on his day, and he's so young that he's only going to get better. So it's interesting to see how he goes this weekend. We're only about, 2 years on, I think, from his debut, against Australia during the Rugby Championship. CS said, we need to start well this week. We were a bit fortunate to come back from that deficit last week. It's paramount that we start well with these experienced heads before the X-Factor players come on. Yasin says, no bonus points will be achieved. Goal kicking for 80 minutes straight. We don't need a bonus point, to be fair. Couldn't care less about bonus points. If we win this game, the Rugby Championship is virtually ours, because we then go pretty far ahead of all the rest. So we win this game, for example, and we'll go to 18 points, at least. 18 points. If we win, New Zealand will be maximum 8 points. So they'll be 10 points behind us. If Argentina were to win with a bonus point, they go to 10 points. and they would then be 8 points behind us. So basically, Argentina can get a maximum of 20 points in total in the Rugby Championship if they were to go 5-5-5. Maximum of 20. New Zealand, for example, can get to a maximum of 21 points in the Rugby Championship. However, obviously, if we beat New Zealand, then they can't get 21 points. So if we win this weekend, we go to 18 points. It means that then New Zealand can only get a maximum of 18 points as well. And we're playing against Argentina. So basically, we'd have to take probably 2 points from those two Argentina games, and we'd basically guarantee ourselves the Rugby Championship. That's how important this game is. So the victory is the most important thing this weekend. If we get a bonus point, we end up with 19 points, then fantastic. That means if Argentina don't win with a bonus point, we basically need 1 point from the last two matches, which I imagine we'll probably get. So yeah, we win this weekend, and that's the Rugby Championship almost wrapped up. That is the big sort of the situation and why this game is so important. And also, at the end of the day, the whole Freedom Cup thing is something we need to look at. We haven't won the Freedom Cup in many years, and that is something that needs to change. They've had it since 2010. So for 14 years, they've had their hands on the Freedom Cup, and this is a huge opportunity for us to try and wrestle that back. Unfortunately, you have to go and beat the All Blacks twice. Once we do that, for example, and we got it, then we have to retain it, which means, if it's a win one and a draw, I'm pretty sure you then retain it. I think it's obviously if you win one and lose one, then you retain it. So it's a lot easier to defend it and retain the trophy than it is to actually win it outright. And also interestingly, by the way, is that this is the All Black side that has been named. And a couple of changes there. Wallace Atiti has been backed in the number 6 jersey. Quite a mobile forward for somebody his size. Mark Delay, Xavier Reese, Will Jordan in the back three. So they've gone with a very different back three. Cortes Matima is also starting. So it looks like the All Blacks are going for pace. Pace on pace on pace. And whether that means that this is maybe also what maybe the Springboks kind of expected in terms of then they picked a team that can probably slow the game down a little bit, actually. We're going to see a lot more kicking this weekend. That will be a hallmark of our game, which is why I'm almost surprised that Jade Hedge starts starting, because he is, from a tactical kicking perspective, so consistent. That is one of his main strengths. But that is an area that Grant Williams has really had to work very hard on over the past few years, and something that he's really added to as sort of his arsenal is his tactical kicking. He is a very good one these days, but for me, still probably on the same level as Jaden Hendrickson, and also in terms of game management. But very interesting to pick a sort of your fast, quick attacking scrum off next to Hunter Pollard, who's not quite as attacking natured as a Marnie Lebok is, for example, or a Sashfai Mngomezulu. I think we're going to see Marnie Lebok at 10 against Argentina, probably both tests. He hasn't featured barely at all this year. He played that one game against Portugal, and that's kind of been it. So I do think we'll see him feature at 10 against Argentina for at least one of the games, if not both, which I think he deserves. He's been a very good servant to Springbok rugby, and just because Sashfai Mngomezulu is playing well doesn't mean we need to bin him, because injuries happen, for example. You've got to build depth, and he still adds tremendous value to the Springbok side. So I do hope that we do see him a bit more in the coming months. I think he will go on the end of year tour. I don't think we're going to get rid of him anytime soon. He is such an important player for us, and he's going to keep being an important player for us for a long time. Even just because he had an off day with the boots, it doesn't mean that suddenly this particular player that's going to be tossed away. And the fact that Rassie Erasmus, for example, has been mentioning him means that he is definitely in the setup over there. So yeah, what's interesting about this All Black side is the experience on the bench. Luke Jacobson, TJ Perinawa, Antonio Brown, Bowden Barrett, far more tried tested than some of the players that were on the bench last week. So they've had a big issue, have New Zealand, in terms of that last 20 minutes, and they've really sort of fallen off and struggled and not been able to compete in that final 20 minutes. And their solution is to put more experience on the bench, so that when the experience comes on, they can navigate that final 20 minutes, where I think a little bit of inexperience in the past few weeks has cost them a lot. So it's an interesting move. Whether it'll work, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? They definitely need to try and change something for that final 20, because it's just not been good enough. Whether this is the right way to go about it, who knows? But that is the way that we have gone. So, yeah, I'm going to end it there, people. A bit of a short show today, but obviously we've had a lot of content coming up. We've got both team announcements. We've got the press conference from both Rassie Erasmus and Scott Robertson on the channel. So go and check out those press conferences. And we've also obviously got the video on the team announcements. We will, I think, have All Black training a bit later, as well as then interviews tomorrow from the All Black camp, as well as the Springbok camp, as well as team photo, captain's ride, all of that coming on the channel tomorrow as well. We also have player profiles with all the stats, with height, weight, caps, etc., etc. That should be on the channel later today as well. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We're trying to get to 76,000 subscribers before this weekend. We are sitting about 170 odd shy. So if you are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe, and we will see you guys all next time. And
Check. Stretch. Hey boys, tackle bags, offer, George. Tackle bags to the truck.
Hey, Anna, I'm a normal size dog.
What?
Hey, you should put more. Get it. You should put it for life. It's a very slick, no? It's a very slick. Joking.
Stop. Are you going to get that? Good.
You know, this is always they can actually make this cool.
You need to watch yourself. Yeah. Hey, watch your leg, folks.
I was actually worried.
Don't line back and play it down.
It's just completely. This is the. Dit is wat is op. You girls, I think.
Two more, keep going. Miss Mario, the cookie, Kenny, thank you, vote number 1. Piece of blue. Right here, thank you so much. After that, from the other, 10 points. Homo, Kenny, thank you, vote number 2. There we go. Hey, Luki. Okay, Chevy. On the other. 10 points. Hey, hold. Thank you. Hey, good job. After the shot game. What's that the answer? This is for and give it up from the answer. Hey, hold me. Smile for one. Smile for one. Smile for the answer. See Amy. Up. See Amy. See Amy. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's World Rankings preview. The #1 spot in the world is up for grabs this weekend, and Ireland could finish the weekend as #1 should the Boks go down to New Zealand, down in Cape Town, where we don't have a great record against New Zealand in Cape Town. However, have a very good record at the DHL Stadium itself, having won 3 out of 4 games there. 3 of them actually been the British and Irish Alliance series. So, yeah, a little bit skewed in terms of not having played too many games there, but we do have a good record there, and hopefully we will be able to keep that record going when we take on the All Blacks tomorrow, because if we don't, then we could risk losing that #1 spot in the world and going down to #2. We're going to be having a look at all the different ramifications of potential results this weekend. Before we do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Let's have a look, shall we? And here we go. It is the World Rankings preview. So in terms of how it works, just a bit of a show. Basically, it is calculated on results, for example, and it has to be a full international between 2 World Rugby full member unions. So, for example, British and Irish Alliance against Japan or whatever, they wouldn't count for world rankings. It has to be a full member union. And basically, there are a couple of things that come into it. First of all, where the game is. in terms of home or away for each team, as well as margin of victory if it is by more than 15 points or more. So those are kind of the three things. The results, win, lose, draw, and then if you win, by how much, 15 points more or 15 points or less, and then where is it, home or away. Those all come into the rankings themselves. So that is the summary over there. So if South Africa were to lose tomorrow, they would surrender the top spot to Ireland. They could fall down to third if the defeat is by more than 15 points, with New Zealand then climbing up to second place. New Zealand cannot go number one, but they can go above the box into number two. Ireland, despite not playing this weekend, could end up as the number one side in the world according to the rankings by Sunday. However, if the Boks were to win the game tomorrow, they could increase their cushion above Ireland up to 1.56 points. The big news for New Zealand is they cannot fall from third place, even if they were to go back-to-back defeats, because they would still sit 1.18 points above France, who are currently in fourth place. So the All Blacks, with a big victory, can move up to second, cannot move away from third, but cannot go to first. So a far bigger, more jeopardy, really, for the Springboks in terms of them actually losing that number one spot, and could potentially go down to third if things really don't go well this weekend. Elsewhere, Argentina cannot go back up to sixth place, which they lost to Scotland last weekend, even if they were to beat the Wallabies by 15 points or more. The margin of victory, however, would leave Argentina just 0.33 racing points behind Scotland, and a victory would then move Australia back behind Italy down to ninth. Australia could, however, overtake Argentina if they beat Argentina, and a win by more than 15 points would leave them just 0.04 points behind Scotland, and could almost move into sixth place if they were to beat New Zealand, for example. So they could quite, that's the one thing. When you're quite low in the rankings, you know, a couple of victories against teams better than you, and you rise quite quickly because of a sort of the scale, basically, where you receive more points depending on, you know, the how many places higher the team you beat are ranked. If they were to lose by more than 15 points, they would fall another place down, and Italy could overtake them. There's also Pacific Nations Cup this weekend, with Fiji unable to improve on their 10th place, and similarly for Japan, who also cannot move up anymore. USA, however, can climb up to 16th if they were to beat Japan, and if Tonga lose to home, then also that helps them move up to 16th. Then Japan will then drop a place and be replaced in 15th by Portugal if they lose to the USA, whilst defeat by more than 15 points would leave Japan a mere 0.21 points above the USA. How the mighty have fallen, really, if this were to be the case. Japan could really fall. That's also the one thing. Similarly for like South Africa at the top. If you're at the top, you can fall quite quickly. If you're at the bottom, for example, you can move up quickly. Where it's difficult becomes when you're sort of sitting in second or third place, to try and find teams to beat to try and get up to that sort of first spot. You kind of almost have to hope for the other teams to beat the one above you, and they kind of drop down. A win for Tonga by more than 15 points will see them climb 2 places to 14th if it is combined with a Japanese defeat. Otherwise, they'll only go up 1 place to 15th. And such defeat would also cost Fiji their place in the top 10, with Wales moving back in there. So in terms of the South Africa versus the Rugby Championship, so if South Africa win by 15 points or less, they'll go up to 93.58. If they win by more than 15 points, they go up to 93.68, whilst New Zealand would go down to 88.14. A draw would see us remain at the top with 92.58. New Zealand will move up to 89.25. And if New Zealand were to win, however, we go up to we go down to 91.58, and we then relinquish our top spot. New Zealand will go up to 90.25. If New Zealand were to win by more than 15 points, then we drop down to 90.68. New Zealand will go up to 91.14. They would move into second place over there, and that's the scenario when it comes to the Argentina and Australia game. In terms of a couple of stats, because there's always have some nice stats about the games. And let's get to the game over here. The referee, by the way, tomorrow is Matthew Carley from England, and he has refereed the fixture 3 times, actually, 2 times before, and South Africa have actually not lost to New Zealand when he has been the referee which is interesting. He was also an assistant referee in the World Cup finals. So we've got quite a good record when he's been involved. And this will be the second time he referees them at DHL Stadium, where we beat Wales back in 2022. So we didn't really have a relatively good record. We've only lost when Matthew Collins refereed once, and that was against Australia in 2021. Whereas New Zealand, for example, have won 4 and lost 2 with Collins referee. Those two coming against South Africa as well. Let me know what you think of the rankings and where you think things might go. You give me a bold prediction of your score predictions, for example. Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon.
Ja, ik zie het. Maar hulle het vir die bokke uit. Miskien as
Okay, so oh, yeah. This is fine. Works.
Jinx it, but they're quite good on Go Jinx. Just go up and yeah.
Guys, just under 3 minutes, eh? 3 minutes.
When it's a picture, you get better. I'll take a picture.
I was one escape. Explica lá para os aí a foto. Picture of Dwayne, but Dwayne isn't looking this way. Yeah, sure.
Coach Mzwandi Listic and Captain Sia Kolisi, please raise your hand for questions.
I'm fine. I'm good, thank you. Fractured, nothing I can do, nothing I can talk about. Yeah, I'm good. Trained the whole week, which gave me, that's all I needed to, because the doctor said it's all about how much pain you can take, and it can get worse, but it's going to get fixed anyway. So it's good. It's as best as it can be.
Are you going to wear any protections?
No. No. They already know what's wrong, so there's no point of protecting it. Yeah.
As you said, you might look up, end up looking like Poha.
No comment.
Just going back to 2 years ago, after the last week press and ahead of the Ellis podcast, you had spoken about how you guys would not get carried away about what had happened. Is that the feeling at the moment? You're more worried of the All Blacks now, second time around?
Yeah, for sure. But we spoke about that experience, and you can never be too comfortable when you play against the All Blacks, And we know they're going to be a desperate team. You've seen after they've lost against us at Bombela Stadium, they've managed to bounce back. That's the quality of a New Zealand team. If you're not at your best on the day, they'll put you away. And also a lesson that we can also learn from Argentina earlier in the championship. Argentina won the first game, and then the second game it was 40 points. So once again, they've got world-class players, and they're well coached side. So on a day, if you're not at your best, they will punish you. And also, more especially if you look at the changes they've got now in their team, and you look at that back three, you don't really want to give those guys some space and enough time to make decisions, because they will punish you. They're world-class players. So yes, we did learn from the past, and once again, you can never underestimate an All Blacks team. So, but once again, we've done everything in our power to make sure we're well prepared also for the game.
Sia, can you verbalize how much this means to you?
Because obviously, as the doctor said, it's about how much pain you can take. Pain barrier is there. So obviously this is huge for you.
No, it's huge for the team. It's not huge for me just alone. It's huge for the whole team. We are in a place that we've never been before. As this group in the Rugby Championship, we've never been in this position before where we've always gone to Australia or won here against Argentina, then go to Australia, lose against Argentina, and maybe get a win in New Zealand. So, and like the Freedom Cup is something that we only see it in pictures or when we walk past it. You know, we've never been able to touch it, and it's big. And also coming back to Cape Town as well, playing here after so many years, you know, and there's so much to play for. We can put ourselves in a very good position for the Rugby Championship. We can win the Freedom Cup, you know, again. All the other stuff is, and it's not about me. If I wasn't okay, I wouldn't have played, wouldn't have changed anything for the group. I just really want to play the game. I wanted the opportunity, and the dog gave me the opportunity. But the whole look has been about the team, how much, it's what we've done to get here. And as Coach said last week, you know, it's not being wary of the All Blacks. It's us also putting our front foot forward, because we didn't last week. We had to fight back to win the game. We can't do that this weekend. We have to make sure that we start the way the game they play. The players that they've picked for this weekend, they're clearly showing what they want to do. They want to run the ball. And what are we going to do? And that's what we'll be trying to focus on. What are we going to do as a team to make sure that we start far better than it was last week, and then we see how it looks after 60 minutes.
Sia, how reassuring is it to you have the youngsters, Apelele and Sasha running the practice show last week, but now you can fall back on guys like Willie and Andre. Just how reassuring is that to the team going into this current match?
I think it's exactly. I think you all remember Coach Rassi was quite open when he first started with the first meeting we had. He said he wanted to win transformation in squad depth, and he said he can only do all the other two. You have to win first, and that's where we've been pushing this year. And he's open and honest with the team, and he speaks and he wants to give players opportunities to play, but it's the best way to do it now while you're winning. And the way that you can see Sasha and Fassi and them, they probably have like 4 or 5 games, but 3 of those games, one a game against the All Black, one game against Australia, and that's where you test it the most, and that's what we're trying to do. And it's so awesome that Sasha has been able to do that and run the team and control, and he's been the general. Fassi, he was in the group, he went away, and the coach was honest with him. He did everything that the coach asked him to do in the club level. Then he came here, he got his opportunity, and you saw what he did last week. And everybody knows Fassi is not Rob, but the coach is trying to make sure that everybody gets a fair opportunity. But we as a group are so proud, guys that have been here for long and guys that are coming in, to see that whoever is put in, that's what you want as a group. If somebody falls, that nobody panics. That it doesn't matter who's coming in, and that's why I always say our biggest competition, our biggest pressure is within amongst each other, not the opposition, because I know if I don't pitch up for 1 second, Marco van Staden will take his opportunity. But you won't see that when you see me and Marco. We're amazing people because we're good friends, because we know the team is the most important. But when I get my chance, I must take it with both. And when he gets his chance and he's playing, then I become Adi Savia against him every single training, because I want him to be special. So that's what we're trying to build as a group. And we are fortunate that the players that have been selected, we just respond the way that we do, because we know me and what I want is not more important. The group is, because what I want, when I'm finished, I'll be gone. But at least I know I've given my best, and the next guy that's coming in is always going to be good and take it to the next level.
Rob?
Last time you guys played here in Cape Town, it was Evans Hutcliffe against Wales. It was an incredible atmosphere. Tomorrow I'm sure there are going to be a lot more All Black supporters than there were Welsh at that time. But are you expecting a very similar type of crowd, amazing atmosphere and just a great occasion?
Yes, I am. I am expecting a great occasion, and we want obviously as many South African supporters as but we respect everybody that's coming to watch. We've seen people that flew in from New Zealand, and I think Coach Rassie explained it in one interview. We have to respect everybody. There's reasons behind everything, and it's nice that those stuff is explained to us, why it is like that, and we respect that, and we just want to go there and play as best as we can for everybody, because people pay to come and see us, and we not only play, and we want to people, hopefully one or two people can turn after the game and support us again, but we have no bad feelings, especially after things have been explained by people who lived during the time and things. So we do understand that, and there was no hard feelings. As long as when we play someone else, they support us.
Coach, Sia speaks about the team not being in this position before. How important do you think it is to not get too carried away and to keep a cool, calm head and get the job done?
Yeah. I think it's very important, and since the previous weeks you hear when we talk about we want to develop our game, we want to get better in how we do things. Remember, we've got a new personnel in our coaching staff, so there are certain things that as a team we always want to build in our game, and it's clear and open that you can see even on attack how we operating under Tony Brown. It's something that is totally different to what we normally used to in the past, and it's actually a nice challenge. And I know one thing for sure, coaching staff and the players, we're so excited with what the other coaches are bringing on the table in our system, so you can never relax, not when you play against the All Blacks. And I think the key thing from my side, like Sia touched on it, we've never been in a position like this in the past, where you've got a chance. How difficult it is to win that Freedom Cup away from the All Blacks, because remember, you need to win 2 games to get it away from them, do you understand? So yes, we've been doing well against them, winning 1 game and then they win the 1 game and then they return that Freedom Cup. It's a very special trophy, and if you look at where we are as a country, for example, 30 years of democracy, I think that trophy speaks volumes into what we stand for as a Springbok team currently. So, yes, we spoke about it, and just once again, I know we haven't played a lot of games against the All Blacks here in Cape Town. The last one was in 2017, and now if you look at a team and what we stand for, I think the timing of bringing the game back into Cape Town, like I said, once again, we respect people's opinion, but I know I've got friends that I grew up with, that also used to tell me more about the All Blacks. But I know some of them now, they're in our corner. Do you understand? So that's the best we can do. We are given an opportunity to make a difference between the 4 lines as coaches and players, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. It's going to be a great vibe. It's going to be a great occasion. Once again, I think, Ross, you touched on the last game we played here against Wales. That was one of the special crowd vibe, in Cape Town. So I know one thing for sure. We're playing at home. I know our people will be behind us. And we'll do everything in our powers to make sure that we at least give them a taste of that Freedom Cup.
Sia, the All Blacks have made a change to their back row. Keeper Blackout is injured and Wallace Satiti comes in. What do you know about Wallace and what do you expect from him this weekend?
Yeah, he plays for the Chiefs, right? And obviously, Blackadder is proper. He's good. It reminds me of Peter Steph. He's everywhere in the field. He works really hard. I think with Satiti, I think he's also very young guy, and he's gonna get his opportunity. He's gonna throw himself in battle. He's gonna attack. But to have a guy like Sam Kane and Adisavi, who else would you want to be playing? Your cap with, and I think they will be in his ear the whole week, encouraging him. So I have no doubt that we're going to have a challenge in our hands, especially in the breakdown. It's going to be it was a challenge last week, but I think this week will be even more.
Rob, have you asked already?
Just to see, from the outside looking in, it looks like something special is brewing with this group of Springboks. And, you've almost been likened to that All Blacks team that dominated for over a decade, where they're winning games that they're not supposed to be winning. Will this game tomorrow be a stepping stone towards that promised land?
Well, I don't know I don't know, for us it's been the same. We've been trying to reach the same things, but this is this is different for us. It's a challenge that we have for ourselves. And we spoke about before doing back-to-back big games. We couldn't do it against Ireland. Now it's another opportunity, but obviously now there's so much on the line for both teams, and we really want to win the Freedom Cup. And there's so many things. The first team to win in 4, all that matters. We just need to win. Nothing else matters. We're not thinking that's what. We just want to win the Freedom Cup.
See that just yesterday you were spotted. You and Coach was spotted yesterday on the Springbok women's side. I know you and Nadine Lewis were sort of together. Could you just tell us what you guys were doing exactly in the roles? I know it was a Springbok double here, obviously.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just touch on that, please, as well.
No, we just we went to go watch the ladies train, and I went earlier. I was in the meeting with them, had a chat with them because they support us a lot. They support us all the time, you know, and a lot of them, we grew up in the same areas. One of them played in my club with me, and I know what it's like. Well, I don't know what it's like for them, but I've also struggled a little bit, and I know how the women's game is obviously developing, but it needs a little bit more of us as men to be there, supporting, talking about it, so that they can get to the level that we are in. But obviously, rugby is a tough sport to start playing. It needs a lot. You need a little bit of money. You need a little bit of boots, and we're playing in turning fields and all that kind of stuff. You need grass. Where soccer, you can just play in the street, you know. So went and we watched them train, and then I really love the way Nadine plays, and I have so much respect for her. And I don't think she's seen, there's a lot obviously, but I don't think that she's praised enough, because I saw what she did in the sevens. I was small. I mean, we swapped jerseys yesterday. The jersey is so small. I was told I told her it looks like a sample size. She says that I must give it to my daughter or my son. So we just we really wish we can do more with them, because they're getting better and better each time. And to think of where they started, and that's what I was telling them. You know, the other teams might be way more developed than you, but you're not playing for yourselves anymore. They might not reach, like as we say, the promised land for them, but the next generation of women might reap the rewards of what they're doing. So they're already doing well, qualified for the Olympics, you know, and now they're going to be playing in the W15, which I'm hopefully going to bring my whole family to go watch them. I think, yeah, it is important that we celebrate them a bit more, and then we talk about them about a bit more, so their game can also grow.
Justin?
See, sorry, just on that note, truly having them play on Saturday as a curtain raiser ahead of the Boks at the HL Stadium is a step in the right move.
100%.
Because we now have a sold-out stadium, well, that's debatable, but a capacity big stadium that will have people there hopefully early enough at 1:30 to watch them. So the fact that we can have them play on the same day with you guys surely must be a step in the right move.
No, 100%. We're so excited to hear that, and to hear how happy they were about it. And it's important. And I know people love rugby, and I know people of South Africa will take any reason to Bright Airy, and that's an opportunity for everybody to go and watch and just go see and get to know them, because I know the South African competition is growing, and I think, yeah, I would really encourage people to go watch them, because at the end of the day, when they go play in the World Cup in the W15, they're representing all of us just like we are doing, and they need the same kind of backing. And I encourage people to go and watch them, and I'm sure it will be a good game against the Barbarians.
Stephen?
Coach, you were on the front row seat, you know, going back to that 2017 game. Remember, there was an extraordinary passage at the end of the first half, like 10 minutes end to end. And then also, just that one moment that you guys had where there was a little bit of ill discipline, I think, and they charged or something, and then it was 25-24, So, like, how important would discipline be? And then also boldness, in a way.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of good memories about that game, because I wasn't involved in 2017, and probably I've watched that game with the double Branaven and Cokes. A couple of them coach. No. I was only involved in 2016. Then 2017 I went to the juniors. But yeah, like I said again, once if you're playing against the All Blacks, more especially the past couple of games we play against them. I think any team could have still win the games even at the last second. Last week, one step wrong against them, they would have probably put us away and score a winning try at the end because it was very close. And in all the games that we've been playing against them, I think a game that we've probably had clear dominance against them, it was the one at Twickenham. That was the game that we probably pulled away from them. But most of the games against them, it always goes to the last seconds of the game. And I know one thing for sure. With the team they've selected, chances are this goal might also go down there, which is exactly what people deserve, And it's going to be probably a packed, and I know the vibe in Cape Town people. That's one thing I enjoy about Cape Town crowd is that you can see people are here to have fun. Even if sometimes the games are tense, but people will keep on cheering at us. And that's something that picked us up also as a team, So, memories on 2017? I don't remember much.
Sorry, Coach.
No problem, sir.
I see also on that score, a Bok win on Saturday would give you 6 wins out of the last 8. Some people may say that's a bit of a stranglehold as a player and maybe as a squad member. Does it feel that way?
I don't know. We don't look or talk too much about those. Just want the Freedom Cup. That's all that we're thinking about. I'll think about what you said another time. Then I'll answer it next time. But we haven't really. Honestly, we haven't. That's why I can't answer it. We haven't spoken about it or thought about it. Our eyes on just this weekend. Then you can ask me all the questions.
Adnan and then Katu, and then if you close our eyes.
Yeah, just to Coach Stick, Rassie spoke in the week about your work that you do for the off-the-ball stuff and the guys on the field as well as high ball and so on. If you look at the All Blacks back three, and how do you see that battle going tomorrow?
Do you want water?
Do you want water?
Like this whole week.
Okay. Yeah, like I said again, I think it's clear how they're going to approach the game. If you look at who they've selected, and if you look at the illusory also, you're looking at the ball players, guys that are short and quick and moving around the park. They'll try to keep the ball in play. And with their back three, for example, if you look at a guy like Clark last week, he was probably one of the best players when it comes to finishing, and probably hurts a couple of our guys the way he runs, But for them to make those big calls where they bring back a guy like Siburis and Talia at wing, after a performance like that from the other guys that played last week, then it shows exactly the mindset they're looking for. I've heard them, they're talking about covering our kicking game, and those guys, I know Siburis for sure. We've coached against him many times. I've gone through his profiles, When it comes to speed, and turning and covering all the kicks behind their backs, is one of the best, and once again, probably they will be desperate to get 5 points, and we know one thing for sure, that's why they've selected those players, because they try and keep the ball in play. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. But once again, I think these are the moments we live for, and once again, to stand in a chance to win that Freedom Cup, I think that is something that we've been talking about, So we'll do everything in our powers, and hopefully we can also contain those guys at the back.
Sia, you mentioned, Coach, about how Cape Town's a favourite to play, some of the things with the crowd. But Sia, just yesterday, Rassie said Euron was playing at Newlands and he got chirped about his kater playing at Newlands. So just in terms of the Cape Town crowd and the Cape Town vibe, what are some of your, favourite and most unique things about playing in Cape Town?
It's too much. It's too much to say. I played there for 11 years. This is where I started my professional rugby career, and everything I know I've learned here, obviously, professional world, and some of my good friends I've made here, my family, all started here. It's really a special place. You can't, if you're a rugby player, wherever you go, people just excited to see you, and they're excited to help. Like the other day I went to, World Cup, and I was offered some samosas, everything. It's that kind of community where if you go to a mall, or I said the other day, I don't know who I was talking to, if you are out when you're not supposed to be out, people will ask you, what do you need? You know, and I like that, you know, and people don't hold back. It's because people care, you know, people care and they pitch up. I remember people will fill up where you can't, at Newlands, where you can't sit down, where the standing ticket's packed, you know, and that's how much they love rugby here. Yeah? And they also don't hold back. If you got like what they said to Rassi, I remember they telling behind the bench, the guys that sit there with the Thomas Moss, telling Skara what's wrong with his body. I'll let him tell you what they said, you know. And they chirp us, they tell us if we lose, how, I can't say the words, K-A-K-A, we are. And then, but they show up every weekend. And, you know, when we're doing well, you're the best, they say, and then the next week, yeah, they say what they say. So it's really, really, really special. It's a different culture, it's a different atmosphere. And I really loved every single moment, and I wouldn't change the way my rugby, you know, grew up here. It's really special, and I know the people of Cape Town know that, and I think Saturday is not going to be any different. And I think if they could be closer to the field, they would have loved us. So they let us know how they feel about how we're playing at the time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it either way.
Okay.
Plastic kwiveki enje ngokubalula kahle ukuba ibalulekile ukuphumelela yempumelelo lento kufanele lenzile manje kodwa xa so ithile imbilini yakho udala ngalomdlalo ba sikumhlaba sawuqhelanga kuwe ke umkhokheli manje into ba usophuki ke mphuceli ayona nje kodwa uthiwa uceba uphuke embulo qomba ayonto kuma asuka sayibona phambili.
Yeah, kakhulu ndichile uthe ucoach uthi ndembimo lonke ixesha so uthi akho nizotshintsha ngoba uzamnika nje i-character lewe no benifuna udlala kakhulu siyena ngathetha nomqeqeshi and umqeqeshi akafuni unika abantu ixesha elide unibuzile ufumene izizathu kugqirha ndamxelela nathi ndifuna ukwenza yona nisemendleni kuzindlala wathi okay then ndajima ngomvulo ndajima ngolwesibini and ndizivile ukuthi in the right into ezaba buhlungu into xa ndibetha direct empumlweni and ayenzeki ixesha xa usematchini awuvindo into ebuhlungu kuba buhlungu but not that way. So ndiyavuya ndifumene ithuba but ndiyayazi xa ufumana ithuba akho mntu uzokhumbula if awuzinikelanga emdlalweni akho mntu uzokhumbula uba hayi biyi-warrior no funeka still ndidlala umdlalo ndisenemsebenzi funeka ndimenzile.
Sena ni nickname entsha kuthiwa ngo-wrong 10-2.
Okwembilini yakho banamqeqeshi xa umdlalo umhlaba umtshamalelayo ukuba indebe yehlabathi ibuzwa kuwe kodwa bekhe watsho naye amalugca yakuba laa ndebe yempumelelo heyi nimane nibuka nje emaphethelweni ayidifika apha phambi kwenu.
Siva ngamabali asiyazi noyazanga sayibamba bathini. Kubalekile wena Khanyiso xa ujonga la trophy ithetha into apha eMzantsi Afrika yabona. Maybe yes New Zealand xa iphumelela yona bavuyela nje bahlambi bawini trophy kuthi ithetha into kakhulu la trophy ye-Freedom Cup and zange siyifumane opportunity nasike siyiphakamise and xa sojonga kule ndawo sikuyo as a country now and what we stand for as a team singamabhokobhoko. I think ibalekile ba noko abalandeli bethu sibaphe la taste la Freedom Cup so yona nto isimotivate kakhulu abaphakathi evekini and nalando ukhumbule ba sagqibela udlala beCape Town ne-All Blacks ngo-2017 and the reasons was uyayazi ba urase bezicacisile because of following ye-All Blacks apha eCape Town ebininzi kakhulu and bakhona abaguqukeleke tata babuyele ekhaya yeyona nto thina siphilela yona loo nto sithi make sure uba ezi reasons zabo babenazo ukuze bawele baye kwela cala sinoko ngoku I think bayawubona utshintsho olwenzekayo apha etimini yethu and uyayibona ba iteam ebelonga kubantu bonke eyona nto ndiyithandayo nalapho kusiyela ndathetha ngayo ba bakhona abadlali abaninzi basuka beCape Town apha kule team yethu uyabona so I know personally xa sowudlalela kokwenu it's very special enhliziyweni yakho so for abafana abasuka beCape Town le nto siyaxela ngayo ba i-opportunities ezinhle bazifumana mhlawumbi kweli cala kwi-Western Province ndamkhumbula esafika eStellenbosch esemncinci so kubalekile nathi sithi make sure ba siyabadlalela abalandeli bethu and we will do everything in our powers to make sure ba noko abalandeli bethu siyabavuyisa beCape Town.
Stellenbosch.
Siya ngizobili nayo ukuziwe ngesilungu uqale apha yonke yakuyenzeka apha ithi ukuthini ukufeyisa ucela apha kuwe nakuthini esibini ukuthi ingqondo iqhelile ukuqwaqwa uqhelile xa kungenzeka kuhle okwenzeka ngekamva lakho kulaa club yakho yangaphesheya ayikuphazamisi kule match nakulezi veki lidlala ubhetha
The color speed. No, Andy, right? Dilapha mna. Ziyenzeka izinto kwabantu abaninzi ingqondo yami lapha inkulu kakhulu kule nto endiyenzayo and yeyona nto ibalulekileyo kudlala amabhokobhoko and ii-decisions endizenzayo ebomini endizithathayo ufuna ukuthi make sure uba ndisendaweni erayithi endikwazi udlala kuyo udlala amabhokobhoko. So ingqondo yami lapha like zininzi into ezifuneka zisenzile lapha andikwazi ucinga ngaphandle and le match inkulu ibuyisa apha eKapa and siyayazi apha eKapa baninzi abantu abasapota eli qembu hla sidlala against lona and siyayazi i-history yayo uba isuka phi and thina sizi-players siya-understand and into esithandayo icoach bethu bayayithetha nathi bathi nazi reasons why kutheni besapota eli qembu. So siyavuya kakhulu but siyayazi i-vibe yalapha ibantle kakhulu xa sidlalayo and even if nobasapota thina okanye basapota bona akho nto erongo emva kwenismin if thina sidlala ngale ndlela sifuna udlala ngayo ndiyayazi for sure if siwinile ngomgqibelo noba umnye noba babini bazazakhe ekuqaleni because ekupheleni kwemini namhlanje le nto abantu bebelelwa yona ngalamini thina I think sile team yethu siyawubonakalisa le nto bebelelwa yona yabo. And I think as World Cup zimbini siziwinileyo kube sinabantu abamnyama namo abayi-7 kule team yokuqala keyesibini beba-8 so siyaphambili but siya-understanda why abantu bekule ndawo sikuyo
kodwa mabagoduke babuyele ekhaya.
Can you show last one, quick one?
Suncama, look, there's one more there. On the flank for ourselves.
So umqeqeshi ntoni eniyenza kakuhle xa nihleli phaa kulaa bhokiseni lijongile ibala lizabe nabalandeli babo abethu but into eziguqukile ngoku baninzi abethu kunina babo ingathi niqele zopolitiko nekhampenile ntoni eniyenze kakuhle.
Abone into uzukhumbule kaloku abaqeqeshi esinabo ngokuqala pha kuRasi Erasmus umfana osuke dispatch wayedlala irugby uyayazi i-challenges esinazo as a country and uRasi into endiyithalayo kahle uyayivula inhliziyo athethe ngendlela i-plans zakhe bazithini i-goals zakhe and thina umsebenzi wethu njenge-assistant coaches ukuthi make sure uba siyasupport i-vision yakhe and into endiyithandayo kuye like usiye betshilo uba eyona nto ibalulekileyo kuwina qala. So wonke umdlalo phaa kulaa qala lethu bonke baselectwe on merit bayaperforma xa befumana i-opportunity zabo eyona nto isibalulekileyo leyo. Okwesibini besithethe nge-transformation. Transformation, I know people always black and white. Transformation is to make sure uba siyayikhulisa iqala lethu silisa phambili yabona and uyajonga indlela ngoku esidlala ngayo even nabantu abakhona kulaa coaching staff yethu we've got coaches all over around the world yabona le transformation sithatha ngayo ke leyo not only because of black and white. We've got now Tony Brown who's helping us with the attack ane uyayibona ne-transformation uba siyaphi ngendlela esi-atheka ngayo yabona. So thina singabaqeqeshi even ne-match last week umsebenzi wethu we've got plans xa funeka udlala ku-weekend plan siyayazi xa singa izinto zingenzeki kahle siyayazi apho iziphoso zikhona yabona kulapho ke thina ke umsebenzi wethu ezikhosi sithi make sure sifocus ke-rugby sifocus kule nto funeke siyenzile sikwazile noko ukuthetha izinto half time last week noko i-behavior yakwazi utshintsha also xa sobona phaa kwi-60th minute indlela esitshintshe ngayo with i-impact yethu esebhentshini. So umsebenzi wethu thina ukuthi make sure that sifocus erugbyini and osiya bayayazi ii-players ebaleni bayo into le kufuneka yenzekile and I feel like last week khona ixesha uba besingakhange sizenze kakuhle into besiziplanile but kodwa ke la last 16 minutes egemini I think zonke into zahamba kakuhle and also credit must go to kule nto kwi-bench yethu bakwazi ufaka impact.
Puti enye into I will say it in English because also for us what they do Coach Rasi, like people say transformation is putting bad players in the team. But for us, they put guys in the team who are good enough to be there, but then they upskill us. Like when I became captain, Coach Rassi has known me since I was 18 years old. He knows that I will probably struggle at the beginning because I was shy. This is a big thing, and I was very scared. And then he made the pressure points. He made everybody a leader in the team so that I had one job, and my only job was to talk to the ref and manage the team's discipline. So each guy had a role. So I'm growing, everybody else is also growing. Now we have so many leaders in the team. Then outside that, in the past they would say black guys are not good at high balls. Coach Rassi picked black guys and colored guys at wing. Coach Stig teach them every single time. Are those guys? He calls them the flyers. They're just flying after every training session. So each skill, like when I used to play, everybody known me for my running game. Then my game changed. I had to tackle, do breakdown, run back. They coached me that. Then I became that. That's what I love doing. You don't just put people there and say go, and then you have one bad game, and then some guys you never see. That's what happened in the past. But now we are well equipped and we are confident and we can go out there and play. And the guy next to you trusts you. He knows you're not here just because of your skin color. You're here because you've worked hard and you've showed him in the week and you've earned his respect. And that's what this management team has done differently to everybody else. And the most important thing, they've been open and honest about the team, to the team, and said, we're going to win. We have to have a certain amount of black players in the group, where in the past it was hidden. It wasn't really to be spoken about, where you, as a player, you don't know where you stand. He says, no, this team is losing, but I have to have this kind of... And we knew that, and we made it work as a team. Like, the honesty is the most important for any player. Whether you... And Coach Rassi sits there and he says, I think this guy is going to play this weekend because I think he's better. Is this in front of everyone. The back-to-back stuff is not there. And then I don't wonder as a player. I know exactly what's happening. So that has made us buy into it as players. Sometimes you don't like what the coach says, but you buy into it.
Have you guys chat a lot, so would you like another question?
No, it's good.
Happiness.
Thank you.
Very much.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Monday afternoon lunchtime show, and we are back after what was a mental weekend of rugby, both in the Bok game, the New Zealand, reaction, for example, has been very interesting. The South African reaction has been very interesting, but the Australia versus Argentina game, despite having to watch it from midnight till about 2 in the morning, was really entertaining and a good watch. So it was a great weekend of rugby championship, really. And it's tell you what, from a South African perspective, very chuffed with how things are looking with regards to the rugby championship and how it's all kind of playing out, because it's looking very promising. Because we've got quite a nice lead. If we were to win this weekend, we probably be kind of one hand on the trophy type of situation, which is lekker if you're a South African. Now, we talked about a lot of things because there's obviously been quite a big fallout over the weekend about certain things. And coming up in the show, we're going to be talking about the officiating crisis in rugby, the Bongi Benambi knock-on, the Sia Khaleesi tackle from Sam Cane and the fractured face potentially. We're going to be talking about the double backing try, for example, that was scored by New Zealand. I mean, just to be talking a little bit about the officiating in general. We'll also be talking a little bit about, obviously, the weekend, and in terms of some of the reaction, we're talking a little bit about the fact that Rassie Erasmus has changed the time and schedule of his of his team announcement, which has been delayed to Thursday. We'll talk a little bit about SA Rugby sending a complaint to Australia, although there is a separate video coming on about that later. And we'll also talk a little bit about something that's actually just gone out very shortly in terms of SA Rugby apologising for the whole incident which came during the haka, which is interrupted and stuff like that. They have come out and given a reason and an explanation as to why and how it happened, and that it won't happen again, which of course it won't happen again. It was not deliberate. It was never going to be deliberate. It's nothing that, we had pre-planned, sit there saying, oh, we can go and interrupt the haka, get them some mind games going, and this is only going to give us an edge. It was a simple human error. The explanation does make semi-sense. I mean, the explanation makes sense. It's just kind of, there were steps that could have been taken to have prevented the fact that human error would have been possible. But I don't think there was any sort of malicious intent. And I think that is probably the most important thing. So let's get into it, shall we? And before we do that, please do smash like on the video. Already got a good 100 people in the viewers, so make sure you smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're new. We are past 75,000 subscribers, which is a very exciting landmark for us. So now the next big sort of step is 80,000 on the road to 100,000 subscribers. Imagine. Incredible if we were to ever get to that sort of that little YouTube play button. But that's down the future anyway. But the main thing is just smash like on video and subscribe. So let's start. And a couple of people are asking, for example, about the plane incident. And again, that's kind of just gone out, that video. But basically what happened is, with the flyover being pre-planned, there were obviously so basically, there were pyrotechnics and a music selection system. A Tina, for example, that was planned for the flyover. Imagine the whole thing was, as the plane flies over, fireworks, Sister Bettina comes on, and everyone is just absolutely losing it, frothing, ready to go, kick off, and the atmosphere just takes it a whole another level, which makes sense. Here comes the issue. You've got a plane. I'm going to use a pen for the example. That is, I need a stadium. A DST remote. So you've got Ellis Park, and you're a plane that's heading there. Now this plane obviously cannot see what's happening over here, and it's on a schedule. So it's going to fly over, and you've got what? 2-3 seconds, if that. Maybe even a second, really, when it goes meow. And that's obviously all pre-planned. So there would have been a schedule, with kickoff supposed to be at 5, working backwards, there would have been a schedule that kind of would have looked something like, 16:45 teams right now, 16:47 dignitaries shake hands for 2 minutes, 16:50 anthems begin, 16:55 haka begins, 16:58 flyover, 1700 kickoff. That probably wouldn't, and generally, I've seen some of these schedules, and they are literally sometimes to the last second. Basically what happened is the prayer to the marking that New Zealand had kind of delayed things slightly, and as a result, that was why the plane ended up flying over the stadium during the haka. The crowd obviously reacted to the plane flying over, and apparently the sound engineer who was then tasked with the songs and obviously the pyrotechnics was to match the flyover. It all kind of became a bit of a rolling effect where the pyrotechnics went off as the plane came over, and the song was then started to play, and it all kind of just interrupted the end of the haka, which was not the plan. It kind of just happened like that. So I think it's a pretty reasonable expectation. I mean, explanation, for example. You know, I do think it's not. Again, there's no malicious intent. You know, we weren't sitting there, as mentioned, deliberately trying to stuff up the haka and to try and, you know, create mind games. It was just a pure timing issue. And they have issued an apology. Rian Oberholz come out and said, we're very sorry. They've written apparently to the New Zealand Rugby Football Union as well to apologise for the incident, and have assured them it won't happen again. And sure, you can move on, basically, I think. And obviously in Cape Town, there won't be a flyover, as far as I understand. But it should be. It's kind of a bit of an iconic thing to Edis Park, obviously, from the 1995 one. So, yeah, it's not going to happen in Cape Town. I really hope it doesn't. I mean, you know, as much as everybody likes to create, it's as much as we like to create hype and stuff like that, you know, you've got to do it within reason, and you don't want to then take away from certain things. So Cape Town must find its own vibe, you know. Ellis Park is the flyover, for example. Each sort of stadium has its own kind of intricacies and sort of rituals that add to the occasion. So if we start doing flyovers at every single blooming match, then it loses the meaning, really, doesn't it? And the excitement of it. So hopefully we won't see that being added. But again, I don't think even if it were to be added or stuff, they'll be very, very aware of the issues that happen, and it's not going to happen again. So we don't need to worry about it. But yeah, so let me just sort of clarify that to begin with. Let's get into the refereeing chat, because that has completely dominated the rhetoric. And I hate talking about referees. I really do. And it's just so frustrating that we saw some phenomenal moments. We saw some great tries. We saw some really good rugby. We saw some huge performances in the biggest rivalry in the world. And unfortunately, we're just talking about referees all the time, aren't we? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the main incidents. I might even show them, actually. I might even see if I can find the clips, and we'll kind of have a look at them. And what's always interesting is people see what they want to see. So some people will look at the Bongi and Manambi knock-on, for example, and they will say, nah, nothing in it, whatever. You know, it should have been a try and whatever. You know, similarly with, for example, the tackle on Siaklisi, the double backing from the All Blacks, for example. So there's lots to talk about. And we're going to talk about a little bit about the issues behind it, because I thought Andrew Brace, I don't think he had as bad a game as everybody's mentioning. To be honest, I think that he maybe needs to I think he needs to communicate a lot better. I think there was an issue with him. I don't think he communicated as well. And I always think that referees that communicate well are the best referees, because, you know, in terms of decisions, we've heard from Jakob Paper talking about the fact that they're expected to make, you know, there are like 1,000 decisions to make in a game. You're never going to make all of them, and at the end of the day, that's going to be that's going to be the reality of the game, is that you will miss lots of decisions. And also, they very much admit that there are things that they see that they don't blow, you know. So there'll always be certain things, and that's why it's important to understand each referee, because certain referees will ping certain things more often than others because they'll interpret it like that. There is always going to be an element of interpretation, by the way. That's something you can't get away from. I do think that the laws aren't helping, and the fact that they change it so often, and I think it also doesn't help in terms of the fans not understanding that the laws have changed, and then they're kind of they're kind of they're piling on the referee out of sheer ignorance, which is not necessarily the fans' fault because it changes so often, but that's also something that does happen. And I think I was saying they're saying, I don't mind wrong decisions as long as the ref explains it. I think that's the main thing. It's about explaining yourself. It's about the communication. And I think my issue comes this weekend is not with Andrew Brace, but the TMO and the lack of TMO intervention. It was weird that the Bongiman Nambu trial wasn't looked at. That Siya Kolisi asked about the double banking, as we refer to it in South Africa. And he also asked about the Sam Cane tackle. And, it's frustrating then that we talk about the fact that the TMO has been empowered. That's a whole big thing. They've said that the TMO has been empowered to make decisions, to make on-field decisions, and to go to the referee in the ear and say, listen, I've picked it up. This has happened. Or even if it's not necessarily making it the decision, say, listen, Andrew, I picked a potential knock on, go and look at it. And I think the frustration that the fans are getting and why we're getting very annoyed is there's lack of consistency on when the TMO intervenes and when it doesn't. And I think these were 3 clear incidents where the TMO has to intervene and should be intervening and should be getting it right and didn't. And balance of things, I don't think it made a difference. It's you looked at Bongi Manami trial, then you look at the New Zealand trial. So we're looking at those 2 main ones. And then we're looking at a potential cast, Sam Cane, who I think got very lucky. So let's start with I'm going to try. I want to start with double banking and make it seem as if I'm just a salty sapper, as I've been caught before. I want to try and see if I can find the Bongi Manami one first, which is, for me, clearly a knock-on. And I said at the time, that's lucky. I even said on Twitter at the time as well. So one thing you can't protect me of is sitting there